Maybe I'll give you the best nut ever.
Dino dance.
All right, welcome back, you guys. Stagmita, thanks for the 7-month resub. I appreciate that. So I did stream a little bit yesterday. Got hit, of course. What did we get hit on? I got hit on the running section after Moog, which kind of sucked, and then I also got hit on Renala. So
Maybe I'll give you the best nut
yeah,
ever.
surely I did actually like
Hello.
practice a little bit of stuff earlier today, so we should be good to just start a run right away, I think, dude. Unless I want to do some Millennia first. Lazy Mo, thanks for the 3-month resub. Yeah, I got hit after Moog. Yeah, we're going through Celia Tunnel, and one of the pests that I drop down and do like an attack on, I attacked too early in the air because I wasn't really paying attention, and then I whiffed, and then it turned around and heard me, and then let me do one Millennia first, I guess. Yeah, it kind of sucks to get hit after Moog like that, but also, you know what? I guess this would be a good time to do a poll for what we should do for Godskin Duo. Also, I guess I need to restart my game because I have infinite FP on. Oh, I forgot about the opening. Clearly no waterfowl here. Really? Because yeah, I did a poll on it last night. Like I only streamed on Twitch. And hey, hello? Just trying to get her away. And yeah, more so we'll just do another poll. I definitely don't like rolling on that, but I feel like I have to. Because I keep getting the instant front flip, so I kind of have to. I would normally have some throwing knives that I can use in this position because I prefer to do that. So so that I don't get like a waterfowl right as I'm running in. which can be awkward. Yeah, we'll do another pull on. So basically, I've decided that I either want to sleep Godskin Duo or do a skip for them, which probably most people aren't aware of a skip that you can do without glitches on that fight, or to get past that fight. But I'll show you guys in a second. It's using the Hand of Millennia, of course. It was found a while ago, but I haven't seen anybody like actually use it in a run or anything like that, but I'm sure it's been used. Yeah, so it's either sleep or skip. But the reason the skip is cool is because this is a rare run where we could actually use it. I would never go for that, by the way. Yeah, let me find a save. So I think Opie found it, but I'm not 100% sure. Found it like maybe even a year ago or so. Just gotta find the save. But yeah, it's pretty free. And yeah, I'm sorry. Did I say noble? I meant Godskin Duo. If I said noble. Yeah, Godskin Noble. So I've decided to either sleep or do this skip. And it's just like whatever looks cooler. I just need to find the save. It's one of these saves here. Okay, clearly I'm going the wrong direction. I might have said noble. I always mess up. So okay, so here's the skip. So this is behind the duo arena. Obviously, if we sleep them, sleeping them would be the absolute safest option. I just don't want to have to reset unnecessarily to Godskin Duo again, man. Basically, that's why I've decided that. Like, it's just such a garbage boss that I really don't feel the need to fight them. That might not work. I probably said Godskin Duo. I also probably said noble at some point. Yeah, it's pretty safe because you can just fast travel out if you miss it, which is good. But yeah, we're gonna have a poll on in a second. All That's a skip. So you go from here, and then now we're just past the duo boss arena. So yeah, it's either we sleep them, which is just the normal strat I do on every single run, or we do that. And like it was very close when I did a poll yesterday. It was 55% said skip, 55% said no skip. I hate the thing that's so annoying about this damn weapon, dude, is spamming the trigger fast enough so that you don't drop like that. Because if there's just like if you hit the trigger at the wrong time, the second part or the third part of the Ash of War just comes way slower. And then you drop down and then you miss the skip because you drop down too far. Like it's so annoying. Okay, let's make a poll, you guys. Straw poll. Godskin Duo. All right, make the poll. Put this in the chats. So skip or not skip? For me, I don't care either way. I think they're both cool. It'd really suck to try the skip and then die or something, which could happen, I guess.
Maybe I'll give you the best nut ever.
Dude, see, like my
True
setup there is
racing in the
perfect. It's just
Arctic.
I'm not like spamming enough, dude, on the trigger. And so I drop down and then I just and then I don't make it. It's so annoying, dude. Why wouldn't they just make it so that you could hold an Ash of War like this? Like you should just be able to hold it the whole time instead of having to spam to try to, you know, to time it correctly so that you don't fall. It's so annoying, man. Because that's a perfect setup right there. Like this should work as long as I don't fall down too far. I gotta open my window. 1 second, you guys. While the poll is happening. All right. So what's the poll? Oh, it's close, dude. Very close so far. As keyboard. Well, I've thought about it, but I'm just not used to doing the inputs enough. But I could just spam control.
Maybe I'll give you the best.
Or
nut
maybe I should
ever.
remap a button
That's a
so
go.
that I can hit left trigger more easily, right? Like this button on the controller, it's the one below the center button, like the Xbox logo. I could remap that so that it's trigger, because that's a much more spammable button. A Left Zero, thanks for the 8-month resub. And Strider, thanks for the 1-year resub, or 13-month resub. Thanks, dude. I get confused because this thing tells me months in a row as well, like this event thing I look at. Usually I don't see that. Okay, I can remap that, dude. Sounds like a good idea. Yeah, so this completely skips the Godskin Duo boss. Completely skips them. All right, let's remap. I mean, I could even make it like a toggle press if I wanted to. Like a toggle spam so that I don't even have to do it myself. But if anyone's wondering, these are like the remap settings I use to do the toggle sprint. Like the toggle B press on the back button here. We can just make this where's trigger? Or I could just make it... Control is also Ash of War. I could just do control. Usually I just hit the button and it works, though.
Maybe I'll give you the best nut ever.
And it, like, goes immediately to it, but... I can just go like that, I guess. I don't need to do it like a... Yeah, much easier to spam that. Or I could just, yeah, I could just make it a toggle. That's probably the easiest way. That's cheating. Surely it's cheating. This would be one of those situations where the, Also, I think I just went to the wrong spot there to set it up or something. Where those, I was talking about yesterday, those like quick fire triggers or whatever, where you can reduce the amount of distance the trigger needs to be pressed down. Which the Xbox Elite controller has, would be very nice. All right, poll is at, wow, dude, it's so close. 53% skip, 47% sleep. Oh, I love going to SawCon, dude. Obviously, Asmongold did not do the skip, but obviously he also did not no-hit the game. No, I've known about the skip for a while because Opie found it, and I think he put it in the Discord, or maybe Zaz put it in the Discord or something. There's never been a case where I've wanted to really use this. Except for right now, where I feel like it's appropriate, potentially. How did that happen? The sleep is definitely less risky, right? Because sleep is a totally free fight every time. Or we can do the skip. I actually have no idea how that happened right there. I think I... just like ran forward too far. Dude, even with this other button to spam it, I still fuck it up. Well, I guess, how am I... oh god, dude, how am I missing this? The skip is way harder than sleeping, yeah, I guess. I was... when I came back to, like, doing this, I basically just did not miss it, but... now I'm missing it. I think maybe I'm too far back. There we go. But yeah, this isn't a glitch, right? There's nothing that I'm doing here that is breaking the game mechanics. Well, yeah, I mean, obviously it's like can be tricky to define what a glitch is, but what I'm doing right here, there's nothing that's breaking the game mechanics. It's just we're taking advantage of them, right? I do not use conditioner, dude. Donate $25. No. You could legitimately offer $10,000 before the final boss, and I would not take that. Like, I don't care about money that much, dude. If it was like but yeah, honestly, even if it was like 100,000, I wouldn't even take it, dude. Honestly. $100K for throwing a run on the final boss. I still would not do it. How's it going, Zoodle? Mainly because I just don't want like no, that's not a lie, dude. That is absolutely not a lie.
Maybe I'll give you the best nut ever.
Actually, this is just clever use of in-game mechanics.
Was that a wait? Where does I don't see a notification for that. I feel like, dude. Mustafa, thanks for the 14-month resub, dude. Was that a donation, or why don't I see who said that? That's weird. Saying that because I'm considering no one would offer that. Even if Mr. Beast came in and offered me 100K, I wouldn't do it, dude. I would not do it. See, it's easy, dude. I just don't care about money enough, dude. Like I'm fine as I am right now.
Maybe.
And also, I care way more about doing no hit runs than an amount of money.
Now? Pog.
Kazoodle, thanks for the 33-month Prime sub, dude. Did I mess up again? I must have. Insane jump. Okay, let me just do it one more time and then... Like, I'll probably just decide when we get here on a run. Maybe I just chicken out and don't do the skip or something. Certainly a possibility, right? Like, I get here and I'm like, well, sleeping is the safer thing, so... Oh, boy. Okay, that was weird, you guys. Did the YouTube stream also drop right there? I don't know if that was an internet issue right there or not. I like OBS reconnected before I could check. That was internet. Oh, YouTube didn't drop off at all there? Huh. Twitch is sabotaging me, dude. Actually, Twitch issue. That's weird.
Maybe.
You know, I guess that actually reminds me.
Ever.
Not long ago, we had an issue like that, right? Where my stream on Twitch just looked horrible, and on YouTube was perfectly fine. Being throttled by Twitch. Anyways, yeah, we'll decide on the skip when we get here. Give me them toes. Thanks for the brand new sub, dude. All right, let's do a run. Asmongold. Yeah, I guess the thing is, like, I'm already in like a very fortunate situation right now, right? With being able to like play games and make money and stuff. So I like if somebody came and offered me 100,000, it actually would not matter to me what amount it was. It could be 10 million, and genuinely I wouldn't like. I just don't need it, dude. If I had $10 million in my bank account or something, I would have no clue what to do with it. It would just be sitting there and nothing would change, basically. So I just don't even see the point. I didn't restart my game yet, did I? Like, sure, it sounds nice to have that amount of money, but like, what would I do with it? I would literally do nothing. I need to restart my game. I'm just going to restart the run here because I closed ER tool, but I didn't uncheck the flags. Take the money and donate it? I guess, sure. I mean, but they could also just do that themselves. Don't need me to do it. But yeah, especially if it's like from a viewer too, right? Because the one thing I've never liked about streaming, and part of the reason why I never thought I'd be like a full-time streamer, even if I had the option, is that I kind of like I've kind of come to terms with it over the years, but I've never really liked people giving me their money for streaming. Like I never mind taking money from like sponsors or like, you know, the advertisers and stuff, because they just have a ton of money to spend, and I don't really care about them. But when it comes to, you know, people giving me their money, I would much rather just I'd I'd much rather just make money from the fucking big like corporations and stuff, dude, right? So yeah, so if it's coming from like a single person too, they're like, yeah, I'm gonna give you 10,000 of my own money so that you can throw this run at the last second. Like that's another reason why I just would not bother to take it.
Maybe.
But yeah,
maybe
if it was like some
best
business
nut
or something,
ever.
some corporation that came and was like, okay, we'll pay you 100K to throw this run, then I would consider it more strongly probably, because I just don't care. Femboy Mikola, thanks for the brand new sub. I appreciate that. But see, yeah, I've come to terms with it more over the years, dude. And I don't know. But that's why back in the day I never made emotes. I didn't want to give people any incentive to like sub because I just didn't want people to really. Even though I wanted to be an affiliate on Twitch. But I don't know. But yeah, people always told me though, it's like if people want to just give you money, then like that's, you know, it's their choice and stuff, which I've accepted it and stuff, but I'd still much rather make money from just like advertisers or something else. Nearly pivoted and died. Surely we get the run today, dude. Surely I don't get hit on some random running section by some random pest because I'm stupid and I attack in midair, not even close to the actual enemy. There is also the Suns game on tonight, dude, which I almost didn't stream today because of it, because I don't want to miss it, but because I was like recording some stuff earlier, and then I had to go do some stuff earlier today, so I ended up streaming later than I would have otherwise. And then I was thinking, man, it's already like 3 o'clock. Suns game's in 4 hours. Might just not, but no, the Sens, Ottawa Senators game. I don't care about basketball, and I especially do not care about the Phoenix Suns, because I like Pepsi offers a life supply. Well, I don't really drink pop at this point. At least Pepsi, I definitely don't. But if Zevia offered me a lifetime supply, if I threw the run on the final boss, I would take that easily, dude. I would take that 100%. No hesitation. I would simply throw the run. Because that's worth it, dude. That'd be sick. God's Skin Impossible problem? Well, I've decided I'm either going to sleep him or skip him. And we've had 2 polls on it, and they've both been extremely close on whether I should sleep or skip. I'm just going to decide when I get there what I'm going to do. Well, I don't, man, I can't remember the last time I had a Pepsi, but I don't remember it being, like, bad. but it's just not good.
Maybe
You know?
I'll give you the best nut ever.
Yo, what's up, Gino? How's it going?
Especially when it, you know, if I don't like the taste of something and it's just bad for you, then why would I, you know, why would I want that, dude? Zen Ferox, thanks for the 6-month resub. Thanks, dude. Yeah, lifetime supply is Zevia, though, I would... But you know what? Even then, I'd be so hesitant to, though. Because the thing I care absolutely the most about is just doing the runs. And so... I don't know. I would feel kind of... I would definitely feel bad if I did that. I would feel a little guilty, I think. But I'd probably take a lifetime supply of Zevia, though, I think. Because those are expensive, man. Pepsi drinker and on console, huge L. Got a point, dude. Thoughts about Prime H? I have no idea what that is. Zevia is like it's basically pop, but it's got 0 sugar in it, sweetened with stevia instead of sugar, and it actually is by far the best tasting 0 sugar pop that I've ever tasted. Like, and nothing's even close, because I've tried diet drinks before. I know they're not great for you and stuff, but I've tried most of them. Diet Dr. Pepper is probably the best tasting one, but you know, even then, dude, like they all kind of like a weird. They have a weird sort of taste to them, you know, when something's sweetened with like whatever it is, aspartame or I don't know what else. They just have a weird taste. I think, dude. And so, like, honestly, if I had a choice between the diet versions and the non-diet versions, if I had to pick, I would easily just pick the non-diet versions because they just taste better. So... It sounds like I'm sponsored by Zevia or something. I'm not sponsored, dude. I'm a fan. I would easily take a sponsorship from them, though, dude. If someone's out there. Surely. Yeah, surely artificial sweeteners are good for you. Depends what you're trying to do, I guess. Oh, I'm sprinting on the horse. And I can't stop. Oh, there we go. Love torrent in this game, dude. Totally not buggy at all. Totally not buggy. Totally intuitive movement. Be nice, bear. Why are you looking at me, dude? You weirdo. How do people even find that? By hours and hours and hours of trial and error. But a stream probably 3 nights ago, that skip was already known, but there wasn't a good setup for it that was consistent at all. And so we spent, I don't know, probably 3 hours figuring out a consistent setup for it, and now I just never miss it. So it was time well spent, I would say. Have I or will I do any runs that are NG through NG plus 7? Well, I might do what I've done in Dark Souls 3, and I started in DS2 but never finished because I don't know why, but was NG to NG plus 7, all bosses, no death. So yeah. So 8 playthroughs, all bosses on each playthrough, 0 deaths. And I did that in DS3. I started working on it in DS2. I got about halfway through the run on NG plus 3 or so. And I started doing another run, and then I just never went back to it. And I didn't die or anything. I just never finished it. Yeah, I started streaming later nowadays because my sleep schedule got messed up a little bit. And so, yeah. I still have my save file in DS2 from that run. Like, the run's still alive. It's just all the VODs are gone for sure. Oh, yep. Yep, that's what happens, dude. All right, so we are now... What are we now? I think we're 8 for 11 now on this. Minus 12 minutes or however long it was. That was very unlucky. Because the guy jumped, landed right on the edge to a point where he didn't fall on the lower ledge, but he was far enough on the upper ledge so that the game didn't try to prevent his fall, basically. And so he just pushed me off. I think we're 8 for 11 on that now. So it's still mostly okay, but when you think about it, those 3 resets amount to 45 minutes, basically.
Maybe I'll give you the best.
Compare Soda, thanks for the 4-month resub.
Content, you know.
Thanks, dude.
Maybe.
The Great Jar Invaders are the same every time if you're in offline. Online, they are, I think they take the builds of other players, right? I don't remember exactly how they do it, but... B Money as well, thanks for the 9-month Prime sub, dude. Yeah, it's definitely unfortunate that we got to do that, but part of the build, so... And that's why we do it early. Because Asmongold didn't get that talisman until Morgott, or he didn't use it until he got to Morgott, and obviously that for us, that's about 2 hours 10 minutes in, so, or even more actually, maybe 2:20. Imagine resetting that percentage of the time at 2 hours and 30 minutes. I'm gonna just push him out more this way. I'm not sure if I have to roll that attack from there. YouTube gave you an anti-balding ad on the stream? They know, dude. Little Moo, welcome back. Best Souls game for us 1, I think, is DS2. Or that's at least my favorite one. Because DS2, for me, DS2 actually forces you to like improve at the bosses to a higher degree than in the other Souls games for SL1. So I think it's the most fun. But
then summon me. Ah, I bequeath you. It will summon torrent. Treat him with respect.
Maybe I'll give you the best nut ever.
Lusa Swa surely said that right. Thanks for the brand new Prime sub. Appreciate that. But yeah, no, DS2, I think the main thing is that doing SL1 in most of the other Souls games means that you are essentially dealing about 60 to 70% of the damage of leveled, which isn't that much of a difference, right? It's really not. In some cases, it's even more than that. Like maybe it's more 70 to 80% of the damage. And that's kind of it, right? And you're dying in a couple less hits. That's really all it is, man. The stamina difference isn't really that big for the most part, except for in DS2. So I think DS2 makes it actually more of a difference than the other games, which I think is better. You know, you're still dealing a lot of damage in DS2 SO1. It's still the same. Like you're dealing probably 80% of normal damage. 70, 80%. But your iframes are reduced, so you have to be more precise at rolling boss attacks. You need to think about your build more so than the other games, because getting ADP gear, for example, is good, and there's a lot more stat boosting gear in DS2 compared to other Souls games, with the exception of Elden Ring, where I think they went overboard with it, and you can get to way too high of a level in this game at SO1, or an effective level. And so yeah, like I think DS2 has the perfect amount of it, where there's a lot of stat boosting gear and rings you can put on, but you don't go crazy. You can't get to level 160 like you can in this game, right? And then compared to the other Souls games like DS3, there's really just like rings you can put on, and that's it. There's not really any armor sets that boost your stats or anything like that. So yeah, that's why I think it's the most fun. But I guess except for DS2, it really just depends what you're looking for, right? Because if you're looking for a run that isn't actually that much different than normal playthroughs, but you just want to die faster to bosses, I guess, then other games might be a better pick. No, you can get to level 160. I believe that's the maximum in this game. Level 160, effective level. Shield gives +4 everything. In DS2, you're saying? What are you talking about, like the vessel shield? No, I think DS2 SO1 has the right amount of stat boosting where you can't just use everything in the game, right? And you're trying to... I think it's just the right balance of needing that stat boosting gear to make things easier while not going overboard and getting to level 160, right? I honestly couldn't tell you what the maximum effective level at DS2 SO1 is, but it would be pretty high. It could be decently high, but it would not be anywhere close to level 160. I don't remember Vessel Shield giving you 4 in every stat, though. I'm pretty sure that's not how it works. It gives you ADP, and I can't remember exactly what it gives you, but I don't think it gives you 4 in every stat.
Maybe I'll give you the best nut ever.
Maybe I'm misremembering, though. Goodet. Thanks for the 6-month Prime sub, dude. That's the first time that's happened. I couldn't jump again. Like I think the game didn't register me landing on that other platform. Yeah, that's the first time that's happened. Well, another hit going down to these guys. I would say that counts as a hit relating to this. That's bizarre that the game didn't think I landed though on that platform. That is the first time that's happened. So yeah, I would say we're 8 for 12 now on that, because there's not really much I could have done there. It's just that's just how horse works in this game, and I didn't really make a mistake that I know of. What I was saying, I think what I was saying is if we get to a point where we're 50% or less, I guess just 50% on that whole segment, you know, including the skip and the invader cheeses, then I'm going to consider just not getting that one and using the Arsenal Charm +2 instead. And I think that's fair. I think that's fair because one of the things we're doing on this run in several instances is using an item that Asmongold did not use to make it so that the RNG is removed. So for example, Red Wolf, right? Red Wolf has the ability to frame trap you if you're not using Vow the Indomitable with his triple glint blade and charge attack. And as far as I'm aware, there's not a consistent way to avoid it without using Vow the Indomitable or something similar. And so that's why I'm using it there, even though obviously Asmongold didn't. And so, you know, if I die a few more times to that, we're just going to get Arsenal Charm +2. And it literally has no effect on the run other than just not using exactly what he did. Oh, yeah, we don't... +2 should easily be enough. And I level up Endurance anyways at some point, so... Frame Trap means that no matter what, you get hit, essentially. So if you It's usually when 2 attacks are happening at once. Usually. Where you roll 1 attack, you get hit by the second one. And if you roll, you know, and then if you don't roll the first attack, you get hit by the first one. That's what, Oh, it's only +1 and... Okay, fair enough. But yeah, I guess we would just get the lesser version. Is what I was saying. Just because, yeah, it is just straight up RNG, right? There's no way to avoid it as far as I'm aware, doing it early like that. And I do want to say as, like, true to his route as possible, but yeah, if something's gonna just waste so much time of ours, then I'd rather just alter the build a tiny bit. Nice one. So, okay, you know what? You know what I'll do? If I get hit one more time to the Great Jar Invaders themselves, not the skip part, because the skip is more consistent. And, like, the thing is, I use keyboard for that skip. And so, the reason I couldn't fast travel out in time there is because I'm using my keyboard. And I have one hand on controller, one hand on keyboard. So... I don't really know I don't have the good muscle memory to fast travel on keyboard. It's what, like G? I don't know. Yeah, G, F, E, E. Yeah, that would definitely be the faster way to do it. If that happens again, I'll try it. But yeah, if I get hit one more time to an NPC invader, then we'll start... I'm gonna route getting the other Arsenal Charm instead.
They serve, but I can play turning root to aid you.
That should be a rule for these runs that we do from, you know, other, like, famous people, I guess, right?
It will some torrent. Treat him with...
I should be able to do anything that removes pure RNG, where if something happens and I can't really avoid it and I get hit, I should be able to just do anything to remove that. That's what I should do. I hate... I've explained so many times how much I hate dealing with RNG when doing runs. And that's the main reason I don't do speed runs, really, is because if I play perfectly, I want to get the result. There's plenty of times where I don't play perfectly and I die, and it's purely my fault. But in a case like this, fighting these NPCs, there's not, you know... There's not a good way to do it as far as I'm aware. It's actually mostly the mage's fault, right? Fighting the other two with just a melee weapon... Say we came back here, we had a +10 golden halberd, and we just fought them straight up. With the exception of the magic one, fighting the other two are consistent. And there's a good way to fight them. With the dagger guy, you can parry him pretty consistently, and the hammer guy, you can just outspace him and backstab on the... whatever his Ash of Ori does is, like holy whatever. Domino's, thanks so much for the donation, dude. I appreciate that. But yeah, the mage one is an issue. It's got a rapier, and it's got a ton of spells which it just constantly spams. So the best way I've found to fighting the mage straight up is to throw daggers, and when the NPC input reads you and rolls, then doing a sprint attack. It is actually pretty consistent, but... Gotta adjust my camera, you guys, in a second. I think the issue is just that most times... I'm not a photographer or something, but with the camera, I don't think it's really... When people are using, you know, cameras for streaming and stuff, generally they don't have a changing background, right? I think that's the problem. Most people don't have a situation like that. Evil Wolf, thanks for the 15-month resub, dude. And yeah, honestly, it's not really, you know, we've moved this segment early in the run so that if we do have to reset, we're minimizing the amount of time we lose. But losing any amount of time to just RNG is not fun, dude. It's not fun to do. I'm going to adjust my camera. 1 second, you guys.
It seems my worries were unfounded. Turs I may there is, but I can take gathering plate.
Yeah, I just need to adjust the green screen so that it stops its day-night cycle, dude. I'd already paid too much. I paid too much to not use it. Surely. Somebody asked what I'm drinking. I'm drinking a concoction of of vitamins, BioSteel, and creatine. That's what I drink every time I'm streaming. And then eventually when I finish this, I move to water or Zevia. I'm sure it doesn't sound appealing. It's actually not that bad. Really not bad. Sponsor plug. It is not a sponsor plug. I didn't even say any... Well, I said BioSteel, I guess. The company that went bankrupt. Yeah, maybe what I did last time on the skip is that I didn't sit on that second ledge for long enough or something like that. Maybe that's what went wrong. Come on, invaders. Give me good RNG so that I don't have to stop doing this, because I really want to stay accurate to the build. I would really like to be accurate. Blue raspberry and fruit punch BioSteel. My favorite one is the peach mango. Although the one that's in here right now is the rainbow. Just decent. Body armor or Gatorade? What even is body armor, dude? Never heard of that. Probably like a mainly US thing, I would assume. So I've never even heard of that. Oh yeah, fruit punch is the red one, which I don't mind it, but I think it's one of the weaker ones, in my opinion. I've literally never heard of body armor, but one gives you electrolytes, the other protects you from bullets. Yeah, I guess so. Maybe we should try it, dude. I'm not gonna lie, Fade. I thought you were talking to me and called me Giannis. I was gonna say that's the first time anyone's called me that. I've been called a lot of names similar to Gino, but not Giannis. Bastard. Nice. The water looks really nice. I've never really taken a close look at it, but I would swim in there. Join these invaders swimming in the water. Here we go. We did it. I wouldn't jump, probably.
This way, punished.
I don't think I would probably calmly walk into it and swim in there. Probably drinkable. Well, there's probably some runoff from the Kalid rot situation, so I don't know about that, but I'm sure some parts are. The water does look really nice, though. Makes me thirsty looking at it, dude. I know. Because it looks so clean. All right. Yeah, go swim in the lake of rot, dude. Yeah, Rennie likes it, dude. Surely. Surely she does. We're just playing hard to get.
Well, there's been a, how can I help?
We kill Bofa because Asmongold uses the flame talisman or Margit, and that's it. That's the only boss he uses it on, but let's go on pity. But yeah, I wasn't joking when I was saying I was trying to be accurate. Oh boy. I tried to get off the horse and then I didn't, or because I don't know, Horn just didn't allow me to dismount, and then I nearly launched myself off, dude. Goodbye. Time for Henry. I don't remember Margit's flame attack. Yeah, I don't remember it either. It makes two of us.
Maybe I'll give you the best nut ever.
Yo, Anna, thanks for the 5-month resub. Welcome back. Motivation behind the Asmongold run? Well, it's just another fun no-hit run to do, and it's actually challenging. And I've had to learn a lot of stuff. Obviously, I haven't gotten the run yet, but actually be able to do this, I've had to learn a lot of new stuff, get better at the game. But I like this idea of doing other people's first playthrough builds. The first time I thought of this was when Elon Musk posted his build on Twitter, and I quote tweeted it, and I was like, oh, time for an Elon Musk no-hit run, or something like that. And so that was probably over a year ago. I mean, easily over a year ago. And I guess now it's just a decent time for it because we're doing a bunch of run requests and all this stuff. But yeah, I didn't want to start right at the Elon Musk build because it's kind of not that great, especially if we're going to be fat rolling the whole time. And so I figured we might as well just start somewhere else. And Asmongold's build is actually a good build, so it's not going straight to the hard mode. Yeah, surely Elon sponsors the stream, dude. Surely. #1 sponsor. Oh. See, that's a situation where he can hyper armor you, but I was quick enough. You know what's funny? I love how the early game on this, I don't actually love it, but I think it's funny how the early game on this run is running around picking up talismans that have 0 effect on no-hit runs. Right? We got the Flame Drake talisman, the Hammer talisman, and the Great Arsenal charm. All of which do nothing for a no-hit run. But to be fair, I mean, Great Jar Arsenal is a really good talisman overall. So it's just for a no-hit run, these talismans aren't good, but for normal playthroughs, they can be good. The Hammer talisman, maybe not so much. But the other ones, yes. Wonder if I should go for a second charge or 2 on that attack and just get a stun. Because now his poise resetting. Gotta build up our stagger again. I don't know if it's safe or not.
Warrior blood must truly run in thy veins. Tarnished.
Insane lock-on moment. Jumping the tail swing on Margit is actually kind of not a good idea because it baits out his big quadruple spin combo, which you don't really want. On Morgott, jumping the tail spin is perfectly fine. It's fine here too, but it just means you have to deal with that attack, which you usually don't want to.
Let my hand.
Golden Halberd is a good weapon, yeah. Yeah, I streamed on Twitch yesterday, but not on YouTube, just because I knew I wasn't going to stream for long, and it was super late and stuff. What's up, Shogun? Yeah, even the holy damage part of this weapon, you can just level a bunch of strength and then it's still not bad.
Maybe
right?
maybe
a lot of holy weapons are like that.
best nut
They have a
ever.
little bit of holy damage, and when you're fighting a lot of the main bosses, which are resistant to it, it's a bit lower damage than other weapons would be, but it's really not that big of a deal. Axie Gamer, thanks for the Burning Prime sub, dude. The issue is when you get weapons that have a significant part holy damage. You know, half holy, half physical. That's when it starts to be an issue. Like, I can't think of any weapons. I'm sure I've done no-hit runs with weapons that are like that. I just can't really remember. PvE weapons tier list. If I ever use every weapon in the game, then sure. And if I know what I'm talking about, then yeah. We could do that. Well, I wouldn't say... No, I don't think holy weapons are mid. It depends, right? It's just they have a different use case than other weapons. For example, if you are fighting an undead enemy, like a deathbird, you will not find a better weapon than holy weapons on them. Right? So it's kind of just about knowing when to use it. If you're only fighting main bosses, then holy weapons are not good. That is a fact. They're just not going to be as good. But the thing is, a lot of people, when they play this game, they're not only doing the main bosses. A lot of people are. But a lot of people aren't, and holy is the best damage type on a lot of bosses in the game. So I think the best way to do it is to carry around numerous weapons, so that you're prepared for any encounter, basically. That's what I think the best thing to do is. Different damage types, such as different physical damage types, like strike damage. It's nice to have that. It's nice to have, like, thrusting, slashing, all that stuff, depending on what you're fighting. And same can be said about the elemental damage types as well. Obviously, just physical, you know, physical damage is never going to really fail you, so there's that. And then there's also the thing with, you know, innate holy weapons, is that a lot of them are somber stone weapons, right? But you can get a very similar effect with any normal weapon by just putting an Ash of War like Sacred Blade on it. And that'll give you that plus 100% damage on the undead enemies or whatever, so I guess that is not great. So that does make innate holy damage weapons a little bit less relevant. But that doesn't mean they're bad. But that being said, I mean, yeah, Golden Halberd is a perfect example, right? This is a very good weapon, and it's a holy damage weapon. But it's still insanely good. Even for the main boss fight, so. FTR, thanks for the Brandon Prime sub, and Miss, thanks for the 4-month Prime sub as well. And one thing I do like about these games is that damage type actually does matter quite a bit. Maybe I'm misremembering a bit, but I do kind of feel like in Dark Souls, where am I going, dude? In Dark Souls 3, damage types didn't really seem to matter nearly as much, at least the physical ones. You know, sure, if you're going through Catacombs, strike damage is good on the skellies because it knocks them down, but there's not many other instances where the damage type really matters, and you can very easily play through the entire game with just a single weapon. I much prefer diversifying a build and trying to use the correct weapon in the correct situation. Another reason why I like DS2 a lot is because there's a lot of that in that game. Where those damage types, such as strike, they have situations where they're not that good. But then there's a lot of situations where even a +0 strike damaging weapon, an example would be, I don't know, some armored boss, like Twin Dragon Riders, for example, or just Dragon Rider. If you go in there with a +0 Cestus, this is what, for no hit, this is what people do, and if you go look at the speed run as well, people will buy a +0 Cestus to use on a boss like Mirror Knight or Looking Glass Knight, compared to using a rapier which is upgraded, even with decent amount of dexterity. And it's because the damage type matters so much that even the +0 compared to the upgraded version of the rapier will just deal more damage. And so I like that a lot, actually. I like that PS2 makes it easy to go through the game upgrading numerous weapons, and they actually are worth, it is worth diversifying your loadout, basically. And I think this game has a bit of that as well. You know, for example, going through all the caves, which there's quite a few of them in the game, and all those miners, you're definitely not going to want to be using, for example, just a slash weapon with no elemental damage. That will not be fun. It'll take forever to kill them, but even a +0 club strike damage or something that's pure elemental damage of some type will be so much better. Some people might not like that, and they might think it's annoying to have to swap their build up or whatever, but I think it's better that way. I agree, Quantum. Yeah, the game doesn't really tell you that stuff. Well, in this game, there's those notes, though, right? I'm not gonna lie, I can't remember what any of them say, for the most part. I don't think they tell you boss weaknesses, but I kind of wish they did more of that, where when you're approaching a boss, there's some item on the way that kind of hints to you what the boss would be weak against so that you could strategize around it. Because other than that, I don't think there's a way that you could actually tell without just testing it what is the correct damage type to use on certain enemies. Especially elemental. I don't think there's a way... You know, for the most part, you just assume, okay, if this boss is dealing fire damage on their attacks, which it just looks like fire, then probably I don't want to be using fire damage here. But even that, right? Even that isn't always the case, because on Moog, you'd think, oh, he's the Lord of Blood. I shouldn't use bleed here. Yet he's insanely weak to bleed. So, yeah, I 100% agree. I kind of wish they... just told you a little bit more about boss resistances so that you could play around it. The Bowley video, I think, is going to be coming out probably on Wednesday. So, it's the plan, I think. But yeah, I 100% agree with that, though. Oh, damn it. I could not tell you guys why I just did that. I thought he wasn't gonna follow up, and then I also thought even if he did, that this weapon would be fast enough, but it's not fast enough. What a mistake! Like, what am I doing, dude? That was insane. I guess that's the problem with like how I've gone about this run so far is that we're kind of just like jumping into it. I haven't like tested a lot of the bosses for openings. I'm kind of just going in. It's like thinking that I just can wing it every time. But I know now to obviously not do that. Yeah, I'm very surprised I wasn't fast enough to be able to roll out of that, dude. I'm also surprised he even followed that up because I thought it'd be far away enough. So 2 misjudgments there. Yeah, and usually I usually don't even do that on Godric. Usually I rotate around on that attack, but I don't even know what I was doing there. I think I didn't really like the terrain, so I just wanted to back out and try to be safer, but ended up being the opposite of that. I wonder how long it would take to get to Godric if we didn't do the Great Jar thing. What's... I don't charge R2 when he stuns, because this weapon's charge R2 is horrible. Really bad. But yeah, so Godric, he will do that follow-up if you're in range when, you know, he finishes that first little like spin attack or whatever the double attack is. And so I just thought 2 things. I thought I would have enough time to do a sprint attack and then him not, you know, roll the attack if he did it. But then I also thought like, oh, I'm going to be too far away so that he won't actually even do the follow-up. But I think maybe I just I went in early or whatever. But even then, dude, even if he didn't follow up, that probably still wouldn't have been safe. Because if he did the tornado, I'm mid-rolling, so I wouldn't have been able to roll out of it probably.
Hey, sir, but you, I can play turning root to aid you.
So that's probably just a huge mistake to not, first of all, roll into it. And yeah, should just try to be patient and just wait. Yeah, this is the R2. That R2, even since Dark Souls 1, that R2 has been horrible, and it remains horrible. It's so slow. It's a double hitter, which is usually bad. It's not a good attack. Should we change to our dark lighting, you guys? I might do it. Well, Tree Sentinel does get knocked back on the first hit, but actually this R2 does hit both times, even with the knockback. It's just jump attacks are honestly just better, I think. Maybe I'll switch it. Once we get to the Grace before the skip, I'll switch it over. Charger 2 does more poise damage. It does do more poise damage, yeah. Although I couldn't actually tell you the amount. I'm sure it's probably like 33 or something like that. Dude, I guess I have done no hit with Halberd before. I was actually just thinking, I was gonna say I haven't done a no hit run with the Halberd before, but we did a Dragon Halberd no hit run, dude. Like I should know all these openings properly, but I guess that was almost 2 years ago. So it was like a year and a half ago now, so. Well, I guess the multi-hit isn't necessarily bad. I think the charge attack with some of those heavy rapiers or whatever they're called, the heavy thrusting swords, I think they actually are pretty good. But just in the case of the halberd, that charger 2 is so slow, and it's just not good. Yeah, so you guys, if you know what, like we might just start getting the other arsenal charm instead, because I just keep thinking about it. And what it'll also do, this, like for the past 4 minutes, we've been running towards getting this. It would shift the early game so that what we would do is do Tree Sentinel, immediately go to Beastman, get the +1, and yeah, get the +1, probably pick up the Grace that's next to that shack, just for later. Or maybe not even, dude. And then go right to Henricus, and then... Actually, you know what? I guess... okay, never mind, because we kill this guy. It would still save a bit of time, and it would make the early game actually consistent. 100% capping on the 10 mil to end a run subject. I mean, you could think that, but I wasn't, though. Like, I think I just think about things differently than you, which is totally fine. But, yeah, I'm sure some people can't even imagine turning down that amount of money for any reason. But that's not how I think about things, dude. Which is totally fine. So, it doesn't matter if you don't believe it or not, because it's true, so... I guess cheesing the Knight's Cavalry would actually be... It wouldn't be more efficient overall, but it would be faster in the early game instead. Maybe. Also, it feels like it's a lot more safe to cheese Knight's Cavalry than this guy. And yeah, it's not that I don't understand that people would take it. Obviously, I do understand it. But I wouldn't... like I was saying, I'm in a very fortunate position at this point in time, and I don't know what I would possibly do with that. But if somebody's in a position where they're like desperate for money and they really need it and it would improve their life a lot, then obviously you take it, dude, right? But I'm perfectly fine with how things are right now. I'm actually like I'm more than fine. Please don't randomly turn like you just did. I'm gonna this branch seems to be a good spot to Puckrium, so. I know you're not looking at me, dude. And yeah, I guess it's just, that's how I've always been, dude. I've never, like, if I have enough to just survive, I don't need more than that, dude. Yeah, if you don't believe me, I don't care, dude. That's totally fine. I got a green screen, probably millionaire. Yeah, surely, dude. Yeah, I feel no need to try to, like, prove it or anything. Okay, please work so I don't have to reset again. Or just don't work so that I don't have to do this anymore. Because the next time I get hit by these guys, we're gonna route in the Arsenal Charm +1 and just call it a day, dude. I was going full in, by the way.
Maybe I'll give you the best nut ever.
Yeah, it's also, I guess, it also could be just what I enjoy doing, right? The stuff that I enjoy doing. If someone wanted to go, like, travel around everywhere and, like, buy a yacht and that's what made them happy to do, then it would make more sense for them to take it, but I have absolutely no desire for any of that stuff. Now, I've got my PC set up, and, I've already got, like, my hockey equipment and stuff. Like, I've got all the stuff that I enjoy doing already set up. And so, like, it wouldn't do anything, dude. Pogtama, thanks for the 5-month resub as well. But yeah, I recognize I'm also in like a very fortunate position. So
Maybe I'll give you the best nut ever.
I'm not saying you're like bad if you wouldn't take it or something. That's not at all what I'm saying. But nobody's seemed to think that that's what I'm saying. But I'm just saying that. Fidel, thanks for the brand new Prime sub as well. Why does this guy do this? I don't understand. Oh, fuck. Come on, you fucking idiots. The strat is it's so garbage, dude. It's not, but it also is at the same time. It's so garbage for no hit to do this. Triggering flash forces him to attack. I don't know if it does actually. Oh, go here. I'll just go cheese the Bellbearing Hunter now. This order doesn't actually matter at all. Have to do with... Yeah, like, that strat is really good for a normal playthrough if you're trying to get that talisman. And this is a good talisman, right? I have gotten it on other runs before, such as the... I think I got it on the shield-only build. And it's great for PvP. It's a really good talisman, but for no hit, it doesn't do anything really, right? And it's just a pain in the ass to get. So... But yeah, that strat right there, if you're doing a casual playthrough, and you're just wanting to get that talisman, that'll work like every time for you. Until the guy pushes you off like he did last run, but even then you just run back. No big deal. I do not have a max level character. And I probably never will, at least not one that's legitimately leveled up, unless I, you know. I did do a big marathon a couple years ago, probably about 3 years ago. 3.5 years ago in Dark Souls 3, where I took a character from level 1 to level 802, which is max level in DS3. And that was honestly so much fun, man. It was a huge grind, and I think it took about 5 days of constant playing the game. I streamed. I was playing for probably 18 hours a day or so. I remember the final day, I think it was 22 hours straight. And it was a lot of fun. But what am I doing here again? But yeah, that was in Dark Souls 3, where the way that the fastest way to level up in DS3, at least for the later levels, like for the last 400 500 levels, is to +1. Which also, I guess I didn't level up yet, but yeah, it's to just complete the game over and over and over again, because there's an NPC called Yol in that game, who if you have 15 hollowing basically, which just happens when you die, every single playthrough he gives you 5 free levels. And that's a lot, right? When you're talking from level, if I remember correctly, getting from level 801 to 802 took about 12 million souls, I believe. There's something around there. And that's not a small amount of souls to just go farm, right? And so he saves you millions and millions and millions of souls in that run. I mean, billions, probably. I don't know how many souls it takes to get to 802, but I don't remember. I remember during the time people were like telling me and calculating and all this stuff, but yeah, so it was fun because I was just beating the game over and over and over again. But farming to 802 or whatever the max level is, 7 something in this game is, yeah, 713 is just farming mobs, right? You're just farming mobs all day. That does not sound as fun as just beating the game over and over and over again. Holy, I'm doing a lot more damage now, man, because I upgraded my strength, I guess. So the highest character I've ever gotten legit in this game is we did a big marathon closer to when the game came out. And I beat the game, I think I beat the game like 50 times or so. And I got to, I think, level 400-ish. But yeah. So yeah, I don't think that sort of marathon would be fun in any of the other Souls games other than DS3. There's no way it's not 8. Do you mean 8 billion runes? It's not 8 million, that's for sure. I mean, when I do the master run all great runes, I end up with 8 million runes. Oh, for the last level cost, yeah. Yeah, that sounds about right. So I would like to do something like that, but it doesn't sound that fun to just farm the Mogwin frog dudes all day, right? People told me something Japanese. That's cool. You'd love to see it. Not a death at 159 again or something like that. Over 2 billion souls max level. Yeah, so yeah, Yol literally saves you billions of souls. I do wonder how long it would take to get to max level in this game. It probably wouldn't take that long, right? You just get to NG plus 7, go to Mogwin, assuming that you still one-shot all those guys on NG plus 7, and then it probably wouldn't take that long. Less than 24 hours, I would assume. But maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. If anyone's ever done it, they can tell me how long it took them. I don't like you, Henricus. I don't like you, dude. Well, no, there's no way it would take weeks. I'm talking in a number of hours total in-game. Because I guarantee it's faster than DS3, which took me, I think, it took me 80 hours in DS3 of gameplay. There's no chance it takes you that long, right? Next thing you know, we're going to start doing it to test it, man. I could be wrong, though. Maybe it does take that long. But I doesn't sound like it would, because that's a lot of runes per hour, dude. 20 million? Yeah, now we have to, dude. We gotta sit there farming Mogwin guys. I guess if I just felt like wasting time, we could do that. I'm gonna go for a second charge or two. Fuck it. Oh, he didn't even stun. How did he not stun from that? He really started recovering poise? I don't think so. I think it's because he did the sidestep. It would take just under 7 full days of playtime. Really? Really, it would take that long? So you're saying it would take like 150 hours, essentially.
You there?
Okay, 60 hours is more what I would expect it to be.
You red tarnished.
That sounds about right. What's going on, Abjo?
Always me.
I mean, do you guys think it'd be fun to do? What would I do the whole time that we're just farming? What would we do? Just like, I don't know. Media share? No, farming bosses would take way too long. That would take an immense amount of time. Because like I said, we basically did something similar to that. And after I think that marathon was about it was at least 120 hours. After that amount of time, I got to... Now, to be fair, I wasn't using optimal builds every playthrough because people were like requesting builds to use, but... Yeah, I got to basically level 400 after that amount of time. Which isn't... That's not even remotely close to max level. Get bored out of my mind doing that? Well, I don't know. I'm pretty patient, dude. I would honestly have no problem farming for that amount of time. I certainly could do it. Yeah, we could, I don't know. If I ever did decide to do that, for whatever reason, then I would definitely try to optimize as much as possible, calculate how much time it would take to determine if it actually makes sense to try to do that. Max level in one stream. Would that make a good YouTube video? Probably not, but it would definitely be clickbaity, that's for sure. Next thing you know, we got to get to max level in every Souls game now. Because I consider DS2, but I didn't do it for the same reason as why I haven't done any other ones. Is because the fastest way in DS2 to get to max level is to farm Giant Lord. But to be fair, that's a way more fun way to farm than to just farm a bunch of mobs, right? I would say. Because at least you're fighting a boss, right? I don't know the most optimal farm in DS1. I also don't know the most optimal farm in Demon Souls. Yeah, when I did the DS3 run though, I actually didn't optimize it. The most optimal way, I believe, to get to max level in DS3 is to farm the Ascendant Winged Knights in Archives first, for the first 300 or so levels, and then using Yule after that is better. I didn't really think about that because I just wanted to, beat the game a bunch of times using some fun builds, but then I quickly realized how long it was going to take, and then I kind of just started going to optimal builds after that. Because I was like, holy shit, this is going to take forever, dude. And yeah, it took like 6 days, 5 days or something like that. I think it took 5 days or 4.5 days or something. Oh, the Reaper in 4-2. Is that actually true? How many runes would you get on him on NG, like whatever the max NG cycle is in that game? Or souls, I guess. Take over 116 hours. I'm not gonna lie, I don't trust you guys because I've heard at least 4 different numbers so far that people are saying how long it would take. So I need to test it for myself. Because somebody said, you know, 60, somebody said 170, somebody said 116 now. Yeah, and I guess you would use Foulfoot on that, which you'd have to collect. I almost wonder if it's even worth using them. And the reason I say that is because, first of all, that takes time to use it, and it takes time to get it. So, sure, you're getting more runes. When it's active, you are getting, like, you know, 10% more runes. Or actually, I guess it's like, is it 30% more? That's a lot. But yeah, you'd have to get them. And at that rate, you know, it lasts, how long do they last for? Is it 3 minutes or something? I don't know. We can think about this later. Really hope we're able to get a stun here. So far, it's not looking so good. Just kidding. That was a headshot for sure right there, man. Not that we need it, but...
I am the Lord of all that is golden. And one day, we'll return together to our home, bathed in rays of gold.
Oh yeah, of course you would go with the Golden Scarab. I don't know if there's a helmet that gives you more in this game. But yeah, you would for sure go with the Talisman. Absolutely zero doubt about that. Any gear that would increase your rune gain that isn't duration based is easily worth it. I just don't know if getting all those Foulfoots would be worth it. Because what do you need to actually craft them? You have to actually kill the birds. You can't just buy up the materials, right? So would that be worth it? I'm not sure, man. Golden Scarab? Helmet? Where do you get that one from? Yeah, you need to farm the birds, yeah. Patches sells like 3 or something like that. Oh, there's no helmet? Okay, yeah. Oh, you need golden fireflies. So that's just an item you just pick up from certain locations, right? gonna just farm those. But yeah, it almost seems like it wouldn't be worth it. Because that part of it. Because you would literally have to get thousands, man, of those things. And all that time getting those, you're wasting time getting actual runes. So probably you wouldn't be getting those. You'd probably want to pick up some throughout the playthroughs. Because you get to NG plus 7, right? And then rush to Mogwin, I would assume. I don't think... It wouldn't be more optimal to do it on base NG, I would assume, because you're farming for such a long time. So, yeah, you just get to NG plus 7. And just start farming. And any of the foots that you can collect along the way would speed it up a tiny bit. But even then, not really that much. Way easier. Well, it's not that it's hard to do. It's that it takes a time, right? Because killing the birds, that would take a lot of time to farm up enough to get enough for the entire farm, dude. And I'm sure if you did the calculations, I'm sure it would be slower. Celebrant's Skull. Does that work even if you're not hitting with the actual weapon itself, but offhand it? Overkills. Well, yeah, apparently. That's all stuff. If we actually did this, I'd have to test the way to make it the most optimal. Well, yeah, the feat, if you just had the feat, it'd make it faster, but I don't think farming the feat first would make sense, because it would take many hours to get that amount that you would need. But yeah, you just have to calculate that, right? How much time on average it takes to get, like 1 foot or whatever, however many you get. And then, adding the amount of time it takes to actually use the foot every 3 minutes when you're farming the guys. If you could just buy them, then for sure it would be better. Like, if you could just buy the materials. Oh, and the birds don't even have 100% drop rate, right? Is that true? Oh, so that's even worse then. Yeah, so then there's no way you would do it. There's no way that would be faster if it's not even 100%. There's no chance, dude. No way. Is there still that rune glitch in the game where you can use... I forget. I'm sure it's patched. But you could use, like, that shield ash of ore and swap it with something else and you just get a boatload of runes when you're standing in it or something like that. Wonder if that still exists. Probably doesn't. If you guys know what I'm talking about. Yeah, there's that the glitch to jump off, but that's slow. That's super slow. What is that number, Skull? Some random number you just like smash your head on the keyboard or something? Did the math on what though? Like what even is that number, dude? That's that's not a number that is even probably possible to get in the game. Insane random lag. Triple OG, thanks for the raid, dude. How was your stream? I appreciate that. Let's go on Young Maddie as well. Yeah, we'll test it out eventually, I guess, dude. Because I'm just curious now. I don't know if I'm actually gonna do it, but there seems to be a lot of numbers floating around. Well, think what's hard, Taleb. Like, I don't think anything's hard. I think it's working out the amount of time. It's obviously not hard to do. If you're talking about the soul farming. I've played WoW a little bit, but not really, though. MMO that I've played the most is probably SWTOR. Yeah, I'm not talking about doing max level as a no-hit run, though, if that's what you think. I'm just talking about just doing it. Like, we could do a marathon at one point in time that would be getting from level 1 to max level. And we're just thinking about how long it would take. Not to, like, no-hit it, though. Because obviously I wouldn't no-hit that. Because that would be horrible, dude. But, yeah, I think you just beat the game. Beat the game 7 times. Get NG plus 7. Get the Sacred Relic Sword set up. I'm very curious about this overkill thing, though, because that's not something I've actually tested in this game. And I don't know if you're on NG plus 7. If first of all, if it actually happens, would you be able to do it on NG plus 7? And also, like, how many extra runes does it give you? Would it be better then to farm on a lower NG cycle so that you're getting more overkill or something? Like, I don't know, man. For some reason, I thought the overkill thing wasn't in this game. But people are saying it is, so... That's why I got all tested, dude. Yeah, and then if you don't use buffs, or if you need to use buffs on NG plus 7, that takes a lot of time, right? And so then probably it'd be better to farm on a lower NG cycle where you don't have to buff and all that stuff. So that all would have to be figured out. If you complete NG plus 7, you just go to NG plus 8. But the scaling is the final jump in scaling on the new game cycle stops at NG plus 7. So that's the only difference. That's why when people do challenge runs, they go NG plus 7 in this game. And usually the other Souls games are mostly NG plus 7 as well. I think DS2 stops the scaling at NG plus, or DS1 stops at NG plus 6.
Maybe I'll give you the best nut ever.
Vinny, thanks for the brand new Prime sub, dude. Honestly, I would not be surprised, you guys, if I go and test that overkill thing and it just doesn't exist. I wouldn't even be surprised at all. But so many people seem to say that it does exist and they've seen it, so I guess we'll see, though. It wouldn't be the first time I go to test something that so many people are convinced that exists and then it just doesn't exist. It would not be the first time. But we will see for ourselves eventually. But yeah, it probably does. But I'm just saying I wouldn't be surprised if it doesn't after we test it. All right, let's wait for nighttime. Go get the wet blade. My favorite cereal? I don't know, dude. Probably Crave. Kellogg's Crave cereal. Only hitless run ever that someone fights Henricus? Oh, for sure it is. And it's probably going to be the last one. 100%. Oh, we don't have to do this yet. Let's just go right to Red Wolf here. Neat sequence of jumps using crow quills to get up to Cemeteries of Ash from untended graves. To get up from, like you're saying, to the part where Champion Gundyr is, like past Consumed Gardens or whatever. It's interesting. If that's what you're saying. But it's not like you would be able to do anything with that, right? Or I don't know. Maybe you can. Yeah, remember people were trying to find a skip to get to Osiris from there, but like Crocos are late in the game anyways, so it wouldn't really do anything. Got hit by Congregation. Was it, what game was he in? Game 1 or? Recommend doing fist only in DS3? I wouldn't recommend that. It's just not fun. At least for me, it's not. I much prefer doing low damage runs where I can use a wide variety of weapons and stuff. Whereas fist, you're just doing fist and that's it. I don't find it that fun. Even though I did do a fist no hit run. But that's why I can say I don't recommend it. But yeah, if you just enjoy long boss fights, then like sure. Hate fighting Red Wolf so early, where we don't have a lot of damage and have to... or I guess it's more like fighting him so late, actually. If we just came here right away in the first 10 minutes and fought him, it wouldn't be so bad. But... I think it actually is worse than the Master Run. I think Master Run, I fight him earlier than this. Nice. Overkill gives 20% more, not 50%.
When I presume.
I don't know. I have no idea. We will find out, though. Let's go in Igno. This run is about no-hitting the game. All great runes, actually, not just the game. I was initially going to do 80%, but now I'm not. We're doing all great runes. But yeah, no-hitting it while using the build that Asmongold used in his first playthrough of the game. We're trying to be pretty accurate. We're not 100% accurate on everything, but we're mostly accurate.
Well, I.
What's the most wild card boss for no hit? What category are we talking? Are we talking all bosses or any percent or what? Because it really does depend a lot. I'm not sure if Asmon knows I'm doing this. I think apparently people said that somebody told him, but I don't actually know for sure. Oh, the sound is cutting? Can anyone else confirm that? Is the audio messed up? And if so, then like what audio is messed up? Is it the game or my mic or what? Okay, Twitch says it's fine, but it was somebody on YouTube who said that, so maybe YouTube's messed up. That was confusing when there's it's a bit more confusing when there's two sites you're streaming to, and then you know people are talking about issues. Like earlier, the stream died on Twitch. Oh, you had to reset YouTube. Okay, fair enough. But yeah, earlier the stream died on Twitch, but apparently YouTube was perfectly fine. So yeah. Maybe eventually I'll stream to even more platforms, dude. Because there's a lot of platforms I could stream to, and there's not really a reason not to, right? When you think about it. I could be streaming on Twitter. I could be streaming on TikTok. I could be streaming on all this stuff that people do. I'm not sure if there'd be much of a point, but I could. I guess, I don't know how many followers my account has on TikTok, but I really never check there. I think it's a couple thousand. I guess, I don't know, maybe some people would watch there. I have no idea. No 1440p? There should be. Are you not seeing 1440p right now? Ooh, that would be weird. Again, I'll check in a second. It should be 1440p on Twitch and YouTube. I stream on OnlyFans. Can you even stream there, dude? Yeah, 14. Yeah, but it was somebody on YouTube said. So maybe it's messed up. Let me check. Like it should be there. Yeah, no, 100% should be. There's 1440p. Maybe you gotta refresh or something. Maybe YouTube's kind of bugging out today. I don't know. Not sure what's going on. I have to go to the bathroom, you guys. I'm gonna go to the bathroom really quick. I will be back in a second. Okay. I switched to dark mode lighting, you guys. I messed up. I think I didn't I didn't get I didn't get spread out yet, I guess. Whoops. I guess it's fine. Whoops, dude. Okay. Well, I guess we're not using spread out. Surely she will not give me the moon attack. She can't. Surely, dude. I think I'm a bit lower on stats than normal here. Wait a second. +4. Is this why? Surely she won't do moon. Is the camera looking a bit messed up with this lighting, you guys? It wasn't yesterday, but it kind of looks like it's a little grainy or something. I can maybe try to fix that in a second. I did change some settings, which I probably shouldn't have changed, I guess. Kind of bluish. Yeah, it kind of does. Not sure why. Maybe it's just the lighting in the game, I guess, right? That's possible. The game that's on my screen and it's like showing on me. Maybe it's fine. Okay, time for Renala. That's what I thought, asshole. That's what I thought, dude. You love to see that, dude. I'm pretty sure the only RNG where we don't get that is when she does moon. Although, maybe I'm wrong, actually. I can't remember. Maybe she flies back and then does... If she flies back and then does maybe... No, I guess it's not, dude. Because she could do the projectile one. Where she flies back into that projectile and then probably your poise resets in time. I don't know. It's maybe like a... It's probably about a 50-50, actually, if we get that. Now, it's still looking kind of blue, isn't it? I mean, maybe it's blue because the chat thing that I'm looking at is blue. And I think that's what it is. Let me try changing to something else. Oh. Is it? No, it still kind of looks blue. Something's definitely off. Something's off for sure. And I kind of want to fix it. Because it's bugging me. There's a difficulty. What would I rank Barefist run? Compared to like what I've done or what? This is not normally where I go off. Honestly, in terms of what I've done, it's probably not even top 10. No hit runs are way, like, I think what people don't understand a lot of the time is just, you know, because even though a run is long like that, I first tried most of the bosses on it. And it's not a reset run, so if I die, there's not really many consequences on it. So, like, most of the no hit runs I've done are harder than that, I would say. And if you took the same person, clone them, and, you know, from scratch got one to do something like, I don't know. Let's just say DS3 80% no hit, and then the other one had to do Elden Ring Fist only. I would probably bet that the person who has to do the Fist only would finish before the DS3 no hit finished. That's what I would bet. I think that's probably true. So... And I think about the amount of time I spent on my first DS3 no-hit run versus how long the Fist run took. I'm sure the no-hit took me, like, way more time. Probably 3 to 4 times more time than the Fist run. So... And I also went into the Fist run without any testing. I didn't test any strats. I didn't pre-plan at all. I just went into it. And that's part of what made it way harder, right? If I spent time trying to figure out the optimized strat for Gideon or beforehand, and I tested the fire giant, you know, fire breath dodge going between his legs and all this stuff, the run would have been even easier, dude. I could probably, what I was saying the other day, I bet you that I could go right now and do a no death Fist only run. Probably first try. I probably could. And I'm not, like, maybe I couldn't. Maybe I messed up something, but I would feel pretty confident that I could. And so, yeah, I think it's easier, dude. It's a different type of difficulty, and I have no issues with fighting bosses for hours at a time. I have absolutely no issues. I do that anyways when I practice fights. So yeah. And yeah, there were a bunch of comments when we posted the Master Run video. The title was the hardest Elden Ring run so far, which I think is probably true. At least for me, the hardest run I've done so far. A bunch of people were telling me, not just asking or whatever. They were telling me that the Fist only run was harder. I'm the one who did it. Like I know which one was harder because I did it, dude. And yeah, even for sure, the Master Run would have taken me more hours than the Fist only run. Like undoubtedly it did, because the Fist only run I think was 60 hours. And again, that's with no pre-planning or anything like that. Whereas in total, the Master Run probably took me more than that, with all the preparation, all the routing, all the practicing of the bosses, all that stuff. So, and yeah, I think the discrepancy comes from doing a reset run versus a non-reset run, probably. Even though I guess you could say that, you know, fighting a boss for like 4.5 hours is resetting on that's pretty bad, but it's just you're doing the same thing for that amount of time, right? A fire giant fight, you're fighting fire giant. That's all you're doing. You're not going through different sections of a run. You're not fighting 100 different bosses or anything like that. So yeah, that's why I felt like the Fist only run isn't one of the harder runs I've ever done, for sure. I don't think so. Now, if you break it down to, like, boss fights, I would say Gideon is one of the harder boss fights I've had to do. If you want to break it down like that. Let me see if I can fix my... I kind of want to fix my lighting, dude. It's something... Or, no, it's not the lighting, it's the camera settings. Because last time, when I streamed like this, it kind of looked good, I thought. It kind of looks off right now, so let me see if I can fix that. 1 second. Okay, I'm not sure. It's kind of looking the same, actually. I don't know. Maybe it's just the blue, like, chat window that I'm looking at. Not sure what it is. Maybe it's just because we're in Liurnia. I do think it looks maybe a little bit less, like, grainy, maybe. I don't know, man. I guess it's fine.
Hello. Hell, it's rather my mistress. I was a. Could I ask that thug only if you've.
It's so funny how she says that. Sounds like she's saying "fuck me" every time.
Oh yeah, thank you, kind. Did I forget to? I seek you a very to steady such, please. Rave tarnished.
Every single time. Dude, it's only 5:30. I was thinking the hockey game was about to start soon, but I guess I didn't start streaming too late today. It was still pretty late. It was like 2:30 or something, right?
Take my hand. Give me. I will pray.
Or I guess maybe 3. But yeah, so the bow only run, you guys, is the plan is that it's going to come out on Wednesday. I don't know if that's 100% confirmed, but I think that's the plan. Because I know how many people have been asking about that run for a long time. Ever since I started posting on YouTube consistently, basically at the start of this year, people have been asking me to do a bow only all bosses run, and then we did it. And then, yeah, so the actual video will be coming out in a couple days. I wonder if we have to redo all the runs once the DLC comes out, man. I actually didn't even think about that until right now. Because for no-hit runs, it's easy. It's just the base game, all bosses, no-hit run is just is one category. And, you know, of course, there's going to be another category doing all bosses, including the DLC. But I never really thought about that for the casual runs I've done, though, because I don't really want to do another bow-only all bosses, including the DLC. Maybe you just, I don't know. I have to think about that. Not looking cold anymore, you guys. This is the immersive camera lighting. Mimicking the game. Maybe it was a mistake to do all those runs. Because they're going to be adding more gear in the DLC, right? They're going to add more shields, more bows. When they did Dark Souls 3, they added literally the best bow the best great bow in the game in the first DLC, which is Millwood great bow. It's just far and away the best great bow in the game.
Maybe I'll give you the best
Power
nut
creep,
ever.
yeah, I guess so. Wakito, thanks for the 3-month Prime sub. Welcome back. Yeah, surely they'll add the poise break talisman in the DLC. 10% more poise damage. There's no way they will. That'd be so broken. Actually, would 10% be broken? What it would be insane for is the club weapon class, because those things don't need... They deal 39.6 poise damage per charge R2. And if you know, anything that does over 40 poise damage a hit is insanely strong. Because most bosses in the game have a multiple of 40 poise. Most bosses have 80 poise, actually, if you're just looking at every boss in the game. So that means that, you know, if you're dealing 40 poison damage, you poison break them in 2 hits. If it's 100, it's 3 hits and so on, right? And so when you think about it, 39.6 poison damage means that you have to do 2 R2s plus an extra hit. Which is, you know, it does make it significantly worse. There was actually a patch where they buffed clubs to dealing more than 40 poison damage a hit. And they were busted as hell, man. And then they nerfed it again. They buffed it and then immediately reverted back on the next patch. Which was hilarious, because there was a moment where clubs were so insane. Just poise breaking everything so fast. They're already pretty good. But yeah, I mean, dealing over 40 poise damage is crazy. I wish I could change the... So the way I look at chat is on this like restream thing, restream.io. Is it just like it's a very easy way to combine both of the chats. But I don't think I can customize anything other than like the font size. Can't change the background color. I don't, not that I've seen at least. Maybe I can, but... Give me a fireball, please. I think that's all right. Looking for a poise break here. We're not getting it. There it is. So I'm either going to use Sleep Mist or do the skip. I'm not really sure which one. I mean, maybe I should just sleep him, dude. It's definitely less of a cheesy thing to do than to skip him entirely. I'm not really sure what I'm going to do. People voted to skip. It was like 52% of people voted skip. 48% voted to sleep them. So, I'm not sure which one I should do. Because it's so close, right? And obviously, this is not a democracy. Dictatorship. And I decide what goes. Usually that guy's not turned around like that. No, honestly, though, any pull that happens here just doesn't matter, basically, because most of the time I just decide whatever I want to. Or basically every time I do, actually. There's been several times where I've done pulls And it's like, okay, what do you guys think? And then I just pick the opposite or something. So I'm for some Richard. But no, it's not even my intent at the start to just not listen to the poll. It's that I don't like the answer that was picked. And then I just do whatever I want.
Maybe I'll give you the best nut ever.
Or usually I'm like undecided on something, right? I'm like, okay, I'm not sure what I want to do. I'm going to make a poll. But then by the time the poll has finished, I've actually like made up my mind. And so yeah. Oh boy, I should not have done that. Okay, I'm actually kind of lucky I got the poison attack there. I'm not sure if I got this attack if I would have had enough stamina to roll out of it. I see why the Canadian government is the way it is. Yeah, surely, dude. Surely I'm part of the Canadian government. That's number 1. Number 2. Number 3. Man, Minnesota fired their coach? How come the Sens can't just do that, man? I don't understand. What is wrong with them? Why can't they just do that? Coaching is majorly important in hockey, yes. It is majorly important. Maybe not to the same degree as in a sport like football, I guess, right? But probably like a tier lower than that would be how important coaching is in hockey.
Even he was with any road that we made, we hunted and with every
There's no way they're waiting for the end of the season. There's no way, dude. I don't think so. That'd be so disappointing if that's true. No, I think, like, if they are waiting for something, it's waiting for a GM, right? I could see that. Even that would be not ideal, though. Like, that, if they wait for a new GM, which could take until the end of this month or later, then it's already too late. I think. Like, the season could be just over by then. Which, for the Sens, that's what always happens, right? They always come out of the early, you know, first 2 months of the season or so, and they've already lost so many games that they just can't make their way back. Even though, usually, at the turn of the year, in the second half of the season, they're actually a pretty good team, usually, but that's after they've already played themselves out of a playoff spot. So, if they wait too long, then it's already over, dude. And like, they're 8-8, which is disappointing. But it's actually better than they have been the past few seasons. So, like, who knows, man? But the Sens coach right now, the head coach, and just, like, their entire coaching staff, it's some of the longest tenured coaches in the league right now. Like, active coaches. And his... Like, sure, he was on a rebuilding team for a couple years, but... Like, man, his record is so bad. And even with a team that's so much better now than it was a couple years ago, they're still returning bad results. So, I don't know, man. Like, and you can see it. You can see it on the ice as well. That's the most frustrating thing. Just horrible decisions. Literally last game, they started out the game with their fourth line against the Islanders' fourth line. And the reason why that's such an absolutely mind-boggling thing to do, first of all, starting your fourth line is like... That really doesn't happen anymore in hockey when, you know, maybe it used to happen a bit more when people would start scraps if teams had rivalries or something, but that wasn't the case. But they just had a 6-day break of rest. And they start their fourth line against the other team's fourth line. Like, who knows why the other team started their fourth line, because they're stupid, I guess. But it's just insane, dude. Like, that's just, like, and that's not even all the examples, but I don't know. I've been saying for probably 2 years now that they need to swap up their coaching, and they still have not done it. Like, that's when it was apparent, about 2 years ago. But I think the reason they haven't is because all the players like the coach. And, like, I don't know. That's what it seems like. So it's either the players suck or like, and they actually are playing to the potential and it's just not as high as anybody thought. Or they just can't recognize that they're being, like, not used to their full potential. It is very frustrating to watch, though, man. It's really frustrating. I could change purple to green, except I don't, like, I don't know. I guess I could. But the splits are never going to be another color. Like, I don't know. No, I'm not a Philly fan at all. I'm a Senators fan. I feel like the Flyers are doing better than the Suns this year so far, actually. I thought. Yeah, Rangers are looking good so far. Surely won't win the President's Trophy and lose in the first round. Surely, dude. Yeah, I think the Sens are probably going to get smoked today, honestly, man. It just, I don't know. It's almost surprising that they're even 500 right now with how they played a lot of the games. I don't really watch other sports. What's the Boston special? But that also happens a lot, right? Where the team. I wonder what percentage of the time that happens, where the team who finishes with the most points in the regular season just loses in the first round. Like, it's probably a very small percentage of teams that win or that get the most points in regular season and go on to win the cup. I'm sure it's not a high percentage. Which I guess makes sense. It's obviously really hard to win the cup in the playoffs and stuff, but... Yeah, even just getting eliminated first round. It seems like it happens way more often than it should. Give too much during the season? I don't think it's any answer that's as simple as that. I think what I think it is that playoffs are just different, right? The same things that can be really good in the regular season don't necessarily mean that it's going to be really good during the playoffs when you're playing against a team potentially 7 games straight. So I think that's probably more what it comes down to. I mean, look at Toronto, for example, right? Like they've had over 100 points for the past, I don't know how many seasons in a row, yet they always get smoked in the playoffs, dude. Every year, they get destroyed in the playoffs. They won 1 round last year, and then got 1 win in the second round, and lost in 5 games. Like, I don't know, dude. Okay, we got the Strength Talisman. We didn't get the Physic yet, I guess. Yeah, I could do that, Mini Daniel, but I actually don't remember my first playthrough, and I don't remember the exact details of my first playthrough, and I didn't stream it, a lot of it, so... Yeah, that's definitely true, CFS, yeah. I mean, that's a huge part of it. I mean, Florida last year is a perfect example, I would say. You know, had probably an underwhelming regular season, squeaked into the playoffs, and then just start dominating all these teams that you would think are just way better than them. Yeah, everything kind of came together during that run. And then obviously got stomped off in the finals when, you know, their team was insanely injured and all that stuff. It's definitely one of the major issues the Suns have had this year. Like, they always seem to deal with injuries. I mean, every team deals with injuries and stuff, but... Oh, I fucked up. As I was talking. And I was going to use the Physic before I ran back in, but yeah, every team deals with injuries and all that stuff, but this year for sure, the Suns get injured seemingly every year. Players, like top players, get injured, all this stuff. But this season has been particularly bad with that. So they haven't been since their first 2 games with an actual full lineup, like their actual NHL lineup. And so like that, when it's key players too, it's brutal, man. Goalies, key players, it's just all bad. Post him. Very satisfying way to kill this boss. Did some testing farming runes, NG plus 13. Takes about 1 million runes, takes about 2 minutes to farm. 56 hours, give or take. That sounds about right to me. That definitely sounds like it's in the reasonable range. Canada dominates it. Or wait, you don't know too much about hockey in Canada, but Canada dominates it and not Americans? Well, that's actually not really true. Like, it kind of is true. It's been true for the last 100 years or whatever, but there's a lot of really good American players now, dude. But yeah, Canada, I mean, it's hard to know because there's no professional hockey in the Olympics, really. Or there's no best on best in the Olympics. So, unfortunately, I think Olympic hockey is the absolute best, man. It's so good. But yeah, so it's hard to know for sure. Oh, I forgot to get the talisman slot. Young Noble, thanks, dude.
I only find you have now to become the thing as much.
But yeah, for sure, if you go back in the history of like the you know, hockey at the Olympics with NHL players or just the best players in the world, for people who are wondering, right now, NHL players are not allowed to play in the Olympics, so that's why hockey in the Olympics, like, maybe it's still decent, but it's not the best players in the world on each team, so it's not nearly as interesting. But yeah, if you go back in history, for sure Canada would have the most gold medals, I would assume. Like, especially like 30 years ago. But yeah, at this point, it would be very close. Like, if you look at the lineup for like a Team Canada versus Team USA in the Olympics with the best players, it would be so fun to watch, man. And probably, like, US arguably has an edge, actually. Arguably. Hey, did we get a +9 already? I did. +9, strength talisman. They're just not allowed to play. Like, that's just the rules. Not because of the Olympics doesn't allow them, but the NHL doesn't allow them. Russia's also good, but yeah, I mean, Russia's usually good too. Definitely like the top 3. But I'm not sure if at this point in time they would be on the same level as Canada and the US. And Sweden's also, you know, back in like early 2000s, Sweden, I believe they did win a gold medal in, I don't know what year it would have been, but with like Alfie and all the, you know, Sundin and those guys. Had an absolutely stacked team. Finland's good too, but maybe not, again, not the same level as all those other ones I talked about, probably, overall. Yeah, 06. It's just, I think it's just because of the business part of it, Capri, probably, right? And it is pretty bad. If players go over and get hurt in the Olympics, Like, let's say Connor McDavid goes to the Olympics, gets injured. You think the NHL is going to like that? Not really, because it's a business and McDavid would draw in a lot of money. And if he's not playing, then, like, that's not a good thing, so... That's certainly a big part of the reason. Well, McDavid was hurt. Yeah, I'm not sure if he still is, if it's lingering, but I mean, doesn't he got what, like 9 points in the last 2 games? So I think he's all right, probably. Power play: McDavid, McKinnon, Makar, Crosby, Bedard. Yeah, that'd be so disgusting, dude. Yeah, that'd be absolutely disgusting. Although I don't know if Bedard is, like, on that level quite yet. He's close already. But I'm sure there's probably somebody else right now that you could slot on who'd be better. Music a bit weird. If it's sounding like wavy or whatever, sometimes you just gotta refresh Twitch or something. Yeah, the U18 is always good for sure. Yeah, I always watch the World Juniors. Mainly because I'm interested in the Sens prospects that are there. But it's also just, like, it's, I don't know. I've just always watched it every year. You know, Christmas would happen, and then it's just World Juniors. Every year. Oh, for sure, Cabri. Yeah, I don't like it, but it's just, I think that's just how they think about it. Also, hockey's not even close to the biggest sport in like North America, right? The amount of money that's in the NHL is significantly less than something like basketball, baseball, football, stuff like that. I agree, Shogun. Dude, I hated him, man. I hated him because, you know, all I would see on TSN and all this stuff is like Crosby all the time. And so I just got annoyed with it. Bedard's kind of been the same, but I don't really watch TV as much now, so I don't... I also don't, like, that was when I was younger, and I don't really care anymore, obviously. But yeah, when he scored that goal, dude, I was freaking out. And I still didn't like Crosby, but then when he scored it, I was like, okay, shit, dude. Maybe like the best goal of all time, almost, or like one of the most. At least in Canada, that's probably the most like important goal I feel like that's ever been scored, almost. If it's not, it's at least in the conversation, dude. And so yeah, after that, I'm like, okay, well, I guess it's fine. Guess I don't hate him. Even though back, you know, in 2017, he fucking carried the Penguins past the Sens in the conference final, so I went back to hating him after that. I would say. Insane build. Using Asmon's $2 stake. Yeah, the team, dude, the US team would be insane, man. And it'd be fun to see the two Kachucks playing together as well. I mean, they probably wouldn't be on the same line, but I mean, arguably, I would say the Team US would have better goaltending, almost for sure, right? It kind of seems like since, I don't know, since Carey Price, now there haven't been as many really good Canadian goalies, man. Maybe I'm wrong and I'm forgetting somebody, but... But who would the U.S. have? Like, Hellebuck, I guess, who's obviously top tier. I mean, Russia would obviously have the best goalies. Like, no question right now, but... I like, who would be Team Canada's goalie, man? I don't even know. Like, who's been playing well so far? I don't know, man. I can't even think of who it would be. Like, maybe... Bennington, maybe. Like, Carter Hart, maybe. I don't know, man. There's no chance it'd be Fleury. There's no way. Surely Price could just come back and play, right? I'm sure he could, dude. Win another gold medal? Such a loss for hockey that best U.S. players only compete against each other? What do you mean by that? Oh, yeah, I've always liked Price. I've always hated Montreal, but I've always liked Price, man. Like, I feel so bad that he never won a cup or anything. Like, he obviously won every other award possible, basically, but... Probably the best player to ever not win a cup, I feel like. Or at least, he's at least one of them. Best goalie, for sure. You know, even Lundqvist, I would say. Like, Lundqvist is close, but... Alright, let's go kill this Omen guy. Russia allowed to play in international tournaments? Generally, no. Like, in the last few World Juniors, Russia's not been involved. And honestly, like, it must suck so much, though, for the, you know, like, the Russian players who just have nothing to do with it. And, you know, if you've had your, like, dream of always playing in the NHL and now it gets majorly complicated by all this garbage that's going on. That would suck, man. Okay, so we got that. Time for the quest line, dude. I'm not really into doing like blindfolded runs, honestly. I like just playing the game and changing my builds in the game, but doing challenges that are kind of external from the game, I'm not really into them. You know, such as, you know, dance pad runs or whatever it is, one-handed controller run. I just don't really care to do those.
You claim what? My dad, words are truly, I believe. Even
I don't know if it's modern times, Lucas. It depends what you mean by modern, but it's not like this is anything even close to new. If you mean modern as in the age of humans, then sure. But Aiden Hill, yeah, I guess it'd definitely be a consideration. Where's Aiden Hill even playing right now? Like, he's not a starter for anybody. Oh, is he still on Vegas? I thought. Why did I think he got traded? Okay. Well, there you go then. I guess I don't follow Vegas that closely. Yeah, I guess for sure then. Yeah, probably. Is Aiden Hill the starter or is Thompson the starter for Vegas right now? You know, it is kind of hard to judge with goalies sometimes because Cam Talbot is a perfect example. A recent example of what, you know, like obviously most hockey fans know this, but it can be really hard to judge a goalie sometimes because the team defense plays such a role in how a goalie performs. And yeah, Cam Talbot. So he played for the Sens last year. Sens have one of the worst team defenses in the league. Like, undebatable. They're just so bad at playing defensively. And Cam Talbot, like, he was battling some injuries and stuff as well, but he was not good for the Sens. He was horrible. But then he goes to a team that is very defensive-oriented in LA. And next thing you know, he's putting up huge numbers, and he's looking so good over there. And you know, I think, you know, he's healed up, and he's probably healthy, so that helps, but it's also that he's not playing for a garbage defensive team that has to outscore their problems. Right? And coaching plays a role in that. Personnel plays a role in that. All that stuff. So yeah, with Aiden Hill, I don't know if he's, like, it's hard to tell because Vegas is such a good team. But he's obviously good too. Is he, like, that good? I'm not sure. Wait, what's the Asmongold build? Whine and quit halfway through? No. No, that is not the Asmongold build. Also, I definitely missed this Prime sub. Cyborg, thanks for the brand new Prime sub, dude. Successful streamers don't usually drink alcohol. Are you just randomly saying that, or? Oh, what's my favorite cocktail? Yeah, I don't have one. Dude, you think is that surely is a meme, right? That has to be a meme. No way. But no, the build is it's the same build he used on his first playthrough, which is in that command right there. That's the third one, right? But no, he basically destroyed the game on his first playthrough with this build. Behind on the YouTube VOD, heard there was something about turning down a huge amount of money. Well, basically somebody said if they paid me like $10 or $20, would I throw the run? And I said if it doesn't matter what amount of money somebody offered me, I would not throw the run. And then people were saying that I was like capping or something, but
You have a I wish to a night luminary so. Now.
And I was just describing how I'm perfectly fine how I am right now. And if I had like some crazy amount of money, I like literally just nothing would change. And so there's no point. And especially if it's somebody donating it, I'd rather, you know, I'd rather make money from some like corporation or some shit than an actual person watching my stream. Overall.
Please, be safe.
I'm sorry, lady. What about having fancy cars? Oh, dude, how could I forget about that, man? Yeah, I need my fancy car. True. Forgot about that. I need my, like, Lambo. Okay, you're right. I would take it, surely. For the Lambo.
And with this, a knight. Now, this...
Hold my finger.
Oh, good heavens. Clench your teeth or something. Never, it is what you have. Oh.
What do I find more satisfying? A run where everything goes as planned, or a run after something goes wrong and I salvage it? Easily a run where everything goes planned. I like when things go as I'm expecting them to, and everything's calculated. Definitely gonna have to go to the bathroom before Moog here, dude. Yeah, I agree. They definitely should have added covenants in this game, or just more incentives to do PvP, I think. Now, it doesn't really affect me that much. But they still should have done it, probably. Or I still think they should have done it.
Maybe I'll give you the best nut ever.
Young Posse, thanks for the 5-month resub, dude. I appreciate that. Yeah, we were talking about yesterday how Hunter put out a short where I killed the Blackblade Kindred on the bow only run. And I was basically saying how, like, Souls PvP is bad. And we were talking about it the other day, and I was just getting roasted, dude, by by people. But obviously, I still stand by what I said. I'd agree. Yeah, the Souls PvP, it's... Well, it's actually the opposite. I do enjoy doing it, but it's not good, man. It's pretty rough. Fundamentally, it's bad. It's, like... There's a lot of issues plaguing it that make it not fun for people to do. And that's why it's not more popular than it is. Or it's at least one of the reasons why. There's a lot of good things about it. But in order to actually, like, enjoy the good things, you have to get past the fundamental bad things about it. So. Okay. Plus 10. Let's level up. Go get the raptor feathers. Yeah, latency is horrible. Matchmaking is horrible. Netcode bad. And those are all, like, those are so important for PvP, right? If you like, just imagine it this way. If someone's like, okay, I want to do some PvP or whatever, in DS3, I want to farm some Covenant items, I'm going to try PvP. They go in, they get matched up with some 300 ping guy, 300 MS ping guy. And if you watch when I did tons of evasions in DS3, you would know how absolutely horrible it is. Like, the fact that that's even possible to be matched up with somebody like that is atrocious, but... You know, it's peer-to-peer, and so there's not a lot of consistency. There's no, like, servers that people connect to that can, like, filter out, you know, whatever. And so, yeah, you're fighting somebody with insane latency, and you're getting hit by literally 2 weapon lengths away. And that's just how it goes. Even on better latency, even somebody who's got, you know, a fairly average latency to you, you will still have that happen. And so you have to rewire your brain to understand the spacings that you need, the timings and all this stuff, and like the phantom hits with phantom status effect procs. All that stuff is bad, man. It's all bad, and it doesn't feel good when you do PvP. So to enjoy it, you gotta get past that, which I have personally. You know, if I didn't, then I wouldn't have had thousands of hours in PvP in these games, but you got to get past that. And it's, you know, and then it can start to be fun when you get into all the other builds. I still don't prefer Elden Ring PvP over at least Dark Souls 3. I just feel like the balancing is kind of off in this game, and I don't like the open world invasions, all that stuff. And I mostly did invasions. I didn't really duel very much, because I find the invasions to be more fun. But yeah, in this game, I don't think the level layouts support invasions as well overall, especially open world. And so yeah, there's all this stuff, man. All this stuff that Souls PvP does not do well. And it's just, you can't deny it, dude. It's just a fact. So yeah, again, what I say, like, even though it's not good, things that are bad can still be fun to do, right? And I would say that's the case with Souls PvP. Yeah, I just think the balancing is really off in this game for PvP, and that's why I haven't done more of it. I would honestly rather, if I wanted to do PvP, I would go back to DS3 and do it instead of play this game. And that's what a lot of PvPers have done. Like, a lot of PvPers that I knew from DS3, you know, they did Elden Ring PvP for a bit, but then it's like, okay, I'm just gonna go back to DS3 because it's, you know, it's a better balance, especially before the poise patch, right? When passive poise was a thing in PvP, it's just so bad. And that's part of the reason why the older Souls games PvP is not good. DS1 is, you know, is the one you immediately think of, with poise being just such a joke. And it totally ruins the flow of PvP in these games. So when they patched it to fix it, to make it poise not as big of a deal, then it did make it better, and it made me more tempted to try it out, but there's still all the balancing issues with the Ash of Wars and the damage being so high and all this stuff. Elfman, thanks for the 1,000 bits, dude. I appreciate it. I'm gonna go to the bathroom before we fight this guy, you guys. I will be back. Okay. Tough boss time. I don't think that we've actually gotten the good RNG for phase 2 yet, like the early stun on a run. Surely this time we'll get it. Okay. This is the RNG, where we should be able to get this. Is my damage just way lower than normal here? Whoops. God damn it, dude. Fucking idiot. Whoops. Well, we made it harder on ourselves, even though we kind of... God damn it, dude. Shit. It's fine, I guess. But yeah, Asmongold, of course, did use the raptor feathers on that fight, which I forgot. Whoops. All right, let's continue. I just made it harder on myself, you guys. So if anything, it's more impressive. Surely. My chat stopped scrolling for some reason. Yeah, yeah, run actually invalid, dude. Yeah, it's because I had to go to the bathroom, so I forgot to put it on, dude. Yeah, if I actually did have the Raptor's Feather on, then he would only be one hit away after that riposte. But yeah, finally we got the RNG where we can get that stun in phase 2. Nihil is unavoidable, yeah. Unless you kill him before it happens. The only way. Still a good fight, though. I mean, getting that RNG is really nice. Okay, so I'm gonna fight this guy now. This guy's a little scary. I forgot to actually level up there. We got it. All right, we're back to the upgrade setup part. This is where I did get hit yesterday. Yeah, we get to plus 23. That's what Asmongold did. So, all the way to plus 23. And it does take a little bit of time, but it's actually not too bad. It just sucks when you get hit during this segment, which I did. Again, I got hit yesterday in this tunnel. I mean, that's actually the second time I've been hit on this split, because I got hit very early, like a couple days ago, on like one of the first runs. I got hit by that gargoyle there. We're not matching his stats because he killed a lot more bosses than I will on this, and he was a much higher level. But for the most part, our strength is pretty close to what his strength is at. Worst boss with this setup? It's hard to say. The normal setup is so much stronger than this that I really don't know. Maybe Moog, actually, but could be Radabeast as well. On most builds, even level 1. Level 1 builds will script Radabeast, whereas this doesn't. Right? And Elden Beast is a very tricky fight if you're not killing him quickly, so. And same with Radagon, too, right? What? Oh my god, dude. What the hell? I didn't even see him come out there. But yeah, I guess, so that guy's like a scripted run-out pattern he does. But and I guess I was too close and he did. It didn't aggro to me. Holy, dude. Just ran a bit too close to the door, I guess. That's so funny. That would have sucked if I got hit again there. That'd have been so bad. 2 hits in Celia Tunnel. Alright, next stop is Altus Tunnel. Now, Altus Tunnel is where the Arsenal Charm +1 is. So, if we eventually stop getting the Great Arsenal Charm, or whatever it's called, then this is the point at which we would get the other version. See, I wish they would make a patch so that I could just rest at this Grace and then fast travel out instead of having to fully exit the tunnel. So annoying. Assassin's Gambit the same as Silent Armor and Unseen Form? I guess it probably is the same, yeah. I'm not 100% sure on that. Let's go on Panda. That was not good. was really not good. The guy did throw a thing at me. As I got stuck. Any suggestions for a no death run for what? Like, what does that mean? Like for a build? I don't know. I usually just say use something you haven't used before. More fun that way. Yeah, learn and then win. It would be more efficient to pick up these smithing stones up here as we're running through to Noble. But it's a lot more comfortable to get this with Assassin's Gambit, so that's why I do it this way. Okay. So the sewers now, I guess. What's better, incantations or sorcery? Sorcery is probably more versatile overall. But they're both good. A Christmas no-hit run? I guess I don't have anything planned now. At least not like that. Whoa. That was interesting. Almost an actual hard landing on that ledge. Haven't seen that before. Maybe I shouldn't be walking around with this many runes, just in case I do need a Memory of Grace out of something. It'd be nice to not have to be short 500k. But we do need to keep a bunch of runes so that I have enough to actually upgrade the weapon, though. Yeah, so what we're doing right now, Asmongold got a plus 23 Gargoyle Halberd before fighting Goldfree, and it's just because he explored a lot, and you know, by the time he got a weapon that he also wanted to use, he just had a bunch of the upgrade materials saved up. And so we are in the middle of all that collection of upgrade materials. I'm sure there's not many people who had a plus 23 weapon going into the Goldfree fight, dude. Only there was a skip from this section into that pipe right there. If only. Because this little segment is so annoying with all the imps and stuff. It's brutal. Can make that jump. You definitely cannot make that jump directly, but maybe, I don't know, maybe there's some ledge you can land on, I guess. Not that I know of, though. Well, we don't use elevator skip because we're not even trying to really get down to Sewer Moog. That's one of the goals. But the main goal is to get all the upgrades, right? And a ton of the upgrades are in this tunnel. So doing the skip, we tested it. Doing the skip takes you to a section that's, you know, before this part anyway. So if you try to backtrack. And so, yeah, it just doesn't really make sense. Yeah, the skip is definitely nice for normal runs, but like I said, in this case, we need the upgrade materials that are in this tunnel. And when you do the skip and try to backtrack from it, the way back is through a shortcut. So and then the shortcut takes you past. It's right before that room where the omen is. That's where the shortcut takes you to. And yeah, the reason we can't just like come back up, at least as far as I'm aware, is because because this drop right here. This is the drop that you have to take. And so yeah, you can get back into this tunnel, but the way back is through the shortcut, which is super far down the tunnel. And so you can't just like walk back up from here. Or else that 100% would be the strategy. We could. Okay, so we should be looking pretty good here. We need 1 more 6, which is here. 1 more 7, which is in Mogwin. And then 4 more 8s, which are in Mogwin. So let's go there now. I got that grease down there, right? Because we actually do need to go down there at some point. Not to fight Moog, even though Asmongold does fight Moog. But to yoink his talisman that he's got in there. Weird how Omen Moog is still alive after you beat Moog. I agree, yeah. I'm not a fan of the duplicate bosses, but I do think it's cool that you can skip Margit, which is what we do on the Master Run. We, you know... We kill Morgott before we kill Margit on the All Great Runes Master Run, so we can just totally avoid Margit, which I think is cool. But yeah, it's a shame you can't do... I wonder why they did it that way. Yeah, it's a shame you can't do the same with the Sewer Moog. Because he's a monster, right? He's an absolute monster because, especially for the Master Run, he can't affect him with statuses, dude. So... He's going to be an absolute monster to take down when we do, like, all, you know. Well, I guess, I guess if we were to do all remembrances. Oh, I didn't aggro.
Maybe.
Huh.
I'll give you the best
I
nut
didn't aggro the
ever.
big guy this time.
Simply get good RNG on Godskin Duo and Capital City Gargoyle and win.
I'm just going to get out of here. I'm too scared of an enemy detecting me. Floppy Wiener, thanks for the 9-month Prime sub, dude. Surely. Although I'm actually going to be sleeping Godskin Duo on this one. Because I've decided to do that. Okay, we got most of the upgrade. Let's go to Outer Wall. Or get just a Force Ghost of Morgoth? I think so, but like Moog is kind of the same, no? Or actually, no, you know what? What I believe, I'm not a lore guy, but what I believe is actually the case is that Sewer Moog is a projection from Morgoth, right? I thought that was the case. And so it should probably be when you kill Morgoth, then. Because isn't Morgoth trying to, like, protect the fucking whatever it is? Yeah, same with Godfrey. Yeah, exactly. So I don't know. I don't know why they didn't do the same thing, because I do like that idea. I think it's cool. But so yeah, I'm not really sure why. Maybe they just thought if they did that with Moog, Sewer Moog, then people would just skip them, right? All the time. Because I'm sure a lot of people go through the capital before they go into the sewers. And so they probably were thinking, like, okay, we put this boss here. We don't really want people to skip him. And so I guess we're just going to, you know, not make him disappear. Even though I really don't think Moog Lord of Blood's such a cool boss. I don't think they needed to put a second one. Kind of cheapens the main boss a bit, I feel. Yeah, Margaret's susceptible to status. Yeah, I don't know. It's kind of weird. Classic FromSoft with their lore not making any sense. Absolute classic. You know what? With the Estelle, I do not mind there being numerous of them, but I do find it weird that one of them's a remembrance boss and the other one's not. I don't mind that at all. I think that's totally fine, because they're meant to be some aliens that come down or whatever and, like, grow up into the Estelles. So I think it's believable why there'd be numerous of them. Same with, like, the Falling Star Beasts. And I'm not somebody who minds duplicate bosses that often, but I think if you duplicate a main boss, that's when I have an issue with it. Because the main bosses should feel more special than the other ones. And Godric's in the same boat, right? Where there's just... I think that's the absolute worst case of it. Godefroy. I think that's the worst one. Because that one just seems so lazy, man. Yeah, for a boss like Estelle, I don't mind it too much. Let's do it, dude. Plus 23. And we also go with Braggart's Roar on Heavy Infusion. And there we go. All strength, of course. Well, yeah, the Estelles have one different attack. So it has one different attack. Which it doesn't even matter to me that, like, even if they had the exact same attacks, it wouldn't. I think it's fine. I don't mind it, dude. I do think the fact that there's another moose is kind of weird. I don't know how that makes any sense. Why would there be another one? I'm not sure. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, here we go. I should have went for that jump attack earlier, but I don't know. I just didn't. Luckily, that is the only fat roll boss on this. Which I'm grateful for, because there could have been more. There could have easily been more. But yeah, he does get the Arsenal Charm, so... Hopefully I didn't mess this up. I might have actually... Okay, no, good. Thought I might have sprinted for too long there. Strength? Yeah, and you know what, too? Goldfrey's really not a bad boss to fat roll on, either. You know what's kind of weird that I was thinking about? It's weird how fat roll does not affect your jump. You would think that if you're carrying more stuff, that you jump not as high. Or something. There could have easily been less jump iframes or something like that if you're fat rolling. But nope, it's the exact same jump. So, not complaining, I guess, but it is kind of weird. Goodbye. Yeah, what they could have done, so the way jumps work, I'm sure most people are aware of this, but like your legs got iframes and then the top of your body doesn't. Or the bottom half of your body does, top half doesn't. They could have just made it so that those iframes are reduced slightly, you know, by 1 or 2 frames. And that would have, you know, and maybe... Or maybe they keep the iframes the same, but you just don't go quite as high, which would make maybe more sense. Even if it's just a visual thing, I think that'd be better than nothing. Even if it was the exact same, but it was just visually, you didn't go as high. It would at least make a little bit more sense to me.
The gods demand
Yo, Dan, thanks so much for the $50, dude. That is insane. Thanks so much, Dan, again, dude. Dan the legend. Sub, have a good night, dude. Yeah, Fat Jump DLC, surely. All right. Almost Commander Nye all time. Hopefully we can get back to at least where we got on the distant PB, which was Godskin Duo. Obviously with this slight change of strats on that fight. Well, Millennia, so we've decided, originally I was actually going to do just any percent with this build. But then we decided that all Great Runes makes more sense. And part of the reason for that is, the upgrade path that he takes through the game, such as getting a +10 before gold free happens, or yeah, I mean before gold free, that's, I mean, is it even possible without doing that? At least going to Mogwin? I'm not sure. So it makes sense to do that, I think. And also, most of the no-hit runs I've done with the run requests and stuff have all been any percent. So it's fun to do all Great Runes once in a while. Got hit in Celia? No, my distant PB is Godskin Duo. We got hit like 2 days ago on them. But yeah, I'm probably just going to sleep them, actually, on this one. I'm feeling like too much of a coward to do the skip right now. Or at least if we get there. Probably just sleep them. I was contemplating whether I should do the skip or not, but yeah, I've just decided. It's not fun to deal with that fight, dude, so I'd rather just do the more consistent thing. The skip using the Hand of Millennia. Just like a parkour skip you can do with it. Elden Beast not being the last boss anymore after DLC. Yeah, I mean, that's probably not going to happen. In DS2, did that happen with Aldia? I mean, I guess not really, right? I think Aldia was added in at a certain point, but it's not like Aldia is actually the final boss, necessarily. Or you can get an ending without killing Aldia. So... Oh, I see what you're saying, Skull. I mean, I would like that for sure, because I just hate Elden Beast, but... Or I don't hate him, but I definitely hate fighting Elden Beast on no-hit runs. So it'd be really nice if there was something where you could have an option. But... Or yeah, I mean, it would be kind of interesting to make a DLC where the ending of the DLC also ends the game. Wouldn't that be interesting, dude? Ooh, this is a problem? Oh, no, he didn't attack. Okay. I don't think I've ever seen him not do an attack, like, to this grace, which he didn't do this time, obviously, but... yeah, I don't know if I've seen that before. I was kind of concerned it was going to happen. But yeah, that'd be cool, dude, I think. If they added a DLC where the ending of the DLC was also the ending of the game as well. I don't think they would ever do that, but... it'd maybe have some interesting story implications. Well, how did DS3 do that? You can't get an ending... Well, I mean... No, it's not an ending, though. Like, you're saying the Blood of the Dark Soul thing to that painter? That's not really an ending. There's no achievement tied to it, and... like, it's just an extra part of the game, I would say. Well, I just mean like a legitimate ending to the game where the game is completed and you get credits rolling. That's what I mean. Because yeah, I would consider an ending to the game being the credits rolling. At least these games, but most games are like that, where you beat the game and the credits roll. But that, I think that'd be super cool. Yeah, if in DS3, the second DLC, if they made it so that, you know, killing Gale and then talking to the girl was an ending, that'd be so cool, man. That'd be awesome.
Maybe I'll give you the best nut ever.
Just for even no hit runs, that'd be cool, because
Less than
then there'd be actual different routes you could take. You know, that would be a valid no hit run, right? You could do different ending no hit runs that actually make a significant difference rather than just, you know, getting one item and then next thing you know, you have a different ending after killing the same final boss. Flitwell, thanks for the 4-month Prime sub. I appreciate that. Yeah, exactly. Just like in Sekiro. Yeah, that's definitely true. Yeah, just like that. I mean, maybe there's a possibility they do it since they've done it before, but yeah, highly unlikely, I would say. Yeah, Aldia, you don't need the DLCs for. I don't know what the discussion is, but yeah, Primal Bonfires. Then you just have to talk to Aldia in Undead Crypt, and then also the... I think you got to talk in Dragon Shrine as well. That's what I always did. Anyways. On the all bosses runs. You probably... I don't know. There might be other conditions as well. You might have to kill Vendrick. That definitely sounds right. People have been talking about it, Lisa, yeah. If it Elden Ring castles, I mean Stormveil #1. And if that's what you even mean. Or do you mean non-legacy dungeon ones? Because I guess for sure #1 would be Shaded Castle. And then I don't know after that. It kind of... I don't know. I very much dislike Castle Sol. I think Castle Redmane is cool. But I've always just find it kind of weird that you can bypass everything with the festival. I find that kind of weird. But Shaded Castle feels to me like the most complete non-main castle, I guess. And I think it's significantly better than this castle is. This castle is kind of lame to me, dude. I think it's pretty boring. All right, here we go. Why are you being such an asshole? Ah, you idiots. What is that? I made that so much harder than it had to be right there, because we landed that headshot that's required for the scripted phase 2. But then I like totally whiffed a hit, so I couldn't get that stun safely. So unnecessary, dude. And then I also wasn't 100% confident on what attacks were safe there because I haven't really practiced them with this build. Like I just practiced the scripted phase 2 and not really the fight so much. Yeah, that was unnecessarily dangerous right there. Yeah, so what the strat is there, once he does his big attack, if we get 3 jump attacks, including a jump attack headshot, then we can stun him. But if I just get like 4 normal jump attacks, it doesn't stun. So yeah, like we got the headshot and then I missed, so I couldn't keep going for more hits. Yeah, we don't get the medallion half, of course, until later so that we can avoid the invasion in round table. The only reason we need to go back there is because Asmon uses he gets the HP debuff from Fia at some point. And so if we're staying perfectly accurate, or as accurate as possible, we are going to go get that. That's literally the only reason. There's nothing else I need from round table. We could just upgrade at EG, so... So yeah, we're hugging Fia on this one, dude. World's first no-hit run, all great runes, while hugging Fia. It's obviously all remembrances you have to hug Fia, but on this one, we do not. But I will anyways. The no-hit simp run. True. All right, so after Fire Giant, we're going to be heading into Haligtree. No, I think he killed Fortisax, but I just decided I would rather do all Great Runes. And all Remembrances is kind of... You're adding a lot of time onto the run for not that fun of bosses. Basically. The only boss that is maybe worth it to add extra onto all Great Runes is Placidusax. But even him, he's like, he looks cool. But he's not that fun of a fight, if we're being honest here. So, but yeah, we're just doing all Great Runes. But yeah, I think it would have been cool if he had a Great Rune, though. I think that would... He probably deserved one. He had some cool Dragon Great Rune, but didn't give him anything, dude. Only Dragon boss done well as Midir. I disagree. I think Placidusax is cool. And I also think Sin in DS2 is good as well. When I did my tier list, I believe I did have Midir as the highest rated boss out of all the dragons. But no, there's some good ones, I would say. A few good ones. But none of them are S tier, in my opinion. And I do think Midir and Placidusax fill a very similar role, right? They're both not... At least, okay, when it comes to moveset, they're both very simple bosses that I think their main purpose is just to look really cool, and they both do a pretty good job at that. But yeah, you can't... I mean, Midir is only tough for people on their first playthrough, including myself. My first playthrough, I had a very hard time with him, just because he does so much damage, right? That's kind of the only reason. I think Sin would be my favorite one if the flying was toned down a little bit. That's my issue with that boss. Is that there's a lot of flying sometimes, depending on the RNG, and it's too much. It really interrupts the fight a lot. And that's the reason why I had Midir, but oh boy. How could that have possibly missed, dude? Calamete's decent as well. I'm not as high on Calamete, though. I actually don't know if we're going to be getting a stun here. Just kidding. That's funny, dude. I thought there was maybe a small chance his boy's going to reset during that. But it obviously did not. Oh yeah, I could have spawned on top of the fire, but I made sure that we were far away enough from the spawn in phase 2 that I wouldn't get blasted right when I spawned in. That's something you have to be very aware about on Fire Giant, especially, I think what's the more dangerous thing at the start of phase 2 is his floating orb. I forget what it's actually called, but floating, I don't know. That's the one where, yeah, it just like flies through the ground. It's super slow, but what can happen is if he casts it, it will track you at the start of phase 2, and if you're not paying attention and you didn't know it was coming, it will destroy you. And so it's something to be aware of. It was a cool, fairly easy boss. I agree, yeah. I think he's a good dragon boss. For sure the best one in DS2.
Don't pay me, just lay out you.
What am I doing here? We're hugging, dude.
Greeting. I am great chap. Perhaps you doing so. And you, do you think it where I come from? Ah.
In we go. Obviously take off the helmet so I can get as close as possible.
You are what you know it is. Come back to I will take.
Alright. Got the debuff. The medallions.
Please no. Your mercy.
Goodbye, idiot.
Let the curse take everything.
Why does that tree look so weird? Looks kind of distorted. I kind of go to the bathroom again, dude. I'm gonna go to the bathroom really quick, you guys. I'll be back in a second.
Maybe I'll give you the best nut ever.
Okay. Hamster, thanks for giving out a sub, dude. I appreciate that. I went the wrong way. Papa's having the worst night of his entire life. What does that mean? Like the runs have been bad? People were telling me that his runs weren't going so well, but I'm not sure if that's what you mean. Patches any percent? Like a cosplay? Quarter of the way through his challenge, hasn't even done trilogy. I mean, yeah, dude. It's not the easiest run that he's trying. Why are these guys walking backwards here? It's good, but I wonder how that happened. Normally they're not walking backwards. Actually, I guess I wonder if it's because of me waiting at the Grace earlier. I didn't think those enemies would be loaded in, but maybe they are. They're pathing. Well, Dino doesn't really give up on stuff. I feel like, dude. I've never seen him give up on anything, so I'm not surprised at all. He hasn't been doing it. I mean, I feel like the amount of time that's elapsed so far is pretty similar to how long it took him to get God Run 3 as well. I'm lost here. Why am I lost? I wasn't paying attention, and then I got lost. I had no idea where I was. Maybe I should get that central grace there. I don't think I've ever been lost in there before. That was the first time. Because I think I missed the drop off, and it's kind of scary because there's a duelist in there. But that's why I cast Gambit. It's kind of less scary there when they're facing away. Oh, dude, no fucking way, man. You know, I've never seen him do that attack that quickly before. I haven't seen that. And you know what? Like, that's purely my fault because first of all, I didn't know he could do that attack, but if I hadn't got lost here, then I wouldn't have had that happen. Ah, dude, that's just brutal. I wonder how many times I've been through that section to not see him do that attack that quickly. It's the first time. Bro, that's so disappointing. And like right before Millennia too. That fucking sucks, man. I'm not going to continue this run. I just want to make sure I'm not going to get lost here again. Oh, dude, I need to sleep clip of that or something. I don't know how. I guess, sure, I wasn't really, paying full attention there, but even if I was, I hadn't seen that before, so I didn't know he could just attack that quickly. Yeah, that feels even worse because I was past the section, right? But I guess now I know he can do that. Let me see this here. I wonder if he, like, aggroed early somehow. Or what the fuck happened? Does he aggro? Like, I don't even know. See if he aggro's early. Well, not really, I guess, dude. Yeah, I just haven't seen him do that. Generally, he does a ranged attack. It's almost like he maybe aggroed late, if anything. And that's what caused him to like do a close range attack rather than a far ranged one. Oh, that's horrible. That's such a horrible thing to lose a run on, because I've run through this section so many fucking times as well. I don't think it's noise. I mean, it could be. It actually could be, because I left the pants on, but I don't think so. You should be completely silent with Gambit, even with armor. So yeah, see, that's a ranged attack that he does, right? Hit them with cut grease. Yeah, maybe that's a good idea. Yeah, too bad. Yeah, like here, I wasn't paying attention, so I got lost, man, and that's what caused it too. Jesus, man. Well, minus 3 hours. I don't think there's no way it was because of the armor, dude. Oh, I loaded a save file. Whoops. I don't even know why my save organizer still open. Oh, what the hell? That's different because I came back a second time. I don't know. I really don't know, dude. Like I said, I've run through this section so many times to like have not seen that yet. Especially because he always does it. He always does a ranged attack, I thought. That's what I thought. And so you don't even really have to be paying much attention here because he just does a ranged attack, but... Yeah, this actually is a cursed run to go for. I don't know what's happening. I've, like... I don't know what's going on, dude. Yeah, maybe I need to change how I do this section a bit. Yeah, I mean, I've been running through this section ever since my first All Remembrance's no-hit run, dude. Which was, like, 2 years ago, basically. Or not 2 years ago. See if we can figure out a better way through here. Yeah, that's disappointing, man. Like, it would have been like getting to the split and then like not fighting Millennia is pretty bad. Yeah, maybe it's also time to, you know, figure out a different route through the snowfield part too. Because the route I take is like kind of not good. The idea is that it's easy to follow because you're following the cliffside, so you don't really get lost, but there I just forgot where I was supposed to drop off, and... Holy shit, dude. This is stuff that absolutely should have been already figured out. Like, long time ago, dude. But yeah, the part about getting lost doesn't really matter, though, right? Like, that's what led to that hit happening, but it wasn't the cause at all. Like, it's just running through here clearly the way I've been doing it. I was under the impression that that guy couldn't hit you with any attack. And the thing is, like, it would still be safe the way I do this if I just am paying attention and roll when he does something. But I just had no idea. I just had no clue. Yeah, the actual Asmon curse, dude. I'm trying to figure out what I should do here. I really don't know what I should do. Well, the problem with just heading straight north is that there's some dragonkins on that path. But that's such a disappointing hit, man. It's way more disappointing than the other hits I've taken because, you know, this is a section that I've done so many times. Whereas the hits that I've taken that are you know, new to this route or something, like it's not as bad because it's new to the route. So obviously there's going to be things I have to work out. And it's interesting. These enemies seem to have some sort of like scripted aggro too, where like, see how they don't turn to that? Until I'm within range. Oh, I didn't even know there's a guy over here. Well, we're definitely going to start up another run today. I could sleep hot, but I don't know if these guys sleep for that long, even. I don't know. Something like this could maybe work, but there's also, I guess there's technically also the option of going all the way around, right?
I'll give you the best nut ever.
How is it going, mister?
This guy aggroed somehow? Yeah, see, look at that. They have a scripted aggro here. I never noticed that. How's it going, Mr. Zoom? It's going all right, dude. Except we just reset, or we just got hit 3 hours in. Something that should have been figured out a long time ago. Matt, thanks for hanging out, dude. Have a good night. I wonder how much a bow would do here. I'm just kind of curious. Nice one. Take the lift? What lift do you mean? Oh, don't crash now. Oh, no, it's because I'm in a cave, I guess, or whatever. Oh, yeah. Well, that's what I'm about to test right now. Certainly could be a safer way of doing this, but when I do this on like all bosses no hit, jumping over the enemies is kind of sketchy. Plus your no death run feels bad. Because he doesn't even aggro. It's certainly an option. Yeah, we got hit by one of these little fuckers going to Snowfield. Well, that's what I've done too, Blasphemous, but then I just got hit. So that's what I'm concerned about. And why, you know, having another strat would be kind of nice here. I've always just gunned it through here. I've always done that since my first All Remembrances no-hit run. I wonder, can I I could just drop here. Bit of a faster way to do it. Maybe I do go this way. Certainly is slower, but not by a much. Not by an amount that actually even matters. Yeah, that's too bad, dude. That is too bad. To get hit on an enemy that I've run past, like, maybe not hundreds of times, but a lot. I wonder if I could just roll out here. No. And yeah, that's like I said, it's definitely way more annoying to get hit like that than to get hit from something that's specific to this new run, right? Yeah, I'm also going to spend a little bit of time here just figure out a better way of going through Snowfield. Because the way I've done it, like I've been saying for a long time that I need to change it because it's really... It's a weird way to do it, so... No, Kukri strat is scuffed, I think. I'd rather just go around, I think. I wonder how wide this path is. It's pretty wide here. Arm line through Snowfield? I don't think so. I guess I probably can't Kukri this guy either because he's got like his scripted... Oh, just kidding, I can. We can just like throw one over there. Oh. North a bit to the east of First Grace. Rush. Well, yeah, somebody was mentioning that earlier. The way I used to do this just like on normal playthroughs on speedruns is just go straight north as well. But then there were some like Dragonkins as well though. But maybe it's a slightly different line. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure we can sleep them, but I don't think we need to. I'd rather not use a sleep pod if I don't have to. Oh, what? Dude. Classic Souls aiming. I wonder if anyone else takes this route through here at this point in time. I just gotta figure out what I do on this last room. When I did all boss and no hit and came through this section, I just used the beast jaw to kill him, but obviously you can't do that here. Let's go on Coolio. So if I just throw one in the corner of the room. Okay, I guess that's what we'll do. I don't think I can't think of any possible issues with that strat. Where am I going? So let's just try some stuff here, I guess, right? What if I just head straight north here? Will I hit any Dragonkins? I probably should cast Gambit before doing it, I guess. Wolf. There's also like some archers in here too. Yeah, hear that Dragonkin? There he is. That's what kind of scares me, but yeah, I guess if we're a little bit more to the east of that. Is this death here? Yes. It's the invisible path? Well, I don't think so. What if I just cast Gambit and do this straight away? Normally jump that guy. Okay, no, that's still not good. I usually just gun it through there. Like, I mean, if I was jumping, it wouldn't have saved me because I didn't know that, I didn't even know that he could attack that quickly. I knew he had that attack, but I was under the impression that he just always had to do a range attack there based on when he aggroes to you. Oh. Okay, so that's not good. Jesus, dude. After wolf, follow left cliff. Not sure how much timing matters here. But yeah, I do remember what this area looks like, I think. At least the lower section I do. But we don't really want to run a path like this. Next to the tree. Yeah, I don't want to do that. Like, the Grace is basically directly north. You also don't really want to go past the caravan, but... it's further than I thought it would be. This is next to the, like, rune bear. Or, just kidding. So this other pathing, so you go to the east of the Grace and then just go north? Let's see. How far east would I go? Oh. Maybe further east than that. I don't know. This area is such a garbage area, dude. Like, the way I do it is fine, but I would like to improve it. Big tree. This should be the main road here, I think. Yeah, that's the Mega Rune Bear right there. I think. We should be out. I don't know why the storm takes so long to clear. Yeah, I guess that's it, right? That's very simple. Because once you get past all those digging guys, like, there's no more enemies. Right, like, you can see him from here once it clears up. And then, yeah, I could just turn, like, I guess northwest to go to the Grace. Probably don't even need Gambit to do this, I would assume. So go to the Grace, go east until we hit the wall. And then go north, and then just kind of go right of everything. And it's nice that we have some landmarks as well that we pass, like the tree.
Maybe.
As we see these guys, then
I'll
we
give you the
go
best nut
northwest.
ever.
Sup.
Leads directly to the Grace. Collins, thanks for the 47-month resub, dude. I appreciate that. It is really too bad that there's not a way to clear out the storm somehow. Just so that you could explore this area properly, right? Well, I guess that's it. It really is too bad that we got hit by that, but at least, you know what? At least we seem to be improving the routing we're taking here, so. Just, it's unfortunate that I hadn't seen this earlier, is what's really unfortunate. And then we had to reset a solid run on this, but... the full run's about 4 hours. Godskins, I'm just gonna sleep them, is what I've decided. Hopefully that's not close to the edge. It's, I mean, can I... Here we go. Now, surely, next time we get here, there's no more mistakes to be made so that we can get the run, right? Surely. Yeah, we need the clear sky show, man. I just want to see if this angle I'm dropping off at is like a good angle. Also, let me pretend I'm opening this door. That's probably about the amount of time. I'm testing a new route through here, Tony, because we just got hit on this section. So if I drop off right here. Perfect drop, right in the center. Good. And now I guess I might as well see what this other path is like here. Just go straight. I had no idea what I was jumping onto. Let's just do it one more time. Yeah, like the thing is, it's so hard to get this run started, right? You know what? While we're also testing, we might as well go ahead and test getting the Arsenal Charm +1. Just to check it, you know? While we're in this testing phase here. That's ER Tool, yeah, Internet Man. Definitely the mesh viewer is a little buggy, but gets the job done at least a percentage of the time. Yeah, we gotta do everything again. That's the whole pain of a no-hit run. That's what it's all about. Then we're gonna throw this. Set the wall over there. Good. And then what we'll do is hit this Grace. Tips on your sorcery, no death run. I can't, like, I can't possibly give tips when I don't know what the issues are, right? What I'll do is I'll just keep my compass aligned north and just move with the stick. Because I can actually do that with that camera setting in this game. I can just keep facing north. And just move my left stick instead. Except when auto adjust happens. Simply don't die. Loose that staff is behind Nox Duo, if that's what you mean. Yeah, there we go, you guys. It's not a whole dungeon, but that's where you fight the stray mimic tier. All right, let's go into Altus Tunnel. So let's see about picking up this talisman. So what we normally do in this cave is this. We pick up this upgrade. Then we come over here. Start sneaking. Go too slow and aggro this guy. I guess the timing is really important on him, huh? I wonder if there's maybe a better way I could do that. Because I think the reason why that happened is because I had to swap around my gear here. Let's rest. Yeah, I got hit, Ron. I got hit on the way to, or like, at the entrance of Snowfield. First time I've been hit there because I didn't realize the enemy could attack, do like a close range attack in that position, basically. I really don't need to recast Gambit at any point here. Pick up this. Pick up this. Recast Gambit as we wait for this guy. And then he's going to turn around. And then once we kill him... I guess nobody aggroed there, right? Oh, and the Estelle aggros anyways. Holy fuck, dude. That's a problem. Jesus, dude. I'm so surprised he aggros. No way this is safe. Man, how the fuck are you supposed to do this then? Let me just confirm that the item is up here. Arsenal Charm +1. How the fuck are we supposed to get that then? Look at the weight difference. It's it's so small, dude. Such a small difference between these talismans. Do my save organizer up. Why do we need that talisman? Well, this is for what I said was if I get hit again going for the Great Jar Arsenal, then I'm going to just start getting this one instead, which I thought would be consistent. You can't cuckery these guys, can you? Not enough range. Oh? Sorta. Maybe if I threw that in a better spot somehow, but I don't even know how I would. Oh my goodness, dude. How on earth are you supposed to get this without getting hit, man? That's insane. Like, I know you can go to the other side of the cave and try to kill, but even, like, killing these guys with melee is horrible. What is this item here? I actually can't believe, like, it almost seems like there's not going to be a way to do this. And I'm not going to go to the other cave to do this. I like... Take an hour to kill with a bow. Can you really sleep these guys? I'm shocked that there doesn't seem to be a way to do this. Like, I don't know what to do. It's almost even sketchier than getting the other one. All right, so what's the idea here then? You go to the first spot. Sprint jump on top of this post. Fall and die with no chance of saving because I can't fast travel. Where's that ice right? What was that? Oh, was it a snail? No, I'm not. Going to the other cave would take so long, I think. I'd rather not. I don't think we need to. I think we can do this, probably. Yeah, this is something I might end up doing. If like I said, if I get hit one more time to the Great Jar Invaders, I'm going to start doing this instead, I think. Just so that we can remove the RNG. All right, so we can get here without triggering anybody.
Maybe
Pick up.
I'll give you the best nut ever.
But now that snail is an issue. I guess we would kill the snail, right? Oh, we can beast torch the snail. You can jump on this. Sneak. That's kind of scary, dude. But it seems like it works. Oh, I guess I don't have to sprint jump this. Pick this up. Drop down. Well, no, this wouldn't be 4 hours in. It would be like about 2. 2 and a bit. But, I mean, it seems okay. How did I jump up earlier? Maybe I do need to sprint up. Yeah, we'll just have the beast torch out for this too, so the snail doesn't aggro. I think we got it. I don't know what's happening in the Sens game right now. I was planning on watching it, but now we were focused on a run, and now it's dead. So 1-0 Panthers, of course. Black Knife Armor, we would do this long before Black Knife Armor, and then also, like, it doesn't even do anything with Gambit, so... Oh. Okay, so then the last consideration is, how do I get out? I don't know if I can just gun it. These guys will aggro. Was somebody trying to cast a spell at me there? Or what was that? Gambit, Assassin's Gambit's better. But yeah, we're probably not going to do this strat yet. Like I said, if we get hit, yeah, maybe we can just jump around like this. Obviously, this guy would be dead. All right, I guess we can do that, man. Yeah, we'll start another run. Oh, I just landed on this guy. Whoops. I don't think this mage would normally be here, right? I think it just heard me attacking the guy. Let's say if we kill the guy, we could. I guess we can actually just walk around here. Do this, and then we come back. Walk around. Underneath. And we just go on our way. Okay. I'm 1 second, you guys. I'm gonna grab a quick snack before this next run, so I'll be back in a minute or two. Okay, thanks for joining, you guys. Why are you not getting channel points? I have no idea. I mean, I have no clue. Maybe you have to be like following or something. If you're not, I don't know. Playing item and enemy plus Foggate randomized no death run. Dang, dude. Sounds cool. Oh yeah, maybe it's a browser issue. All right, well, I was hoping that would have been the run there, but it was not. But at least, you know, we made the improvement that will help other runs as well. It just, what's baffling about that is I'm shocked that that hasn't happened before. And that's taken this long to have to adjust the strat there. Oh, maybe... it probably has something to do with on your phone, I guess. I don't know anything about channel points, dude, so... I actually have no idea. What happened is one of the militia guys on the way to Snowfield, the one in the doorway, I've only seen him do his ranged attacks, and I thought that, you know, I thought that just happened due to when he aggroed to you. But yeah, the first time I saw him do a melee attack, and I didn't expect it, and I got hit by it. So now we go again. Sebastian, by the way, thanks for the brand new sub, dude. I would have at least liked to get to Millennia there. Or get a distance PB, maybe. How's it going, Thomas? It's definitely this is a tricky run, you guys. It's, you know, it's been how many days so far? About 3 days of attempting it now. 3 streams. I was saying this run could easily take like a week to get. Would have been surprised, or I wouldn't be surprised. Obviously, we haven't gotten it yet, but. That was kind of risky. If I had the double stamina there, I would have gotten killed. Been interesting how many questions that have been asked about, like, oh, is, you know, how long this run has taken to get. Like, there's definitely been quite a few comments asking about like why this run has taken so long to get or something. I think there's a lot of new viewers to no hit runs that... Oh, that was an early roll. That just aren't as familiar with like the process of getting a run, you know? Which is fine. But it's interesting because even going for like the God Run 3, I don't remember people asking those kind of questions, dude. Yeah, I guess for people who are new to no hit runs, like usually, or you know, for the more difficult runs. Like it's nothing out of the ordinary to take like a month to get a run, right? Or more. Nothing even like that's very standard. Depends on the run you're doing, of course. But yeah. Wait, it's 3-0 Panthers right now? Dude. Good thing I'm not watching the game, I guess. Even though I would like to watch when they lose as well, just so I can see what's going on, but...
I can play turning rune to aid you. You need to the foot. Then it's summon me. Ah, I bequeath. It will summon torrent. Treat him with...
Doesn't suck, man. Please fire the coach. Just do it. Do what needed to be done a year and a half ago. Yeah, I need the Dr. Pepper, dude. I've got something close enough here, actually.
maybe I'll give you the best nut ever.
But I also still have my other drink. Slugther all. Thanks for the Brady Prime stuff, dude. Almost for sure said that wrong. Oh my god, this insane scarab. He's so much dump and chase from their own end. It's funny too, because Panthers are such a good possession team, right? Like, why would they just be giving them the puck? That's a horrible thing to do. No, they have to do something immediately, or else the season's gonna be gone. And they're most likely gonna go 8-9, which maybe doesn't sound like the end of the world, but like, they have to change something, because next thing you know, they're going to be like 8-15 and the season's going to be done. So, like, we've seen this story several times now. It does count as a hit, Paladin, yeah. If Scarab staggers you. Yeah, what they need, though, is they just need a whole revision of all of their structures, especially on defense. Like, their defensive structures in their own zone, their overall strategy at different points in the game. Like, everything needs to be improved. And they need to play a possession game, because they have players that are good enough to do something like that, right? Like, you want to have Stützle getting the puck. You don't really... Like, he's not the type of guy who's going to just, like, come in hard on the forecheck and just, like, totally, you know, out-muscle two guys to win the puck. Like, he's decent, but they're not that type of team, dude. Rangers are the best in the league right now, I believe. Asmongold's another streamer, big streamer, big fan of the Souls games. Have they played the same number of games, Johnny? I don't know. I don't really pay attention, to be honest. Oh, they have more wins. Okay. Hopefully we can get back there onto that segment. It's not easy, though, dude. There's a lot of tough bosses. But I would say the run, like, once we get past that upgrade segment, the run does get a little bit easier until Millennia. But then once we're done Millennia, that's the thing, right? That's why it was so unfortunate that we lost a run of Godskin Duo, because once we get past Millennia, we're just doing any % bosses from that point. So it's not like it's free. Hopefully I remember the timing on Gideon, dude. I think I do. And my horse is sprinting for some reason. No, it's not. The Gideon strat we do is very specific, so it kind of sucked to mess it up. Yeah, we're doing all great runes, so no Placidus X on this. I'm going to use sleep on the duo, I think. I've been contemplating whether I should do the skip or sleep him, but I'm just going to sleep him, dude. Keep it nice and simple. What is... Oh, Distortion's run? I thought you meant, like, he did a first playthrough no hit in some game, but... I mean, I guess so, yeah. Why not? If it was an interesting build. I do think it would be kind of funnier, though, to stay outside of the Souls players for the most part. Because then, like, Distortion, I think he had a really good build with, like, Sword, Knight, and Flame or something, right? It'd be funny to get builds of people who have, like, no idea what to do in Souls and try to no-hit their build. Well, their win-loss has looked okay in the last couple of games, but if you've been actually, like, watching the games, they basically didn't deserve to win any of them. Like, when they went to Sweden, the 2 games that they won, they should have lost both of them. Like, they played, like, absolute garbage. Like, against Detroit, they looked so good in the first period, scored 3 goals, scored an early one in the second. They were up 4-0, and then they let Detroit score 4 goals in, like, 6 minutes or something. Something stupid like that. And then they got super lucky to hang on to that win. And then against Minnesota, they were clearly the worst team. And Minnesota sucks. Like, they're so bad. And they just fired their coach, actually. Today, I believe. And they were, like, the only reason the Sens were able to get to overtime on that is because Brandstrom, which is basically, like, the 6th defenseman on the team, got a pass from our goalie on a breakaway. And just took a clapper, and it somehow went in. Like, that's... Brandstrom never scores goals. And he did in that game. And then that's how they were able to tie it and go to overtime and then win. So, like, I don't know. They didn't deserve any of those wins. And then, yeah. A clapper is like a slap shot. I didn't realize I said that. Yeah, true. Lightning are going to be good as always. With Vasilevsky back, I would assume. How's it going, Vale? Welcome back, dude. Come on, why do you keep doing this? It's weird. When I tested these strats out, this guy never really did this. Not sure what changed. I think I just got a cycle. Oh, just kidding. Well, the worst one is the mage by far, because the mage can just walk up to the edge, start casting spells, and then you got to roll them. So the mage is the worst, but the dagger guy just seems to get stuck a lot. Oh, if you actually fight them? Well, I've actually tested fighting them a lot. And what you can kind of do with the dagger one is anytime the dagger one is sprinting at you, it will do one of the sprinting attacks. At least based on what I tested every single time, so you can just parry it. And then, like, honestly, if the mage didn't exist, I would not be too scared of just fighting them straight up with like a +10 golden halberd. But it's just the mage is so terrible to fight for no hit. Yeah, I think pairing's the play on the dagger, and then on the hammer, just backstab on his Ash of War, and you know, just like outspace him or whatever. And then mage, I don't know. I don't know how I would fight him for no hit. What I was testing was just like throwing daggers, causing an input read roll, and then doing like a roll catch after that roll happens. But it's, I don't know. Like he can also just do like a rolling attack with the rapier. I probably shouldn't have taken that extra step forward. That was really far. No way, dude. What? Aha. I knew that was a perfect angle. I knew there was no way you staying on there.
To determine if you had, it seems torrent, whereas there is, but I can take gathering.
No thanks.
Shall I let my share them with me?
All right, let's get 31 strength, I think.
Your
14 dex.
ambitions.
I'm gonna be live for a couple more hours. Well, dude, it's
This
8.
way,
Oh my god, it's 8:40
I
now.
have no sense in
What
how to
happened?
do it. I see.
Guess we were testing for like an hour. I really hope that strat keeps working, so that we can just keep doing that cheese on this run and not have to pick up the other charm. I would much rather get his like exact build and get that arsenal charm, but it is very annoying to reset because of just pure RNG at the start, right? Very annoying. Beastman of Farmazula. Lit. And it's fun to do that skip as well down to the well, right? Like we spent a good couple hours trying to figure out a consistent setup for it, which we did. So I kind of want to keep using it, but DLC will drop. I mean, people are talking late February, early March or so. Yeah, I'm in Ottawa, rig guy. I fight this boss because Asmongold used the Flame Drake Talisman. You know, it's actually funny. In all my years of doing no-hit runs, I've been doing no-hit runs for over 6 years now, I think. Let me think about that. Yeah, over 6 years. I've never actually thought about how intimidating a no-hit run actually is, dude. I've never thought about it. Because when you think about a run like this, and you think of the big picture overall, the amount of stuff that you have to go through, man, it's intimidating as hell, right? I've never even thought about it. It's crazy. Because the way I always think about runs is I always break it up in my head into the different segments, right? So it's like, okay. Like right here. All I'm worried about is going to no-hit this guy. That's it. That's all I'm thinking about. But yeah, when you think about the whole thing, it's like, wow, you got to do a lot of stuff, man. I've never thought about that until the other day. It's kind of funny, man. You'd think I would have thought about that before, but I just haven't. Like, you really got to no-hit all that stuff? Like, yeah, but I don't know. Insane rumor of why Perry... I don't know. I've seen a few things, I guess. It just sounds like he's got some, like, personal stuff going on. Like, maybe some family thing? I don't know. Oh! Bastard. That's why I gave this guy a split, because he's a menace, dude. Sorta. Yeah, I've never thought about it. It's kind of concerning, dude. I don't like that I thought about that. The cheese isn't good for him. Fighting him is just better. No, God Run 3 didn't trigger that at all, dude. I've never thought about it. I think it's a horrible way to think about it because it's just, yeah, it's not a good way to think about it. I don't know about for other things like in life overall. I'm sure there's some things where it's bad to think about it that way, but I'm sure there's lots where it's good to... Or what did I just say? I can't remember. Either way, I'm sure there's, you know, some places where that's good, some places where it's bad. In this case, definitely bad. I'm pretty sure it's safe to get a rolling attack off during that, but I should test it. Because that would allow me to upkeep poise damage a bit better.
Well, thou art of passing skill. Warrior blood must truly run in thy veins. Tarnished. I shall remember thee, tarnished, smoldering with thy meager flame. Cower in fear of the night.
People have said that personal... Wait, it's personal and the rumors going around are completely false? Well, wait, what? Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like, it's really not... It's not a crazy thing for somebody to be... Like, it's a job, right? Oh, that's... Jesus, dude. That's actually what the rumors are? That's crazy. What was I just about to say? Oh yeah, I mean he's working a job, right? And he's been in the NHL for how many years? A long time. Ever since I started watching. So for someone to take time off of their job, it's not anything crazy. Really not. Even if you're in professional sports, like you're still a person, dude.
Come over here, would
And yeah, people literally have no right to even know that, what you're doing. Like, it doesn't matter.
What's it to you? Step back, you red tarnished. Why is it always me?
I guess the one thing that was a little interesting about the whole situation, though, which made it worse, is that what the Blackhawks said about the situation, that, like, it's an organizational decision to, you know, whatever. They said something along those lines, which sounded weird. That sounded weird. Because why would you ever say that if it's like a personal matter? It just totally made things way worse. And big fucking surprise, right? The shitty Chicago Blackhawks are causing a disaster. Big surprise. No way that missed. Get headshotted. You know what I have noticed, though? I maybe this is probably not a good thing to say, but there's obviously been a lot of coverage with Bedard and stuff, and there's been his parents in there, right? His dad looks fucking crazy. I don't know if anyone else has noticed that, but like, I don't know, dude. He just, like, it's not a good thing to say, but his expressions and all the interviews I've seen and stuff, it doesn't look like, I don't know. Looks a bit off. And what I mean by that is, like, I remember, obviously I played hockey growing up, right? So there were a lot of crazy hockey parents that, you know, they're pushing their kid to try to, you know, do the best they can possibly be, all this stuff, but to, like, a toxic degree. And he reminds me of those parents that I knew growing up, basically. That's what it seems like. And even during games, like, they showed clips of like the dad during the games, like maybe it was his first game, and just like how insanely riled up he was. It didn't look right. Not that I'm claiming anything. It just that's what I've observed, and I've known, like I said, I knew a lot of people like that, where their parents, you know, were just like super toxic about trying to make sure their kid is like absolute best player they can be. And that's just, I don't know. It's not a good thing to say because I have no idea if it's true or not. I'm not trying to say I know it's true or not, but it just, that's kind of what he reminds me of, dude. So hopefully that's not the case, but it wouldn't be surprising, right? He's such a good hockey player. He already is, that, you know, sometimes it works out, right? Yeah, exactly. Like, yeah, 100%, dude. And I had coaches, like, you know, usually in minor hockey, the coaches of the team are like parents, like volunteers. And there's one particular coach I had that was one of the kids' dads, like my friend's dad. And he would just rip into him, dude, when he messed up. And we're talking like 12 years old. Right now, I was playing like high-level competitive and stuff at that age. But I just remember he would come off the ice after a shift, and he would just rip into his kid. It was horrible to watch, dude. Even when I was that age, I knew it was terrible. Like, what the fuck is this guy talking about, dude? Like, he's going way too far. And so, like, I don't know. Again, I'm not saying for sure that's the case, but that's what it reminds me of. In the interviews and the clips that they shown of him. Oh yeah, I'm sure it's common. I mean, I'm sure it's common for anybody that's in a high level of anything, right? Gotta be at least a couple of people. I've definitely heard similar things in chess, especially. I think there's a certain degree of that which is good and can be really helpful, but it would be very easy to take it way past where it needs to be and get into a point where it's actually just really not useful. But yeah, not trying to accuse the dad of doing that, but I just want to make that clear because I don't know. Wouldn't be good to just like make a claim randomly like that. I'm not trying to make any claim. It's just my observation is that he reminds me of that. just based on like very surface level things. You could be like the nicest guy in the world, dude. Getting sued. Well, I'm not worried about like legal repercussions. I'm not trying to be an asshole. Yeah, surely a lawsuit incoming, dude. But yeah, hopefully that's not the case. I'm sure it's not. I'm sure it's not. I mean... Yeah, surely Bedard's a Geno viewer, dude. Surely. That's true. Loves Elden Ring. Hockey's very common sport in Canada, yeah. Wonder what the score in the Suns game is now. I'm seeing still 3-0. Man, that's embarrassing, dude. They're good. Florida's a good team, but no headshot feels bad, man. Oh, please don't reset poise. The poise almost for sure reset here. Not good news. We still have one more hit here. Okay, maybe we get it. Possible. Son. Bastard. Yeah, I'm not really sure how this is gonna go now. Free aim headshots just so satisfying.
Of all that is golden,
You get the headshot sound and it's just so satisfying.
together to our home, bathed in rays of gold.
Must be nice being an Avs fan right now. Or even just that in general, dude. But no, I don't care that much, to be honest. It's just it like hopefully they get better and make the changes that they should make. Connor Bedard's dad in the chat, dude. Whenever someone makes an alt account like that, it's always Kaza every time. But I don't know if it's Kaza this time. You can just assume it is. Are the Blackhawks playing tonight? I mean, if they are, I should be watching the game, dude. Yeah, the Avs are so good. It's kind of hard to believe, actually, how that's even, like, possible. No, you know what happened is Bedard's dad has, like, a ton of sources everywhere, and somebody So one of his sources was in the stream because they're literally everywhere. And yeah, and then basically they gave the info, gave the intel to Bedard's dad, and now he just joined the chat. That's simply what happened. The crime family, dude. Yeah, the fuming about Corey Perry, dude. Make sure Corey Perry doesn't join the chat here. I know he's an avid viewer, surely. Oh boy, mom in the chat as well. Oh boy. The drama's beginning, dude. Right here in the chat. No, Hobbs. I'm sure Hobbs a great dad, dude. I'm sure he's the opposite of a toxic parent. Could you imagine though, like a toxic no-hit parent, dude? They're just like forcing their kid to play Souls games and and learn the no-hit runs. Like you can't eat your dinner until you no-hit market. Yeah, surely that'd be me, dude. Surely. hit in game, hit in real life. Oh my god. That's horrible, dude. Oh man. You know, actually, that reminds me. I remember somebody was doing a no-hit run or something like that in Dark Souls 3. But their idea was they hooked up something that electric like shocks them every time they get hit, and they like made a mod for it, basically. So every time they got hit, they got shocked. All right, I don't know if they were trying a no-hit run, but they were doing a run like that. Not sure if they finished it or not. Could not for the life of me remember who it was, though. This was a really long time ago. Oh, maybe Chris did it as well, actually. That's okay. Yeah, I guess, you know what? I actually do remember doing that, but that's not who I was talking about. Somebody did it in DS3. Lawyer in the chat, dude. The whole like mob is coming after me. No, it definitely was not school. I would have remembered if it was school. On airplay at the Bedard compound. Well, that's great, dude. Get more viewers, man. That's huge. I'm gonna need all that extra ad revenue so that when this lawsuit comes in, pay my lawyers, dude. How did we even get to this topic, man? How did this happen? I guess we were talking about hockey and then Corey Perry and what a crazy string of conversations, man. You're right. Gideon is the most toxic parent. 100%. Once we get this run, though, man, like, I think I'm going to be significantly better at the game after getting this run. And then... Huh? Oh, my game is crashing big time, you guys. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Saw that coming. But yeah, and there's a lot of no-hit requests for all Great Runes and all Remembrances runs. Like, this is the perfect prep for it. Surely I won't be put in a horrible spot where I get attacked immediately when I spawn in. Upload on YouTube right after? This run you're saying? I mean, it'll be like all the other videos. It'll, you know... Oh, that's surprising. Yeah, it'll go through all the editing and come out in a couple weeks or so. It depends how urgently we want to get this out. I don't think there's any rush. Am I crazy? Like, is the Grace normally right in the center here? Or am I... I've never paid attention. I guess it is, right? I literally never paid attention. But for some reason, I thought it was like off to the side. What am I thinking of? I'm having a total brain malfunction, dude. Not sure what I'm thinking of. Editing for a run usually take longer or shorter? Why are you asking? Connor Bedard's dad's lawyer? Are you trying to use that against me in court or something? No, but like, if you mean the amount of hours, I would assume... Like, Hunter's the one who does editing. So... It most likely takes quite a bit longer. Like, it for sure would take quite a bit longer to edit than to actually do the run itself. But in terms of total time elapsed, it would be hard to say. Because I've spent, you know, probably about a week or so on this run, including routing and all that stuff. So that process probably takes longer than making a video on it. But it depends on the run. For sure. Yeah, if you just mean the whole run itself, then yeah, it definitely takes longer. Idea of using other streamers' builds and doing no-hit runs with them. I think it's a fun idea. I've never done anything like this before. But it's been fun going for this one so far, man. I've actually, like, this has been awesome. Even though I haven't gotten it yet, but... Figuring out new strats for new areas, doing things that I would never do on a no-hit run otherwise. I think that's the fun part of it for me. Is routing sections that would never need to be routed otherwise. And in this case, we're doing, you know, a boss order that is very atypical. And, yeah, I've been able to employ some of the strats that we figured out for the Master Run on this. Master Run all Great Runes, that is. Which is cool. Now is just the point at which I need to actually execute the run and get it. I think we're ready to get it, dude. I think we are. I think I'm ready to get it. And usually when that happens, that means I get it. Like, usually. There's an interesting phenomenon that I've noticed. I don't know. This is probably just, you know, my human pattern-seeking brain noticing something that's not the case every time, or like confirmation bias or whatever. But what I've noticed is that, I guess it would be hard to prove otherwise, but what I've noticed is that most of the time when I'm attempting a run, I won't end up getting the run until everything is perfectly solved. And so what I mean by that is, let's say there's one segment at some point in the run that I'm either not 100% confident on, or the strat is bad and I don't even know it's bad. What seems to happen is that I just never get the run until that's figured out. And I just get hit on a bunch of other random stuff. And then once I figure it out, then we're good. So I don't know if it's some like mental thing where, you know, I figure out a strat and then now I'm feeling like some new confidence in the run or whatever, but I mean, I'm sure it is a mental thing, but it's interesting how I've noticed that on so many different runs I've done. I don't know if I described that properly, but it's kind of hard to describe. And the weird thing about it is that it seems to happen even when there's a strat that I think is good that isn't good. And then I get hit on like totally unrelated sections, and then I figure it out, and it's like, oh, I guess now we're good. But yeah, but yeah, most likely it's that it's probably not actually some like crazy divine intervention thing, right? What it probably is yeah, like I said earlier, when I figure out something's wrong with the run I'm doing, and then I figure out a strat, like what we just did, then there's some new confidence, and then I just get it because of that, basically. Because I'm sure you could imagine, so much of these no-hit runs are just down to the mental side of it. Obviously, I'm good enough to no-hit everything on this run, like a very high percentage of the time. But yeah, it's being able to, you know, have the correct mental side of it, like the mental state and being confident on the things you're doing and all that stuff that makes you actually get runs. TikToker influencer guy I reposted on Twitter got exposed for intellectual property theft and is now being investigated. That's awesome, dude.
You got this.
What an absolute shitter. I had no idea people did stuff like that. But man, that's so, like, that is so garbage, dude. And we were talking about earlier how reaction streamers are, you know, like not my favorite thing. I think in some cases reaction streamers are okay if they're like actually genuinely improving the content or transforming it in some way that's unique to them. But a lot of the time it's just people watching a video and like pausing it every 2 minutes to say some words, and then that's it. Like a very, you know, potentially very lazy form of content creation. I had no idea people just literally, like I knew people would, can fast travel? Keep aggroing that mosquito, I think. Yeah, I knew there were people out there that would, you know, just re-upload other people's videos and try to profit off it. But I thought that wasn't really that good of a thing to do because YouTube's pretty good at detecting that. I thought. I could be wrong. Yeah, so for people who aren't aware, I very rarely go on Twitter. Especially for things that aren't hockey related. But, you know, I was on Twitter last night. And I saw a clip going around of this guy who was basically sharing his, you know, secret TikTok strategy to get views. And so essentially what he did is this is what he said. He said he searched up popular YouTube videos or, you know, popular YouTubers. He would screen record their video for 1 to 2 minutes. And then what he would do is he would also download or, you know, record a GTA, like, yeah, GTA gameplay car clip or whatever. I don't even know what that means, but like some other clip, and then there's some editor where he would combine the videos, one on the top, one on the bottom, and then just post it on TikTok and get like 1 million views, dude. That's what he was showing how to do. And he was saying he makes $500 a day doing that. Like what an absolute joke that is, man. That's insane. Could you imagine streaming for like could you imagine streaming for like years and you're like actually making decent content, but you just, you know, and you're doing okay, right? You're doing okay, but you know, you haven't quite like totally blown up or something, and you're making an okay amount of money. Maybe, but streaming's hard to make enough money in, to be honest. And then you see that video, some guy just literally stealing 2 people's content, combining it into one, getting $500 a day. Like that's a decent amount of money, dude. That's a decent amount of money for literally doing nothing. Yeah, I'm sure he's not the only guy that's doing that either. It's just wild to me, man. I had no idea people did that. Hopefully that level up was fine. Let's also wait for nighttime and stuff here. Yeah, that's crazy, man. And that's just insane. And I think the fact that it's working is even more crazy. Like, who's like, I don't understand it. Like, so you're watching a video, but then there's another video at the same time. For what? Like, to try to keep your attention or something? Like, I guess so. Or is it just to try to transform it so that you're not getting like flagged or something? I'm not sure the purpose of the other video. Maybe I gotta start doing that with my own videos, dude. If that's what works. I don't know if my audience are into that. I would assume not, but I don't know, man. I have no idea. Here we go. Well, yeah, when I say decent amount of money, like I'm... Obviously, I mean it's a lot of money. Like $500 a day, so 365 days in a year. It's quite a bit, dude. Pretty decent. I should pop this. But, like, the thing is that short form content, there's no way the CPM on that is good, right? So that means, yeah, that means there's so many views happening. To make $500 a day. I don't know the monetization on TikTok, but for YouTube, I mean, even shorts that get, like, my most popular shorts, I guess I would have to go check how much they've made, but like I don't know what my most popular short is either. I know I've gotten at least one over 1 million views. I should go check. I'm so curious now. I've never really looked. The CPM on that, but basically that's cost per milli, so or RPM or whatever. It's just essentially it's how much money you're making per 1,000 views. And for short form content, it's really bad. Like you need so many views to make any decent amount, but so yeah, if 500 a day, man, like that's got to be so many views. Got to be just an absurd amount of views on those things. Got to get Hunter to update the update the short strats, dude. We gotta. Instead of my face cam on it, we got to start putting some, like, fucking GTA gameplay on it. Surely. Can they blame him? Can who blame who? Like, are you asking, can we blame the guy making those insane, like, content thefts? I would say so. That's so garbage. I don't care how much money you're making from that. That's just fucking trash, man. XQC reacting to a video and literally not doing anything is genuinely better than that. Not saying that's good, but it's actually, that's better. So I absolutely can blame them for that. Like, at least he's like there and he's, you know, he's looking at it and maybe making a facial expression at one point, but wow, yeah, that's crazy. That blew my mind, dude. It really did. Maybe that's the strat, though. I could do that without stealing stuff because I can just do my own content, right? But I wonder if that would actually work. The thing is, if it does, that's not really who I want my audience to be anyways, so... Like, because that must be more for kids, right? Or I don't know. So even if it did work, I'm not trying that, dude. No chance. Might as well put some, like, Roblox gameplay on that or something. Motherfucker. Ah, you guys, what am I doing? I think, yeah, I just rolled late. Not a good situation right there. The danger of fighting Red Wolf early. I'm actually surprised that's the first time we've got hit on him so far. Oops. Yeah, I think I started up the roll, I believe. Like, you go check if there's stamina consumption, but obviously I was just too late. Man, this run has been tough, you guys. This is a tough run to do, like, this boss order and stuff. No, what I did there was normal. I just mistimed the roll. That's it. Wasn't anything special about that. Part of the thing there too was that he was blocking the actual projectile, so I couldn't even see it. And I don't know. I just mistimed it. I just messed up. We're doing the same boss order as well. Minus 1 hour. I'm curious what the score is now. It's probably like 4-0. They're probably gonna get shut out. 3-0. Oh my god. And Boston's getting smoked by Columbus as well. I genuinely think Boston, I've been saying it for a while now. I think they're a decent team for sure, but there's no chance they're gonna... I can't see them having as good of a season as last year, not even close. I just can't see it. Honestly, as far as I'm concerned, long term, the more the Suns lose, the better right now. Because they need to make the decision to get rid of the coaching. They have to. And so the sooner that happens, the better. Just gonna bait him up here. Whoops. This is reminding me of the Bolt of Grand Sax run we did. Like, obviously, this is a way harder version. But if you guys remember that last year when we were doing the run request no hit runs and I was doing Bolt of Grand Sax and I just kept getting hit to stuff. It's what it kind of reminds me of, dude. Like, the run seems so cursed when we were doing both the Grand Sax, and this is, like, this seems so cursed, too. Like, just every possible hit I could take, I have taken so far. Almost. I've gotten hit on so many things, man. Sens have guaranteed win on December 7th when they play Leafs. There's no way, dude. Sens are so bad. No chance. I guess they did pretty well against them last time, but I don't know, man. Sens are just horrible. Leafs are also like not really that good, so maybe. I would genuinely, if I was a Leafs fan right now, I would be very panicked. I would say, dude. Like I don't know. Their top players just seem to not be getting it done at all, and like they're in their primes right now. Like this is the time where they should be winning. At least getting a sniff of the Stanley Cup, if that's what their, you know, that's what their aim is, which it obviously is. Like I would be very concerned. Like I'm not saying this in a trash talk way or anything. I'm just like I'm saying this as a Sens fan right now who's the Sens are just fucking horrible. And it feels horrible. but yeah. I don't know, man. Not sure what they need to do. Like I don't know if it's just the players are just not fully bought into it. I really don't know. Or maybe it's just a case of, you know, the top players you know, like eating too much cap, and so they just can't like fill the spaces around them well enough. Which is similar to what is happening in Edmonton, it feels like, right? I think that's just part of also being a Canadian team. I genuinely think that's a huge part of it. Where you're playing in Canada and you're just making less money if you're playing in Canada. Like that's it. Most likely, like overall. So, you know, like players want to be earning more, and it's kind of like handcuffs the rest of your team. Like we've seen time and time again, though, for sure. Like Stanley Cup winning teams, their players take discounts on their contracts so that they can build a better team around them. Like that seems to be just an essential thing, which I don't really like that. I don't think that should have to be the case, but that's kind of how it is. Right? Look at Boston and like Tampa and Colorado. I'm not sure, but well, the Canucks are interesting this year. My prediction is that they're going to drop off pretty significantly. I'm not saying this because I don't like the Canucks or something. I do, but I do feel like they have a better record than the team is probably at this point in time. Like at least right now, I think it's a bit too early for them. But I mean, who knows, man? I could be totally wrong, and they just keep rolling. And yeah, even I've been watching the last few games too. Like, I mean, losing to San Jose is, I mean, that's not great, dude. But yeah, the last like what, maybe 6 or so games, they have not looked the same as what they looked like at the start. No team will ever get the number of cups that Montreal has. Well, who knows, dude? At this rate, doesn't look like a Canadian team's going to win anytime soon, especially Montreal. And so, who knows, man? Maybe like Avs start winning a bunch, and next thing you know, they got like 20 cups, man. I don't know. I honestly don't know how many cups Montreal has, but I know they have a lot. If the league lasts for long enough, I'm sure eventually. But at the same time, it's also like it's totally different than what it was when even the last time they won a cup. But I guess more so in most of their early cups, right? Where there's only, you know, there's literally a, you know, like a fifth of the teams in the league as there are now. But at least they've won, like, they were the last Canadian team to win, right? In like 90 what? I don't remember what year that was, but like 93? So at least they're the last Canadian team to win a cup. And that's during an era, like I don't know how many teams would have been in the league in 93, but it definitely was more than 6, that's for sure. It would have been, you know, in the 20s at that point, right? Or somewhere, like it's definitely a decent number. Versus at least the last time Toronto won a cup, which would have been, what year would that have been, dude? 60, 67? I don't know, man. Obviously, the Ottawa Senators have never won a cup. But the last time the Ottawa City won a cup was in like 19... What, like 19... Like early 30s, maybe? Or was it 1920? I don't know, man. At least that's a bit better than... Well, that's... Toronto's a bit better than 1920. But it's also totally different back then. Like, I thought there was one... I thought they won one after that, 1923. I thought there was one, like, later. But... Not sure how many more runs we're going to do tonight, you guys. But yeah, like maybe that 1927 one was like disputed or something. I remember hearing a weird story about what happened with that. Just got to get back to that Loretta split, man. Just get back there. Get past Godskin Duo. Get a chance at the run. I honestly would really like to get the run getting this item down here. I'd much prefer that than get the other one. Just because this is the one that he used. So, I mean, maybe I won't actually start getting the other one, dude. Honestly, if I can just get back to Millennia, and even if I get hit, I wouldn't really be upset about that. I do feel pretty confident about Millennia, though. Because once we get past Millennia, then we have a very decent shot at the run. Very decent shot. Barthek, how's it going, dude? It is kind of, you know, it feels a little bad, though, that we decided on, you know, that we didn't decide on the sleep strat earlier, because then, you know, that chance that gods can do, at least I wouldn't have gotten hit there, right? Could have gotten hit on something else, but I wouldn't have gotten hit there. Well, Squilla doesn't really do bingo, though. Oh, for fuck's sakes, man. I meant to... Like, I don't even know what I was doing. I was just going to unequip those cuckeries, but... Yeah, God's Gonna Do is the furthest I've been so far. And I got hit because I wasn't using the sleep strat. Because I kind of wanted to not do it. Since Asmongold didn't, but I've decided I just don't want to deal with the headache there, so... Yeah, furthest Sen's been in, like, modern era is... Conference Final Game 7 double overtime. That's the closest. So they were literally... Well, actually, okay, that's not true. They did make it to the Cup Final where they got smoked. And I'd like to remove that from my memory. They got smoked by Anaheim in 07. But yeah, like recently though, they which I should also remove from my mind, but it's too recent. But yeah, in 2007 against Pittsburgh, lost in double overtime game 7. It's brutal, dude. Honestly, just brutal. And that's such a good run to that point too. Nobody expected them to make it that far. And that was the playoffs with the legendary JG Pajot 4-goal game against the Rangers. Like, that is a historic game. Good thing he just rolled off like that. That was honestly one of the best, probably the best playoff performance I've ever watched, at least live. Like, that was insane, dude. Just the way it all was, too. He scored 3 goals. Gets us to overtime, and then scores the overtime winner for his 4th goal. Just insane, dude. He was so clutch. Come on, man. I just can't believe this guy's doing this every time. Oh boy, I'm probably dead. Oh, what a miracle that he decided to go around. What an idiot. What an absolute moron this guy is, dude. He had a straight shot to me, but he couldn't figure it out. Oh, had hope for the Canadians for a while. Well, when they made the final in, what year was that? 2020? I honestly knew they had no chance at winning. I had no chance. Even though, like, I'm not a big Montreal fan. I'm really not. I actually just don't like them at all. Second least favorite team. But I was still kind of hoping they would win, even with that being said. But I just knew they had no chance. Like, they were not a team that really deserved to make the final, if we're being honest. It's only because of the weird COVID season. But yeah, to be honest, to me, like I'm not really somebody who actually cares that much about a Canadian team winning the cup. I really like if a Canadian team wins the cup and it's Toronto, I'm gonna be upset no matter what. I like it doesn't matter to me that much, but yeah, like I was just hoping for Price to win, really.
Well, there's been a how can I? Nervous?
Yeah, Jack Hughes is good. The Devils, I don't know what's going on with the Devils this year, if it's just injuries or what, but they haven't been as good as they probably should be. Hopefully this is close enough to the edge. I'm actually not sure. It might not be close enough to the edge here. Nice. Bedard's insane, dude. I honestly did not expect him to be so good so early. But here he is. Scoring at a ridiculous pace on an absolutely atrocious team. I actually can't believe how good he is, man. I thought it was at least going to take like a year for him to get up to speed and figure it out, but... Like, we're talking potentially better than... Like, obviously Crosby brought a lot of other stuff to the table that Bedard probably won't. But, I mean... Like, how many goals did Crosby score in his rookie season? Like 39 or something like that? But Bedard's on pace for like fucking 50. I feel like I haven't looked. I don't think, but also Crosby's like not just a pure goal scorer though.
And I can also that you're not. Then why? I am Carly.
Imagine Chicago getting that player too, though. Like that's such a funny thing, man, about that whole situation. Yeah, that's true. When Crosby started playing, it was a much different time. Like, there's a lot of things that Bedard doesn't have to worry about that Crosby did have to worry about. Yeah, like literally getting his career ended by an open ice hit, and yeah, it's not the same. It's a good thing. Like, it's for sure a good thing, though, I would say. Although, like, I don't know. There's sometimes watching hockey at this point, at least for the Sens, where it's actually kind of frustrating how they don't play more physical. Sometimes. Oh, what the fuck? Guy's a hero, dude. You think you don't think the best players of either time period would succeed? Well, I mean, it's impossible to say, but yeah, like obviously, if you just like time traveled, brought Gretzky to modern day, he would get destroyed. But that doesn't mean he's bad. Like, obviously. But yeah, I mean, if you took the modern players and brought them back, like, as I don't know, it's impossible to say. There's like, it's not even a point in talking about it, really. I mean, just think about how much more optimized things are nowadays, right? Back in the day, people were like smoking between periods. Like, it's just totally not the same at all. And it's you can't compare it. You just can't. Nuke-san, how's it going, dude? Raceland, I don't know if I said thanks for that 15-month resub, though. Thanks so much, dude. But it is funny seeing people online talk about it, though, like saying Gretzky would be shit nowadays or something. Like, I don't even know what the point of trying to talk about that is, man. I think, you know, what's probably more something you can compare is the gap between the best player versus the next best player. Because, like, in the era... Because at that point, like, that's definitely a much more fair comparison because they're going to have similar access to, like, training and all this stuff. And yeah, and then if you compare Gretzky in that way, like, nobody, I mean, that's never going to be matched again, for sure. But also another thing to be fair though is when there's less players, and when there's less players overall in the sport, which obviously in hockey, when Gretzky was playing, there were just less overall players that were playing hockey. But the less players there are, the easier or the more likely there is to be a big gap, I guess, right? Like if people aren't as interested in it and all this stuff. So like that's another thing to take into consideration. But even if you take that in consideration, there's never like. Nobody's going to be that much better ever again. Most likely. It'd be very hard to imagine. Like, McDavid's obviously insanely good, but... And I would say there is a huge gap, actually. Or there's a fairly sizable gap between, like, him and McKinnon, who I would say is probably the second best right now. There's a decent gap, but it's not, like, Gretzky gap. And I guess, I mean, to be fair, Lemieux was insane too, but... No stun? Yeah, I usually don't talk about sports this much, dude, but this is what's happening because I'm having to reset a million times. This is what happens when you become a reset streamer. Please don't. You gotta start talking about stuff that aren't the game. I cannot believe he survived with that cheeky 1 HP. Prefer watching college hockey over NHL? What's the reason for that, Arda? Is the officiating better at the college level? I mean, I'm sure it is. It'd be literally extremely hard to imagine worse than NHL officiating.
You there? Come over here. What are you doing? What's it to you? Stick back, you wretch.
That's the worst part of the NHL. Okay, we're gonna stop. Let's stop talking about NHL, dude, because I feel like I've been talking about it for the last 6 hours and 48 minutes. We can move on to something else. Such as... Marca's tits, dude. Of course. The next logical stop. No, 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 no way. Okay. Seriously? Hey, golden eyes, dude. Here we go. I forgot how many extra runes you get for that. 335 though. I mean, not bad. Yeah, before streaming, I was doing programming. Well, actually, I mean that's not really true because I've been streaming for a long time. But before I started full-time streaming, I was doing programming. But yeah, I mean I've been streaming for a long time, dude. It's only fairly recently where I've actually like done it as my like just full-time, I guess. Which is cool, I guess. Melina or Millennia? Dude, Millennia, obviously Melina, dude. Obviously. It's kind of funny though too, right? Because when I decided that I was going to start full-time streaming back in September last year, I think it was around September, I was making decent money, dude. I was programming and I'd been, you know, programming for a couple of years. Moved up the, you know, kind of like the payroll a little bit over that time. I was making good money and like streaming I wasn't, but I'm like, man, I just don't even care. I was like, I'm just gonna, it's fine. I really don't. I guess it goes to what we were saying earlier. As long as I have enough, it's totally fine. And so that's what I decided. And obviously I didn't expect it to work out like this, where, you know, we'd start uploading YouTube videos and it'd take off like that, but that's what happened. What am I doing here? Did not expect that, but yeah, I was not making a good amount, to be honest. It's very hard. I think it's really hard to... Forgot to split. It's really hard to make enough from only streaming, dude. It's very difficult. And when I say difficult, I don't mean like the work necessarily. That's not what I mean. Is hard to do. I mean it's very hard to get to a point, or it's very unlikely for most people to get to a point where you can actually like make a decent amount streaming. It's a very small percentage of people. So that's what I mean by it's hard to do. Not that it's hard work necessarily, right? But unless you just start simply stealing people's content, recording it on your phone, put some GTA gameplay, post it on TikTok, $500 a day, dude. Simple. I did not know that. But yeah, the thing is, even if things didn't take off and I was just still making like a steady amount as I was when I started full-time streaming, I'd be perfectly fine with that, dude. Nothing would have changed at all for me. Dude, that dude deserved to get cooked in the replies. Like, what an absolute... Like, how... I just... Must be so out of touch to think that that's, you know... To think that you could just post that and not get shit on for it. Maybe I'm the out of touch one, dude, because I didn't even know that that was a thing that people did, so... TikTok is really more than YouTube ad revenue? I have no idea. I don't I have no idea, man. I don't know if any... I would have to go check the TikToks that have been posted. I don't really go on there. Hunter was posting the shorts that he would make on TikTok. I'm not sure if there's even been any money made over there, dude. Because some of my TikToks, I thought one got like 500k views, but if it's anything like YouTube Shorts, 500k views would amount to like $15 or something. It's not really a good amount, so... You know, when you compare that to long-form videos, it's totally just not even the same ballpark. But... I don't know, man. I don't know if TikTok actually is better for that. You imagine there would be a huge TikTok crash sometime soon where all the revenue disappears? Why do you think that? Yeah, my YouTube definitely makes more money than Twitch. Yep. Which, I don't really know if you compared the size of my channels relative to, you know, like on Twitch versus YouTube. I don't really know what one would be bigger when you compare it that way. But YouTube just has a lot more people. They have their, like, ads all figured out compared to Twitch and all this stuff, so... You know what? This actually is interesting. I should probably kill the boss before I say this. If I can pay attention. Oh. Stamina, dude. Rip Poise. Poise is definitely resetting here. Maybe I prevented it? I don't know. Why the fuck would you do that? Oh, he infrared is why. Fucking bastard. Fucking input reader. Please stun. Nice. Yeah, okay, so what I was saying, I was interested in the amount. So okay, so I've streamed. I was saying yesterday. I checked the hours that I stream for in total. I've streamed for about 8,200 hours, 8,200 hours or so. And so when I was looking at like some of those other stats, I saw my watch time on like Twitch has like, you know, there's like those achievements that they have. I guess I don't know, but this is just how I saw it. Obviously, they have it in the analytics and stuff. But the total number of time watched on my channel on Twitch is I believe it was around 2.2 million hours, which like that's an insane amount of hours, right? But I've also been streaming for 6 years, over 6 years, and I've been streaming for 8,000 hours. So like that's a lot of time. But when it comes to, you know, content creation and stuff, that's actually like not that crazy. And here's the comparison. So to compare, I was like, oh, I wonder what my YouTube watch time is. And and in the last 28 days, it is like I actually don't remember the numbers somehow, dude. Why am I blanking? Fuck, man, I can't remember how many hours it is. Shit, dude. Gotta go check. But either way, no, okay, I think I remember. In the last 28 days on YouTube, 2.8 million watch hours. So that what that essentially means is in the last 28 days, there have been more watch hours on my YouTube channel than in total across my 6.5 years of streaming on Twitch. So yeah, when you're comparing like relative size of my Twitch channel to the YouTube channel, I don't know if like in the percentage of like subscribers or followers or whatever, if it's similar, like percentile, whatever, I have no idea. But I think the main thing is that YouTube has so much more people watching. Like that's the thing. YouTube has so many more people watching that, you know? And it's not just my channel. I'm talking about the platform overall. So, like, if you could somehow compare the number of stream hours watched on any given day compared to YouTube's hours watched on videos, it would be, like, orders of magnitude bigger on YouTube. Like, by just an unbelievable amount of time. Which I've never... Like, it makes sense when you think about it, but I've never really thought about that before. I just haven't really thought about that. So it's very interesting. It's very interesting, and I don't know, just interesting to think about that, man. How in 28 days, like it's more watched hours by a significant amount, by like 800,000 compared to my Twitch channel. Like it's good and bad at the same time. Well, it's good overall, but kind of feels good and bad at the same time because it means my YouTube channel is doing pretty well. But then at the same time, I've been streaming for so long, and it's like. And it's significantly less than that. I don't know, man. That's just how it is, though, I guess, right? Hender, thanks for the brand new sub, dude. I appreciate that. Oh my god, Sense lost 5-0, dude. Jesus, man. I guess it's good I didn't watch that game. Oh man, that's so disappointing. Yeah, I find that very interesting to think about, though. Was my whole point. I'm not trying to like flex or something. I'd actually be curious to look at like I don't know. Yeah, like YouTube streaming. I wonder if more people watch YouTube streaming than Twitch streaming. Oh yeah, Twitch. Yeah, that's actually a great point. Twitch VODs are basically might as well not even be there for you know, at least as far as streaming like viewership is concerned. At least for like most streamers. Like Twitch does not have a good setup for, you know, videos on demand, and just nobody really watches them. The times people watch them is like they miss a stream and they just want to like catch up or whatever. But even that would be a tiny percentage of the viewers on Twitch overall. And so that's another reason why YouTube streaming is better, is because people actually watch. You know, you can change the thumbnail, potentially gets recommended to people, right? I'm sure if people are watching on YouTube, they've seen one of the streams recommended to them. And for example, my fuck. I think I can charge her to this. The first Bow All Bosses stream that was on YouTube, I think it was that one, has gotten like 400k views, dude. And that's just a past broadcast on a stream. That's it. That's all it is. There is absolutely like zero potential for that on Twitch, right? Zero potential for that. So that's another reason why streaming on YouTube is actually like potentially better, if you're looking at the more analytical side of it. Curtis, thanks so much for the 6-month Prime sub, dude. I don't even know if I'm pretty certain that ads run during VODs when people are watching it, but I don't know if you can see in the Twitch analytics if you actually make money from it, dude. Like, surely there's a way, but I don't think I've ever seen that. If there's a way to check how much ad revenue you get from VODs. But I'm sure for me, like if that was a thing, I'm sure I've made basically like nothing from it. And it's just, yeah, like versus YouTube where it's basically just normal YouTube video, right? So people watch it. If it hits the algorithm, then people watch it and then, like it's just like a normal video, basically.
Maybe.
Yeah, my main point though
Best
overall,
nut
like
ever.
obviously Twitch and like there's no question that Twitch and YouTube people go there for different reasons. I do think that eventually Twitch is gonna, you know, keep dying out as the other streaming platforms come in. Like, and YouTube's huge for that, right? But my main point was just how unbelievably different the scale of YouTube and Twitch is. And I never really thought about it too much. But yeah, when I saw those numbers, I was like, holy fuck, dude. Like, that's crazy. And imagine the big, really big YouTube channels, right? Like PewDiePie or something. Back when, or, I mean, obviously Mr. Beast is like, would be insane, but... Chris Dub, thanks for the brand new prime sub, by the way, dude. Like, imagine Mr. Beast channel. The unbelievable amount of hours that are watched on his channel. Like, it must be just insane. Insane to think about. Because my channel is relatively small, right? Like, things are going really well, 100%. But when you compare it to... Like, the same with Twitch as well, right? But yeah, when you compare it to the actual, like, big established YouTubers who have been doing it for years and have blown up and stuff, it's my channel's not big compared to theirs, and so I can't even imagine. First of all, I can't even imagine 2 million watch hours. I just can't imagine it. I can't possibly imagine it. And like, those channels get that in a day easy. Like, very easily, right? Just insane. Insane to think about. Well, yeah, no, well, yeah, I mean, obviously it's totally different. My channel versus Mr. Beast, but I was just using that as an example of a comparison of, like, the biggest YouTube channel, basically, versus, like, I was just saying it to demonstrate that mine is relatively small compared to that. In the same way that my Twitch channel is relatively small compared to, like, Asmongold, right? So I just can't even fathom it, dude. I really can't. No, dude, the thing is, like, no XP, I don't know. I wouldn't change anything, dude. I don't think it's a shame at all. Like, I almost think it's the opposite, dude. I think there's so many channels out there that should be more popular than they are. That do, like, similar stuff to what I do. That, yeah, I think that's, like, more the case. Like, I'm in a insane spot, dude. If somebody told me, like, a year ago that next thing you know, I'm going to have like 250K on YouTube, it'd just be unbelievable to think about. I couldn't even imagine it, dude. Like, that's crazy. Lose a large chunk of the experience when there's 60K people in chat. Oh, yeah, it is totally different, but again, yeah, I was just using it as like a comparison, you know? Antichrist and Pumpkin Spice. Thanks for the 100 bits, dude. I appreciate that. But yeah, I mean, what you guys are saying about, you know, streams being more interesting for a smaller, like, while in a smaller audience and stuff. I feel the same way, but as a streamer, dude. Like, if chat was blowing by and I just couldn't read anything, and like, I just don't think it would be as fun to stream in that environment. I just don't think so, dude. Because then it would almost just feel like more like I'm just here by myself, just like playing the game, rather than like actual people watching it. Because then we could actually have we wouldn't be able to have a discussion about anything, and then I couldn't communicate at all and stuff like that. It wouldn't be as good, I don't think. It wouldn't be as fun to stream it in that way. But yeah, I don't know. I think this is a pretty good balance at this point for me, where I can still read stuff, but there is still like a decent number of people here, obviously, especially with the double chat. But it's, I think if it was a bit more, then maybe it'd be a bit trickier to follow. I think it's a good spot. Expect a surge of new viewers, subscribers when DLC drops. I don't really know, dude. I mean, I don't know. I guess it depends what I do, right? Maybe. I don't know. Probably. I do think there will be, just simply because there's going to be way more eyes on the game. And I've been playing the game for a while. And, so, like, probably. Just because there's going to be more people watching in general. $10K plus sub only would be a good way to balance. Yeah, but I would hate to put my chat in sub only, dude. I'd much rather not do that. Soul streamer that sees YouTube chat? I do see YouTube chat, yes. I would feel bad if I was streaming and just like ignoring half the stream. I kind of feel bad, dude. Yeah, I wouldn't want to do sub only, man. Okay, please don't aggro mosquitoes so I can actually fast travel out here. Miles, thanks, dude. I appreciate that. Dude, DLC was announced like a year ago, I feel like. That was a while ago when it was announced. Last round I got hit on Red Wolf. The furthest we made it today, I got hit on the running section to Loretta in the snowfield. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense, Sanji, right? I mean, I think watching anything and just getting more knowledge on something's going to make you better at it. Yeah, even if you're not playing. February, nobody knows the actual release date yet.
5 to 0 liters Bible.
Shogun, thanks for the 500 bits, dude. Man, suns are sucking as much as I am today, basically. But yeah, people are just speculating that it's going to be late February, early March for the DLC releasing. And a lot of that is based on the like financial report of From Software. I believe. I didn't really look into it myself, but... But yeah, for their like 2023 financial report, they didn't include the Shadow the Erdtree DLC in it or something like that. And so that's why people have speculated that it's not going to be this year. Fiscal year 2023 ends. Well, you can just set it, right? I mean, I would assume for like taxation reasons. But basically they had their like financial report for like fourth quarter of 2023 and Shadow the Erdtree wasn't listed in there or something like that, and so that's why people knew it wasn't going to be out before the year end. Oops. Oh yeah, I did see that actually, Visol. Yeah, I did see that, dude. Yeah, somebody had in their LinkedIn, yeah, that they were working on Shadow the Erd Tree. Yeah, I do remember seeing that actually. What are the chances that Shadow the Erd Tree will be poorly received? I think very low. I mean, the way I think about it is that FromSoft has literally never, at least in terms of the Souls games, but even beyond that, FromSoft really hasn't taken an L anywhere. Almost everything they've made has been very well received. And so there's no reason to expect why it wouldn't be good. There's no reason to. In every single one of the Souls games, the DLC is the best content. Every single one. DS2, DS1, Dark Souls 3, Bloodborne. Every time, it's been their best content. And like, their base games are already, like, they're already really good, right? So, there's no reason to expect why the DLC would not be good and well received. DS2 Remaster? I would like to see a DS2 Remake. I think that game deserves to be remade into what the original vision of Dark Souls 2 was. I actually saw some stuff on it recently. You know, the network test playthrough. I forget what channel I was watching, but basically he was playing through the network test of Dark Souls 2. In the game, there's tons of performance issues, which is presumably the reason why they had to do what they did and kind of trim down the game a lot. But the game looked amazing, man. It looked unbelievable. The lighting was so good. The textures looked significantly better. The game looked amazing, but then, yeah, I guess for performance reasons or whatever it was, maybe having to compensate for not as good hardware at the time or something, they had to make it look like it is now, which doesn't look great. It doesn't look terrible, but you know, I would say it's for sure below average. Oh, dude, that sucks, Bender. Oh, that's horrible, man. Yeah, that's always on my mind when I'm fighting Yorm. I'm always so scared of that happening. All right, well, we're back at Red Wolf, so let's do it, dude. It's 3. Yeah, I'd love to see a DS2 remake, man. I think that'd be awesome. I think out of all the Souls games and the Souls or Souls-like games or whatever, I think that's the one that deserves a remake by far the most. I think Bloodborne, people want a Bloodborne remake. I don't think that needs a remake at all. I think the game's already in a decent state. Really, the thing that needs to be done is just improve the performance of the game. Maybe adjust some of the controls, such as B-jump, and then that's all it needs, man. It's already good. But Bloodborne in 60 FPS would be game changer. This is exactly the same RNG as the last fight, you guys. And then it changed. That opening, the first 3 attacks he did there was the exact same as last fight. It's kind of funny. Yeah, so that's, in a perfect world, DS2 remake. You know, make the game look better. Maybe make some minor in-game adjustments to the rolling iframe thing, which I've explained so many times I'm not going to do it again. What I think that they should do with that, because I like the base system. I like the idea of it. Especially as like a challenge runner, right? A lot more possibilities, but there should be some adjustments, in my opinion, to make it not as like intrusive to the gameplay, I guess. And then, so yeah, they do that with DS2, and then Bloodborne,
Best nut ever.
you know, I guess PC, of course,
Newvid
but
Miyazaki.
more so just, you know, make the game run better. Make it run better. Make it at least in 60 FPS. And then change some controls, just like in Dark Souls Remastered. And that's perfectly fine. The game already looks fine.
Hello? Can you hear me? Help me. I'm stuck. Hello? Hello? I at least. My thanks.
I don't think I would change anything else about DS2 in a remake. And I would be... What I was saying the other day is, like, if they did remove the agility stat or the controlling iframes mechanic of the game, I would honestly be very upset. And I probably wouldn't even play it.
Maybe.
Also, my chat
maybe
just randomly stopped scrolling.
I'll give you the best nut ever.
West Immizor, thanks for the Brandon Prime sub, dude. Also, Decomposing, thanks for the 9-month resub. Yeah, I'd be upset because, first of all, there's a few things. I think when, you know, if a company or studio's remaking a game that, you know, they didn't, like, let's say Bluepoint does it, even though that won't happen, but let's just say that happens with DS2. I think they should really try their best to stay to the original game for the most part. But there should be visual and graphical updates to make it look more modern, and then also if there's any like glaring issue that the game has, then I think that's a bit more acceptable to be fixed, but yeah. We're not going to have the ADP discussion. I've already explained it so many times. We're not going to do it. But I like the mechanic of it. The bottom line is I like the mechanic of it, but there's some adjustments that would make it much better, I think. That I would personally implement. And I've thought about it a lot. In fact, I think maybe 2 days ago when I went on a big... I literally talked about it for probably about 30 minutes. I kind of want to go and highlight that so that it I guess it would be in a YouTube video, right? Or in a YouTube stream. So hopefully it's still somewhere. But, okay, I'll explain the ideas I have. Raise the floor of iframes so that the minimum iframes that are possible are higher. I would probably put it to about 8 in 30 FPS. And, you know, remove agility, make the actual iframes that your character has more visible on the character stat screen, and that's it. That's all I would change, really. And have, like, a good explanation of what it means. That's basically what I would change. That's all I would do. Well, okay, that's not all I would do, I guess. There were some more things that I explained, such as making the actual... Like, so yeah, having the iframes that your character has on a roll in the character screen. And that way, it's not just some, like, random arbitrary number of agility that gives you an iframe, right? Because there has to be iframe cutoff points, I think, with your level of ADP/attunement. But yeah, if you could actually just see the number of iframes, then it wouldn't be some guessing game, and you wouldn't have to search it up. It's like, oh, I mean, right now I have 91 agility, so I went from 90 to 91, yet my iframes are the exact same, but now when I get to 92, they're just all of a sudden better, and once I get to 95 agility, my iframes are still the same at 92, but now that I get to 96, magically I just get another one, right? It's a weird way to do it. So that's what I would change. Simple.
Hello. Hello. Please.
Iframe, or wait, if 8 or 9 iframes is same as DS1, that's not how it is. No, no, no. 13 is the base normal roll in all the other Souls games. 13. So yeah, it's not 8 or 9. Thirteen's a roll in this game. It's a roll in Dark Souls 3. It's a roll in Dark Souls 1. Standard roll, not a fat roll. And again, we're not going to have this big discussion here. We're not going to do it. Because I've already argued with too many people about it. And I've already explained what I think they should do. Too many times.
Alright then. I could be. Never mate, good mate. I'll be seeing you.
And yes, not everybody likes it. And that's totally fine. I honestly really don't give a shit. Because I do like it. And I think the implications that it has on challenge running is really good. And the implications that it has on build variety is also good. But if the floor is lowered, that means it's kind of less of a forced level up. So that's why I think that's how it should be done. Very simple. All right, let's level up. I feel like I normally get to 40 here. Probably didn't pop a soul. When do I normally pop this soul in? Where is it even from? Oh, I don't have enough anyways. I'm sure it's fine. Surely Renala won't survive with 1 HP here. Oh yeah, I'm not mad or anything. I'm just saying that I'm not gonna. I'm just saying that I'm not gonna talk about it more than that because I've already talked about it to such an insane degree that I just, my opinion is on that entire system is way too long to explain to every single person who didn't hear it, right? So yeah, that's kind of why I want to highlight that. We can put it in on the second channel, make a command for it. Like it takes too long to explain everything and my reasoning behind it all. So I'll try to find that and highlight it and put it on the second channel so that people can see it if they want. And it's not trying to convince anybody. It's just my opinions on it and why I like it and how I would change it, all that stuff. All right, Renala time. Did I don't know if I equipped the gesture. I did. Hello. All right, we got that rare back spawn. Well, it's not even rare, it's just I haven't seen it very much on this run. Oh. With the flesh. You fucking bastard, dude. Fucking moon attack. You know, I've actually noticed something very interesting when I was testing this earlier, which I'll explain in a bit.
Come, O sworn giant.
So those 3 wolves that I just attacked, when they come back in and respawn, they're going to be aggroed regardless of the beast torch. But this one will not, because I'm not going to attack this one. And so when those wolves come back, like I said, once they all come back, the 3 will attack me no matter what. But the one right there that I didn't attack will not attack me. Because I was kind of confused the other day on like why the 3 were just attacking me no matter what, and only 1 was getting affected by the beast torch. But that is the reason why. See, look. So those 3 will attack, but that one won't. That's the one that I didn't attack earlier. So basically, I guess that means these are like the same wolves, right? Pretty interesting. Nice. Oh! Oh, you bastard. Oh, you bastard. I honestly forgot she could do that. I didn't even see her starting up the attack because I wasn't really paying attention.
Where did he flee, my sweetings? Come out
Fuck you,
sea high.
bastard. Shitty boss. Good thing I heard him. I heard him, and that's why I got away. Because I heard him coming in. That's so funny, dude. Asmongold did not do this hit list now. We're just using his first playthrough build. And I would like to do this with a bunch of other, we'll call them like quote-unquote celebrities as well. I think that could be fun. Celebrity build no-hit runs. Because this run's already been super fun, dude. This has already been awesome. That's the best. I think that's the best part of like doing the stuff I do here is like the runs are so much fun to do. And then they also make awesome YouTube videos and stuff, right? It's the best part, man.
I'm angry.
Great. I'm not sure who's next. We might do like might do a poll on it. Not sure. I'm not going to be in any rush to do the next one of these though. We're going to do some run requests. And then after the run request, after a big chunk of them are done, then we'll do another one of these maybe, or go back to master run all great runes. Rando no-hit is not really something that's high on my list of things to do. As I've described during this run several times, RNG in a no-hit run really annoys me. I don't really like doing that. And obviously, a randomizer is the absolute epitome of randomization, or RNG, right? So... is that the right word? I think so. But yeah, what I've been saying, if I'm bored one day and I have somehow nothing to do, which will never happen, but if it does, then my game, okay, then I will, you know, we can do some runs of it or something, but it's probably not something I would do seriously because it's just too much RNG grind, man. Way too much RNG. If it was only boss segments and it was a randomizer, then that would be way more fun because for the most part, you should be able to beat any boss. But it's just the running sections that annoy me a lot. But yeah, I mean, it's great content, right? Like, Eggy's been doing insanely well doing the randomizer no-hits, so... But yeah, what I would be more into doing is item randomizer no-hit, not enemy randomizer, because that rewards a high level of game knowledge while not having tons of RNG conditions where you just die if it happens. So that's something I would do for sure. I did it in Dark Souls 3. And it was lots of fun. Because yeah, that's just like a pure game knowledge run where you need to be good enough at the bosses to fight them with anything. And you need to know where the item pickups are and how the enemies around it would affect those item pickups, all that good stuff. It's really fun to do a run like that. And like I said, yeah, did it in Dark Souls 3. It was awesome. And sure, there's still RNG on it, but again, it's not RNG to the point where if you get some certain thing, you just can't survive. So I'll probably do that at some point. That sounds like fun. Even though there's no question it's not as impressive as doing you know, full randomizer no-hit or something. But I also don't really care if my runs are impressive or not. Not why I do it. Yeah, I would be surprised if once we get this run, I would be maybe a little surprised if Asmongold reacts to it. Like maybe he might watch it at some point, but yeah, because the video for this will easily be an hour and a half. So the 4-hour run, right? So probably going to be a pretty long video.
Maybe I'll give you the best nut ever.
Psychedelica, thanks for the brand new Prime sub. I appreciate that. 10-minute short edit? No, I don't think that would work out so well. I'm not gonna, yeah, I'm not gonna change the content I do so that it's more React friendly. No. I don't think so. No, I'm gonna do everything the same. If he reacts to it, that's great. If he doesn't, that's also totally fine. I don't really care either way.
Please. Oh, thank you. Did I forget? I see you are very to study such. Please.
I think what's cool is that he even knows who I am, because he said before, I think, somebody sent me a clip of he was reacting to some like Elden Ring opinion video or whatever. And he's just out of nowhere brought up my runs. And I thought that was pretty cool. Pretty interesting. It's one of the craziest things about doing this stuff is that people know who I am, man. I remember when I figured out that Lobos knew who I was, I was like, holy shit, dude. Fucking, how does Lobos know who I am, man? I'm just some idiot doing garbage challenge runs, man. I'm just doing like a bunch of stupid no-hit runs. And like the absolute god of challenge runs, Lobos knows who I am. that was pretty funny, dude. It wasn't even that long ago, man. It was like last year, I feel like. I mean, maybe he knew who I was before that, but I have no idea. Yeah, it's crazy to think about, man. Who was I inspired by the most? Well, literally the only reason I'm playing Souls games at this point in time is because of Faraz's, FrazCon's no-hit run in DS3. So, for sure by him, and for sure by Squilla as well. Those were the two guys that made me start no-hit runs in the first place. Ots, I mean, I've watched Ots for a while, and I really like him and stuff, but honestly, not really so much. I didn't know about Ots until I had already started streaming and all that stuff. But obviously, Ots is like a legendary, you know, content creator and Souls player, dude. But yeah, so those for sure, those two guys were the biggest inspirations for me getting into no-hit runs and all that stuff. And starting streaming. And it's funny, too, because people have compared me to Squilla for so many years, dude. Maybe not so much anymore. But I watched Squilla so much that a lot of his... It's hard to measure exactly how much, but a lot of his kind of, like, mindset for no-hit runs and calmness rubbed off on me. And I don't think... That being said, I don't know if I watched some other more emotional streamer... You know, freak out when they get hit all the time or something, like Hob, I guess. I don't know if I would have watched Hob to get into no-hit runs. I don't think I would have been more like that, but I don't know. I remember when I got into it, Squilla, like, I mean, he still is, but he was just an absolute, like, monster. You know, the runs he was doing at that time was just so much more ahead of everybody else that... I was like, man, that's sick, dude, that he's doing that stuff. SO1, all bosses, no hit in DS3. You know, what seems, you know, maybe it seems like a more trivial run now, since so many people have done it and all that, but it's still legendary, right? It's sort of like what we were talking about earlier with sports and how the players from, you know, decades ago, it's very hard to compare them to now, but it's still insanely impressive what they did. Like someone like Gretzky or whatever. That's kind of how I think about, like, the old school no-hit runners a little bit, right? Like, they got all the stuff started. You know, they found all the original strats. They showed people that it was even possible to do in the first place. And like, now people have taken it and gone, like, crazy with it, right? And maybe I might be part of that, I guess, to a degree, but... Yeah, Skull's always been... I've always considered him to be, like, just... Like, maybe he's not so much into doing it as much anymore as he used to be. But yeah, I've always considered him, like, one of the best. At least one of the best, if not the best, for a long time. Or greatest, if that means anything. I think probably Hobbs the guy, but Squilla's right there with him. Strength, +6. Did I get a +6? Yeah, but again, the entire reason why I'm even playing Souls games right now and streaming and stuff is because of I came across Faraz's no-hit run on YouTube of DS3. I've told the story a number of times, but essentially I quit Dark Souls 3 after my friend convinced me to play it. I got about halfway through or so. Never plan to play it again because I was annoyed by some of the mechanics in the game. But then I stumbled across his no-hit run and I just couldn't believe it, dude. I couldn't believe what he was doing and how quickly he was doing it. And so, yeah, after I saw that, I got back into the game, finished the game, immediately started doing no-hit in DS3 because I was just thinking, like, I wonder how I could do at this. And so, yeah, that's how it all started, dude.
Maybe I'll give you the best nut ever.
Come on, Noble. Not sure we're getting the stun on this one, you guys. Maybe? Dude, this is actually like worst scenario basically. Why did I do that second attack? Okay, pretty well saved there, though. Pretty well played. We're in a good position. I did want to get that riposte there, but we didn't. I didn't wait long enough for Noble to change the angle. We didn't need it anyways, though. Well, so probably the main thing that bugged me when I played Dark Souls 3 for the first time was... I guess it was more just when, you know, I clear out an area the first time I go through it, and I die. I didn't like having to do all of it over again. That's what I didn't like. And the boss runbacks was also a very, very similar thing, where I clear out an area, and, you know, I spend all this time, I kill every single enemy, I explore everything, and then I die to the boss, and then everyone's just back, and I have to do it all over again. At least that's what I thought, right? And so that's what really turned me off about the game. And you know, I started eventually running through stuff, but I didn't like doing that, man. It didn't seem right. And so yeah, that's eventually what made me quit the game, I think. I struggled on Abyss Watchers for a long time. Like when I honestly got hard stuck on Udex Gundyr. And you know, I spent like a couple hours on him, honestly, and the run back there didn't really annoy me because it was like a very small run back. But the first time I started getting annoyed by that, I think I killed Vort fairly quickly, but on Abyss Watchers, because there's a bunch of enemies on the way. There's the Dark Wraiths, and obviously I didn't know the optimal running path to get back to the boss, right? So I was dealing with all the Dark Wraiths, and I was losing a bunch of health and having to drink a bunch of heals before getting to the fight, and I just didn't like that. And so yeah, I think I don't remember exactly where I stopped playing the game on that playthrough, but it was around that area basically. It was a bit past Abyss Watchers. I did kill them, and I think I killed Wolnir as well, but maybe it was like on the way to Pontiff, where I just eventually quit the game. Not like Pontiff has a horrible run back though, actually, but yeah, that was probably the most annoying thing for me playing these games for the first time. And honestly, I still don't like it. And that's why I'm happy that they put the Stakes America in this game. I think that's a huge improvement to these games, not having to run back through areas. Because in my opinion, I've talked about it a lot, I just think there's no point having to do that. Of forcing the player to have to run back through an area that they already cleared out. And yeah, that's also a huge part of the reason why I don't really like playing Souls or Souls-like games casually. That's a huge part, and that's probably the main reason. It's because I just don't really like having to do that. I'd much rather play these games in a way where I like optimize things and I learn the boss fight in a more efficient way, such as using like a save file or whatever. And yeah, dude. That's why, you know, a lot of people don't really understand when I say I don't like these games casually, and I literally have thousands and thousands of hours in them, but that's kind of how, dude, right? I still really like the games overall. They're amazing. But But yeah, that's the reason why I don't really like them casually as much. It should be on time here. This is number 1. This is number 2. I'm just gonna grace out. You fucker. Imagine doing that twice. I wasn't expecting it. Imagine doing that fucking twice, dude. Yeah, we don't really want to be fighting Rykard when he's got the Ranker going. That is a huge part of the reason, Pro League, 100%. I mean, that's probably, yeah, that's the main thing, right? Because DS2 is so much fun for doing challenge runs on, that a lot of the things that really, like, casual players really don't like about the game, or just people doing casual runs, I don't really care about as much. And I mean, I've made that very clear, why I like DS2 more than the other Souls games for the most part, because it's just so much fun for challenge running it compared to the other ones. I mean, the other ones are great too, but yeah, DS2 is awesome for it, man. And again, that all comes back to the whole, like, controlling your iframes thing too, right? And I can understand 100% why people don't like it casually, and it makes sense. But for me, it doesn't really matter, because it's so good on challenge runs, right? So, like, I can 100% accept that. That's the reason why I like DS2, and you know, why it's not the more popular Souls game, or like the least favorite Souls game overall for most people. Number 1. Number 2. Yeah, luckily coming into this fight, I only had like 700 runes or something, so memory of gracing out doesn't matter. Should be number 3. There it is. Do 1 follow-up. There it is. Yeah, so I 100% I understand. I have a pretty different perspective on the Souls games compared to most players. And I acknowledge that. I think that's totally fine. But that's why, you know, that's why I kind of have that, like, internal debate, though, of whether or not I would consider all of the Souls games to be in, like, my top favorite games of all time. And that's why it's a bit tricky for me, because the way that these games are meant to be played, I'm not the biggest fan of, right? But when it comes to doing challenge runs like this, it's basically my favorite thing to do in any game at this point in time, right? So that's why it's kind of tricky a bit. My stamina consumption's a little awkward here. Just gonna refill here. So yeah, that's why that's an interesting thing for me to think about. But yeah, my conclusion is that they absolutely are in my top favorite games of all time. I mean, they just have to be. I'd be such an idiot to like put 9K hours in a game series that I don't think is my favorite games to play or whatever. Ultimately, I guess it doesn't really matter how you enjoy the games, just that you enjoy them. Even all that being said, though, my Elden Ring first playthrough, I had such a good experience on it compared to my other Souls game first playthroughs, and I think the Stakes of Marco is a part of that. But also, I think just having my prior game knowledge of the Souls games and applying it to this one made it quite a bit easier, which I liked. I never really got stuck anywhere, and I don't really like getting stuck anywhere usually, at least on a normal playthrough. Okay, let's go to the temple. Yeah, I think part of the thing that was so cool about when Elden Ring got released, though, was actually just the whole... It was the first time... Well, so I was around during Sekiro. That was 2019. I'd started getting into Souls games by then, of course. I was streaming. But Sekiro's not a Souls game, and so it was the first time that I was actually involved in the community during the release of a Souls game. And so that was fucking awesome, man. That definitely made it even better. Because Sekiro's a great game, and it was really fun to play and all that stuff, but there's no question. For me, it doesn't do the same thing for me as a Souls game does. And, you know, reading people's messages everywhere, that, you know, exploring all these other areas and crafting the builds that I already had, like, decent knowledge of because Elden Ring's very similar to other Souls games. It was awesome, dude. It was definitely awesome. Hopefully the DLC is just like that again. And the online part of it as well, you know, like so many people online and all this stuff. Sekiro kind of didn't really have that when it came out, right? Because it's not... I think they added all the messages and stuff in an update, right? If I'm remembering properly. But yeah, people discussing, you know, illusory walls and you know, I remember in the early stages, people on Twitter were all talking about, like, oh, dude, do illusory walls even exist in this game? Because everyone was too early in the game to have found one in Liurnia or something. That was awesome, dude. +7. But yeah, I assume Dark Souls 3 was kind of similar, but just to a lesser degree, because I'm sure there weren't... I don't know how many copies of Elden Ring they sold in the first month, but I'm sure Dark Souls 3 didn't even come remotely close to that. Tips to beat Sekiro: simply learn and then win. Simple. Yeah, I guess we have been going for 8 hours. I mean, I would like to get somewhere here. The runs today have been a little disappointing. We had one decent run that got ended to just something so, like, it just it didn't feel great. Going in the snowfields. And, yeah. Sekiro's easy once you learn the timings. I mean, that could be said about most things, but I would say that's true. Sekiro's interesting because, sure, it's like a pattern recognition game, just like all these other ones are, and, like, you know, a rhythm game, probably more so. Well, definitely more so than Souls games, but what's interesting in Sekiro is kind of what you can do is there's sort of a formula where you could fight a boss. Let's say Sword Saint Ishin, right? Sword Saint Ishin was probably the hardest boss for most people in that game. on their first playthroughs. But once you know the right formula to beating him with the right attack pattern, basically, he's so simple, man. Almost to a disappointing degree. And so for example, when I think of phase 3 Ishin, or I guess phase 2 Ishin, but it's like phase 3 overall in the fight, kind of at least what I would do on no hit is you do one attack and then you parry, and then you do one attack and then you parry, and then you do one attack and then you parry, and then you just do that. You just loop it, basically. And so it's not really, you know, sure, there's other positional things, there's other attacks you can do, but that sort of formula can be applied to most bosses in Sekiro, which, you know, I'm not a huge fan of, I guess, right? And Genichiro's the same. If you go watch my, you know, no hit run for the God Run 3 on a boss like Genichiro, you just, and Emma's the same. Just like one hit, parry, one hit, parry, one hit, parry the whole time. So the bosses are really good, but that definitely like detracts from them a little bit, I would say. Whereas Souls bosses, I don't think have that as much, or it's not as simple as that. Yeah, Geni, you attack, walk forward, parry. Attack, walk forward, parry. And then you do that until he does something different. You react to what he does, and then you just get back into it. That's probably like the one thing that I'm not a huge fan of in Sekiro a little bit. I couldn't jump again. I got scared. I didn't actually land up there. I don't think I have anything bad to say about the game other than that, though. And that's not even necessarily something that's that bad. It's just my least favorite thing about the game, probably. Oh, yeah, true. You don't have to play like that. That is definitely true. But I think the fact that it's possible is what I am not the biggest fan of. But again, not really... It's not a big deal to me.
Welcome! The stars have aligned! The fest of... But now...
What class? Yeah, well, you know, it's something that's interesting. I'm not saying this is what you're saying, but a lot of people, I think, a lot of people, I feel like a lot of people think that the classes that they pick in Elden Ring or in Souls games in general are super important. They're really not. You could pick a class on your first playthrough and just choose, you know, 5 minutes in, just completely change your build if you want to, and not, it doesn't really matter what class you have. It's not like an MMO where you pick a class at the start of the game and you're just forced to use that class the entire time. You know, all it affects really is just your starting levels and just your starting gear, but that can be easily fixed. I mean, your starting stats, I guess, are your starting stats, but... But it's really not a big deal. Because people ask me about that all the time. Like, oh man, what class do I pick? Like, it's such a big deal. It's really not that big of a deal. We should get a stun eventually here, I think. There it is. It's because Radan was a negative poise that whole time, but he can't be stunned during that animation, so I just had to attack him once he got out of it to get the stun. Like, he was probably in like negative 50 poise there, so. But yeah, so that with that being said, I don't really have a favorite starting class. I don't think about it like that. Well, although I guess the armor of the class that I like the most is the Confessor. So if I had to pick, I like the Confessor armor, and so that would be it. But I don't actually really have a favorite. I don't really pick favorites very often, I guess, when it comes to Souls games, dude. People ask me my favorite weapon just constantly. I have no idea. I don't have a favorite weapon. I just don't even think about it. Go back and try Radan before the first nerf. You know, I'm not gonna lie. I have barely noticed a difference on him since then. Now, it's been a while since I fought that older patch Radan, but I feel like people make way too big of a deal on how significant that patch was to him. I could be totally wrong, and maybe it was just huge and I'm misremembering or something, but... No, one thing to consider from people's opinions on it. Right, imagine this. You go through your first playthrough, your first encounter with Radan, right? And you get blasted by him like everybody else does. And then it's like, okay, you beat him eventually. And then you move on. You beat the rest of the game, whatever. They patch the game, with the big Radan nerfs. Then you go back to him on NG Plus or on a new playthrough. And you fight him again. And then you beat him in a couple tries compared to your, hours of attempts before. And so you're like, man, they made him so much easier. But in reality, like, sure, maybe they did make him a bit easier. But what is more likely to have happened is that you just learned the boss from your first playthrough. And now that you're back on your second playthrough coming back, you already know what to expect. You know the moveset a little bit. And so you just kind of have to, like, get back into the swing of it. And then you're good to go. Right? So I think that's kind of more the case with those, with that boss. I don't think he was that much harder when the game came out. And that's what I think is probably more so the case. But that being said, I haven't really fought him pre-nerf since he was nerfed or whatever, so I can't remember exactly, but I could definitely be wrong. But in my experience, he seems basically the same. Almost the same. Yeah, so what they did is they reduced the tracking on some of his projectile attacks, which you might have noticed I never got there. And almost 99% of the fights I do, even Master Run fights, NG plus 7, level 1 plus 0, I never get those attacks. Because the optimal way to fight him isn't from range. So that's one of those like nerfs that is unnoticeable. But what they did is they reduced the size of some of his hitboxes, right? So yeah, I guess it's certainly possible that I'm not remembering correctly, and the way I just fought him right there wouldn't work the same way as the older patch, but I guess the one way to test would be to go check. But what I was describing of, that situation of somebody coming back, I think that's a very plausible explanation for why so many people seem to think that the nerf to him was so huge when I don't think it actually was that huge. Even though what they actually did, they did reduce the size of his hitboxes by like 25% or something like that. That's what I remember hearing when the patch happened. But yeah. Exorcist, how's it going, dude? Also, Imea, I appreciate that. Good luck on your finals. Really said that right.
Maybe I'll give you the best nut ever.
Tasty, thanks for the 2-month resub, dude. But yeah, it would be fun to down patch and go check. When did they make that patch? Does anybody know what version of the game it was on where they did that, or before they did that? Was it 102? 101? Like, I remember being very early. We can go test it. It's very easy to down patch. Have I ever beaten the 2 tree sentinels? Yes. I have indeed. Version 103. So I think the first no-hit run I did was on 102. And I did fight Radan on that run. Within the first few weeks. I don't know. We can go check and get an answer once and for all. I would be curious. If I could just fight him the exact same way I am right now. And just, it would be the same.
Maybe I'll give you the best nut
Exorcist, thanks for the brand new sub. I appreciate that. How have the runs been? Not amazing, but not the worst either. We did make it past Moog again, and I got hit on the way to Snowfield by a little shitter militia guy. But yeah, one thing they also did that they reverted, actually, they nerfed his HP. I think they might have nerfed his damage and HP at some point. I'm not 100% sure on that, but I do remember they did something like that and then reverted the changes because they were accidental. So that was another thing that happened. JBs, have a good night, dude. Thanks for the good luck. They've got the double stamina consumption there. Surely it's fine. It is fine. Wait, I don't know what you mean, Little Moo. I don't know what you mean. Oh, turn the chat off. Like to get this run faster, you're saying? Nah, that's fine. Oh, I see. Okay, that's what the lol was. Okay. I've never played League of Legends, and I don't ever plan to. I don't know why I rested here.
For bringing me here, and thus I shall farewell. I shall leave. I wish you luck. You have. I have no.
There's only one. Well, is Overwatch considered a MOBA? I mean, I guess, right? But okay, aside from that, because I did play Overwatch a tiny bit, closer to when it was released. But I've played one MOBA. Probably I played, I think, 3 games of it. I cannot remember what it's called, but my friends convinced me to play it when I was like in middle school or something. And I played 3 games of it with them, and I just never played another one since that. Except for, I guess, if Overwatch counts, I guess it's sort of different though. I mean a MOBA that's got, you know, the lanes and all that stuff. Overwatch kind of isn't really like that, or I don't think. I wish I remember what the game was called. I don't think it was a very popular game. Because I've never seen anybody play it. And I've never heard about it since that, but... No, it's not Paladins, no. No, it's not Smite either. No, I don't know. I don't know. If somebody said the name, I'd probably remember. But... No. No, it's nothing that's been said so far. I have no idea what the name is. I have no idea. I wouldn't even be able to begin to try to remember what it was, unless somebody said it. Nope. I don't think it's been said so far. Unless it's just so far out of my memory that somebody has said it and I just don't remember the name at all. Paragon sounds familiar, but no, I don't know. I don't know, man. It sounds familiar, but I don't know if that was what it was. I'd have to search it up. And I also don't really care enough to search it up. I don't know. I remember playing like 2 games of it or 3 games of it, and I just never played it again. Because it was just not that fun, honestly. I don't know how they were playing it. I remember thinking at the time, like, how are these guys liking this game, dude? Like, this is so shitty. Okay, so let's go. Where do we go? Go to Moke. Trying to remember when I actually played it too, because it's really, I don't think of the time frame. Probably, I don't know. When did Paragon come out? I'd have to search it up, dude. That's the one that sounds the most familiar. I think it might be that one, dude. Okay, I think we might have played it. I might have tried it in like high school, but again, this was literally one night that I played it. 2016. No, that doesn't sound right. I don't know, man. I don't know. Maybe it wasn't that one. It would have been... I think it would have been earlier than that. I don't know, man. Doesn't matter. But basically my point is, I'm not a MOBA guy. Is my point. I did play Overwatch when it came out. And it was okay. I played it for a little bit, but... But yeah, I guess Overwatch is not really what I think of when I think of a MOBA, even though like it's... I don't know if people consider it to be a MOBA. I have no idea. It's kind of similar, but not really. How short? How short is short? What does that mean? I thought you were asking how short I was. Like, that's kind of what a question that is. Yeah, Overwatch is an FPS, yeah. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Dude, 3 inches sounds pretty average to me, dude. That's not short. Surely. Let's go and pay. I have not tried one of the Stalker games, no. I'm not, as I've explained numerous times before, I'm not somebody who's played a wide variety of games. I'm really not. And it might not be a surprise to anybody, considering I've played Souls games for the past 6 years straight, basically, with almost nothing in between. And the games that I have played in between are ones that I've played for thousands of hours before I started playing Souls games. But... yeah, I'm 8-4 surely, dude. I would love being 8-4. That sounds like a great time. Surely I'll live a long, prosperous life at 8-4. No, I definitely don't think Skyrim's best Elder Scrolls. I think my personal favorite is Morrowind, and I also think it's hard to compare a little bit, because obviously Skyrim has way better graphics and it has, it's more up to date. But if you take into consideration the time at which the game came out, I think Morrowind is the best one for what I'm looking for as an RPG with a good story and all that stuff. But no, I definitely don't think Skyrim. I like, even though I played Skyrim more than Oblivion, I like Oblivion as a game overall more than Skyrim, I would say. But yeah, I've played Skyrim a lot because of the modding mostly. And so I think I have the most amount of time in Skyrim. But I actually haven't... I've played a little bit of Witcher 3. I played Witcher 1 and 2. Or Witcher and Witcher 2. And I liked both of those. But I just... by the time Witcher 3 came around, I was playing Souls games. So I haven't played it. Or haven't, gone through a significant amount of the game and finished it. Morrowind absolutely has mod support, yeah. I have not played any game in VR. I'm not a big VR guy, dude. I've tried it before, many years ago. I don't need VR, dude. No, we've made it. We've had 2 runs past this point, I think, today, or I don't know, maybe 1. No, the furthest today was on the Loretta split.
I wish to a night luminary. So now.
The reset on the invasions, I'm using the separation thing, whatever it's called. Finger Severer to leave the invasion world, and all you got to do for that quest line is just invade 3 times or win an invasion, and so it's the easiest to just invade 3 times on that NPC. Just leave. What games do I play when I'm not streaming? Elden Ring. But I don't really play too many games when I'm not streaming at this point. It's the same main boss order he took.
You've complained with this a night now. This.
No, if I'm playing this game offline, I'm practicing. That's what I'm doing. Or I'm testing new strats out. Finding strats or setups for skips, as you guys saw if you were watching, it was whenever I did the 14-hour stream a couple days ago, and I was testing a good setup for the skip down to the Great Jar Invaders. I mean, we tested that for at least 2 hours. At least 2 hours. So, testing that sort of stuff, I find it really fun to do, but it takes an absolutely immense amount of time, right? So, So yeah, that's what I would be doing.
Maybe I'll give you the best nut ever.
Getting a little tired, dude. Havinator, thanks for the 5-month Prime sub, dude. Welcome back. Streaming a horror game. I don't know if I've ever even played a horror game before. I just don't think they're for me, dude. I like playing games where I have to employ strategy and all this kind of stuff, whereas horror games are more just about the experience of playing it. And so part of the reason I'm not a huge well, that's not the only thing I'm looking for, but at this point it kind of more so is. Surely that throw was fine. Didn't break the pot. I don't know if it matters. I'm scared. Well, I think it's... I don't know, dude. It might even be kind of more the opposite, actually. I'm not the most excitable person, as you guys might have noticed. And so... I don't think I would get into a horror game, you know? I'd just be playing it and just going through it, and I don't know. I just don't know if I'd be able to get super into it. I would consider it for a special event or something, you know? If I was doing some marathon where, I don't know. I don't know. I think there's other games I'd rather play. Tips and tricks for beating Millennia aside from gear. Learn and then win. It's great that I have advice all lined up, because if I had to think every time somebody asked me for advice, then it would be a lot of time consumption and brain power used. This learn and then win always works. You have to learn, and then once you learn, then you can win. And it's that easy, dude. You just got to do it. And it's not even, that's not even a joke. That's genuinely not a troll or a meme or a joke. That is my honest recommendation of how to go through these games and figure out the bosses and beat them in an efficient way. Is you figure out their moveset. Don't try to win. That's the main thing, right? You learn and then you win. You don't try to win on your first attempt or your second attempt. You figure out the boss first. And then once you do that, then the win is easy because you figured them out. Genuinely not even a joke. Like that's how I do it when I play these games at this point. I don't try to beat them. I try to learn it, and then after I've learned it well enough, then I can win. Instead of smashing my head against a wall, just trying my best to out DPS a boss and win trades against a boss and all that crazy stuff that, you know, a lot of people tend to do on their first playthroughs, which is, you know, what I did my first playthrough DS3, of course. I just go in and try swinging at the boss and try to win that way. Okay, well, we're back to Moog. But the whole process of playing through these games and learning and fighting the bosses is much more smooth if you learn first and then you win after. And it's way less frustrating too. Because you're not going in and, you know, the boss survives with 1 HP because you got a bad attack and you were trying to greet it or something. Because that doesn't happen because you've learned it first. Oh, this positioning's rough. I missed that headshot.
I can see it.
Nice. Yeah, unfortunately I missed that headshot on the prior to the riposte, which wasn't great. But still, anytime we can get that stun going into phase 2, it really reduces the length of the fight, so. Speedrun a level 713 account. It's funny how you say account like it's a some sort of like mobile game or something. But we were talking about that earlier, about doing a marathon to get a max level character and if it would be something that would be worth doing. And actually fun to do. Yeah, Nihil doesn't count as a hit for this because it's not meant to be avoided. And there's not a way to avoid it other than killing the boss. And with this setup, with no shackle, we can't do it. We could get the shackle, but Asmon didn't use the shackle, so I kind of don't want to. And, yeah, so. Yeah, unfortunately, they put it in the game, and yeah, that means that we have to make an exception for no-hit runs, right? Of course, most other runs that you would do, even level 1, okay, I gotta pay attention here, though. Even level 1 no hit in this game, quote unquote level 1 with stat boosting, you are still very easily able to kill Moog before he does the Nihil attack. But yeah, that's like an optimized level 1 build where you're actually at level, 70 or 80, technically. So it's a bit different, but yeah, the trumpet guy dying. Yeah, kind of funny. Well, hopefully we're getting a bit more consistent. This is our second time to the upgrade farming split today. I think it's our second time. And yeah, it'd be really nice if I can start being consistent at this run, dude, because it hasn't been consistent so far. We got hit on Red Wolf today. I got hit on Ronaldo the other day. I got hit on Godric. Like, been hit by a lot of stuff, dude. NG plus 50 marathon would be gone because Twitch deletes VODs after 2 months, so that's all gone. And I don't think I highlighted any runs from that. So, because that was before the time I started uploading on YouTube consistently, so I just didn't even really care. Which is unfortunate because I did so many challenge runs during that. I did Fire Giant, every enemy Fire Giant. I did so many different weapon runs. Yeah, 2x speed fat roll. Like, I did so many stupid runs, dude. I forgot about that. 2x speed fat roll. Insane. Insane challenge run. And I remember struggling on Radagon for so long. And Elden Beast. It was just a disaster. Pay attention. This guy, I think I took a bad path last time and this guy jumped out. Because he has sort of a scripted attack he does, so. It looks like we're good this time. It was that guy behind the door.
Maybe I'll give you the best nut ever.
Lucas, thanks for the brand new Prime sub, dude. I appreciate that. Assassin Gambit is busted. I 100% agree. It's actually crazy that they put something like this in the game. so easily accessible. But what's kind of weird is that there's a spell version that's worse. That's what's kind of weird about it, right? Because you would think a spell, it takes more resources to use, and you need higher stats to use it, whereas in Ash of War, you don't need any stats, right? It's kind of weird that the Ash of War version, it lasts longer, and it has just a better effect because it gives you silencing as well. You wouldn't, like, that's kind of weird. It should probably be the opposite. It should be the Ash of War is the worst version, and the spell is better, but that's not how it is for some reason. Yeah, that is a good point. Yeah, Golden Vow spell version is better. It lasts way longer. It has a stronger effect. I do think it makes sense that a spell should be the stronger version of something, again, because it just takes more resources to use than an Ash of War. And it's a higher requirement to actually be able to use it. You know, getting enough intelligence or faith or whatever. So it's definitely interesting that Assassin's Gambit is so good. Yeah, I guess Unseen Form's not crazy, but even then, you still need 15 intelligence to use it, right? Whereas Assassin's Gambit, you don't need anything. You just need to have it equipped on something. All right, next stop, Volcano Manor. Commander Standard Ash of War spell version. You know what? I don't think this game needs more buffs in it, so I think it's fine. I think this game needs the opposite of more buffs in it. I think they should have made more buffs exclusive to each other, and you can't stack them. And that probably would balance out the game a little bit better. Yeah, that's a good point, actually, about the Glintblade Ash of War. Yeah, that's true. Although I've never actually used this spell, so I'm not 100% sure. You like buff stacking? I don't mind it to a certain degree. I think it's nice that you can really optimize your builds in that way. But I think it goes too far in this game. I think you can stack way too many buffs, right? And if you don't believe me, just go watch one of the one-shot boss videos, man. Where they're using, you know, poison pots to proc poison on themselves. They're bleeding themselves. They're casting Howl. They're casting Commander Standard. They're proccing Madness on themselves to get the buff from that. Like, it's way... Like, that's crazy, dude. That's insane. You know, you're putting on Oath of Vengeance from Grafted Blade. You're putting on... I don't know what else. Determination. All this great... Like, those are... Literally every single buff I just said will stack together. You're putting on Jellyfish Shield. All of those buffs will stack together. Although I guess you can't use Determination with... Oh, no, you can. You can use Determination in Jellyfish Shield, technically. So, I think that's the... Just having the potential of being able to do that is too much. But even then, most people aren't doing that. But even then, I do think that... Wow, I didn't have the Beast Torch on. That's kind of... Whoops. I guess it was fine, though. But yeah, being able to stack something like Golden Vow and Flame Grant Me Strength, you know, maybe it's fine, but I think the balancing of something like Flame Grant Me Strength is a little bit off. I like Howl. I like how Howl works because at least there's a huge penalty in using it that discourages you from using it in normal situations, right? You're drawing aggro from more enemies, I guess, sorta. Does that aggro effect, but then also you just take significantly more damage. So I like that. You know, there's a downside, but a buff like Flame Grant Me Strength, in my mind, it should not have been physical damage that it buffs. It should have been only fire damage. That's what I think, because Because then if you remove Flame Grant Restraint from a lot of the physical damage builds, then all of a sudden things are a lot more balanced that way. And sure, you could still use Howl. Maybe Howl should be only elemental damage or something like that. I don't know. But I think, if they just kept all the buff stacking the same, but then made the actual buffs less strong by buffing less damage types, then it would be much better. And sure, you can keep all the bleed buffs, the white mask plus the, Kindred of Rot Exaltation stuff, all that stuff. That's fine. Because most people won't use that because it's such a pain in the ass and it only lasts for 20 seconds. So I think those are balanced in a way where it's actually pretty decently balanced to not be able to exploit it too much. Unless you're one-shotting a boss and going through some crazy buff order or whatever. But yeah, so that's something I would have done, though. Flame Grant Me Strength, only fire damage. And, maybe you reduce Howl from doing physical and I don't know. Something like that. And maybe not magic damage, because I think magic damage already gets enough buffs in the game. It doesn't need Howl on top of it. So maybe Howl should have been... I'm not sure. I haven't really thought about this, but... yeah, something like that I think would be more balanced. And then you wouldn't be able to so easily just stack up so much damage with those buffs. Yeah, Magic having Terra Magica for sure is insane. I don't think it needs anything else. Except just like the Physic or whatever, and that's it. I think that would have been perfectly fine. And I think that'd be cool because then Magic would encourage a different play style than incantations would, right? Maybe it's not in the best way or whatever. But yeah, if Terra Magica was more of a staple of Magic builds, then Terra Magica, to get the full effect of it, you're gonna want to just stay in the Terra Magica, right? So then a mage build would become sort of a bit of a different playstyle compared to incantations. Even though maybe it's in a bad way, but I like the idea of that. Okay, down the sewers. Ultimately, though, I don't think it's a big issue. I don't think they should worry about it too much because people on their first playthroughs aren't going to be stacking a bunch of buffs. I didn't use any buffs, really. And, it's more just that I don't like how it balances in no hit run settings. That's basically it. So it's I don't think it's a big issue at all. It's just, I like the no hit runs more, how they work in DS3 with how that game's balanced. Everyone says how OP the Twin Blades are, and they're insanely strong and all that stuff, but there's no boss in DS3 that you're going into. Except for maybe Crystal Sage or Deacons or something with +9, but you're not going into any boss, stacking a bunch of buffs, and then just blasting them in 2 hits. That doesn't happen. And I much prefer that. Or I much prefer, not blasting bosses in 2 hits. Which is kind of, to a degree, we do it on this run a little bit. Now, there are still some scripted fights, like Morgott, because we have such high upgrades for him, but... And gold free, we also deal a ton of damage and stuff, but a lot of the bosses aren't just... We don't just go and one-shot them because we're not really using the most optimal build in this case. So I do prefer that type of balancing. I prefer, dealing less damage. And then when it comes to actually taking damage from bosses, I would prefer that bosses deal less damage overall so that just fights last longer. I think I prefer that. And it kind of goes into what I was saying earlier about learning a boss. The longer the fight lasts, and the longer you actually stay in the boss fight, then the more seamless the experience is to learn it. Now, if you're trying to learn a boss like Malekith right now, he does a fuck ton of damage, right? Unless you have a pure tank build, he deals a lot of damage. And so... What? Did I not hit him directly with the sleep pot? Fucking bastard. I guess I did, and he just moved forward and evaded it. Or maybe what happened is I hit him in the claw, and then he went into the snipe animation, which moved him backwards, so he didn't get procced. Ooh, that's kind of scary. Good thing I was sort of paying attention there. What was I also saying? I can't remember what I was saying. Oh yeah, so I prefer surviving in boss fights longer. And yeah, so for Malekith, yeah, he deals a lot of damage. And so since you're dying in fewer hits, then it takes longer to try to learn him, right? And then the learn and then win strategy ends up taking it takes longer that way. So and some people might prefer this way. Just damage race against bosses, try to kill them before they kill you. Some people might prefer that. I just prefer the opposite. It's not that one way is right or wrong, I think. Although I guess when I think about it from a game design perspective, you probably want people to have to, you know... I would say the whole point of these games, or at least a huge point of it is... No, sure, there's optimizing your build so that you can beat a boss, but also learning the moveset of a boss to a degree that you can actually beat them. And so... I don't know, I think it probably makes more sense to make bosses deal less damage, but then players also deal less, so that actually happens. I don't know, man. I'm just talking at this point. I'm kind of tired. I don't even know what I'm saying. Yeah, when it comes to Malekith, though, the reason I use him as an example is because I remember watching my brother play through Elden Ring for the first time. And the way he ended up beating Malekith, he was a mage. He used Meteorite. And he literally just, like, sat there in phase 2 and just grinded the RNG. And just kept coming back in and just trying to DPS the boss down, and then it eventually worked. And that's how he beat it. And so, like, that's not good, right? Because he was doing so much damage, but then he would also get one-shotted. Or he would die in 1 or 2 hits or something. And so, yeah, he would go at the start of Malekith in phase 2 and just sit there with Meteorite channeling it until he won. And then he did win. Wow, I almost whiffed that attack. That's basically the equivalent of the Comma Deserve strat on, you know, any boss on the first playthrough. But I do think it is probably not great for the game, or maybe it's fine, but I just think that's not great design right there. I don't think that should be possible in a game that you're trying to, you know, create like tons of these complicated bosses to be learned by the players, and then you just have a build that can just destroy them, and that's not even that optimized either. It's maybe a little far, dude. Kind of all revolves too. All those like meme one-shots with Common Azure and stuff kind of all revolves around that one physic tier. I forget what it's called, like the Cerulean hidden tier or something, but it kind of all revolves around that physic tier. Well, I don't really care that much that it's possible, but I just think it's kind of counter to what the point of the game is, to a degree. Right? Like I just explained, if they're making these complicated bosses and with a build that isn't that optimized, being able to go in and one-shot these bosses, I think it's kind of not the point of the game. In my opinion. It's not that I'm saying that you shouldn't play the game like that or something. I'm just talking about how they designed the game and how certain builds work and the balancing, really. I think it's a bit off that's something you can do. And I've been saying that since day one, since I saw the first Common Azure one-shot on a boss. You know, you cast Terra Magic on the ground or whatever. As the boss is walking towards you, Common Azure with Cerulean Hidden Tier, and they're dead. So I like the build variety and all that stuff, but it just... the balancing's a bit off. It's not like I'm angry about it or something that, you know, I'm not angry that people can beat the game that way. I think that's not how I would have done it myself. And I say that the balancing, not the actual gameplay part. Okay, well, in all that talking, we have collected all the shards.
You're surprised no matter. Why don't... Oh, don't.
Not sure at what point I'm going to end this run today, guys. I'm kind of getting tired. Not sure if I'll be able to go another hour and a half and try to finish it. More satisfying for some players to come up with a successful one-shot strat. Yeah, that's fair too. I guess what I think in terms of balancing is that it's too accessible. It's too easy to pull off. In some cases with sorcery. Because honestly, yeah, if you go into the Moog boss fight, that's probably the most popular example, but you go into Moog, you place Terra Magica on the ground, pop your Physic, which is the, you know, magic tier plus the hidden Cerulean tier. And that's it. That's the whole setup, and you're going to be able to one-shot them. That's it. You know, with obviously decent intelligence, but it's very simple to do, right? Wise, thanks for the brand new sub, dude. So it's not, this isn't some big issue I have with the game or something, but I just prefer balancing. The main point, I prefer the games to be balanced around boss fights lasting more time and not being some sort of like DPS race where you're trying to outdamage the boss or whatever, so that you actually have to go through the process of learning them before you can beat them. I do like that. Or in other cases, you know, you just have like a tank build or something, right? And you're all about just surviving as long as possible and you can outlast the boss or whatever. Like that's okay too, I guess. Sort of similar to the one-shot strategy, but just in another way.
Those of a chat find them well.
There it is. Gargoyle Halberd plus 23. Mid-roll makes quite a few bosses a bit trickier, just because I'm not used to it, really. It doesn't actually directly make it that much harder, but I'm just not used to it. I'm so used to fast rolling, so... in some cases, it does make it harder, but... why do I feel like I have an extra level here? I'm not sure. Surely I didn't forget anything. Yeah, Millennia mid-roll is definitely trickier because the positioning is much more precise. You can't just sit directly in front of her and then when she does a double slash, just roll out of it like fast roll can. Yeah, maybe we got GoldenEye somewhere or something. Yeah, seemed like they got blasted. Happy I didn't watch it, because I would not have enjoyed watching a shutout. The Sun's got to do something. I mean, the thing that's tricky for sure is that, you know, there's not... It's an interim GM right now, right? And it's hard to say who the GM's going to be in the next 2 months, if it's going to be Steo still, or if they're going to actually, like, hire somebody. I don't know, man. So, you know, if you hire a new coach right now, which I think is absolutely necessary, but it makes it more complicated because a new GM could come in and just not like the coach that's in here and want to put their own coach in. So yeah, that's what's tricky about it. But I mean, it's not anything crazy for a coach to coach for only a couple games and then be swapped out. Not too uncommon. I should not have done that attack right there. Huge damage, dude. I don't know, Wise. I mean, I don't think about that stuff, dude. So... I genuinely don't care, and I don't think it really matters either. Like, that discussion of who's the best at a PvE game... I don't think it really matters. You know, if you're talking about some like competition like bingo, then maybe that's more of a discussion because that's a competitive setting. But when it comes to just playing the game, like, I don't know, dude. Insane like surely won't happen in the middle of this Morgoth fight. Pretty wild to think that this is the exact setup that Asmongold had in his first playthrough against Morgoth, dude. I do believe he first tried him, which is understandable considering this insane damage, but yeah, that's wild, man. How much damage it is. To be fair though, a lot of the time he didn't end up using all of his buffs. He kind of just like forgot a bunch of times or just didn't care to use it. So but this is exactly his build. Just, yeah, he didn't use the buffs every time, so that's why our damage there would have looked a bit higher, probably, than he just did. I do think he first tried this boss, though. Like, he first tried a lot of the bosses after this point. Once his build was completed. Over-leveled after every fight. Yeah, I mean... Kinda, dude. I think it's, to be fair though, in Elden Ring it's so easy to get over-leveled, right? There's so many bosses that you could fight, and it's such a big game that if you're doing all the content available, or even just a decent portion of it, you're going to be an insanely high level. You're probably going to be very high upgraded for the point in the game that you're at. Yeah, for him, he went through Moog, right? Moog is an end game area, and so he got the ancient dragon stone or whatever it's called, and so yeah, he had a plus 10, and then he also had a plus 23 because he probably, I think he must have gotten some of the 8s, smithing 8s from Mogwin too. So it's also not like he was really under leveled for Moog. I don't think, because he had a plus 10. Not sure what actual level he was, but honestly, in these games, for the most part, your weapon upgrade determines a lot more than your soul level or rune level. It does depend what you're putting your stats into, but if you're going basically just health and then that's it, and then getting a bit of damage after you get to, you know, 60 or so vigor, then your level doesn't matter at that point. You're just going to be dealing more damage, which doesn't even really matter. Well, it matters, I guess, but vigor is the most important thing. And then upgrade level for dealing damage, and then stats after that. Asmo was doing 1900 jump attacks. How much was I doing right there? I didn't really look. Yeah, 2100. So that's basically just the difference between Bregart's Aurora. And I don't know if he would have used Golden Vow in what you're talking about, but yeah, these are both buffs he had access to. He just didn't really use it that much. I don't know if I saw him use Bregart's Aurora a single time. And I only skimmed through his streams of his first playthrough, but I don't know if I saw him use it a single time. It's not like that's an issue, though, or anything. I think it's probably good that he didn't use it, because then his build would have looked even more broken on his first playthrough, so... Yeah, we haven't killed Niall yet. We're about to go there. Only thing you hate about Godskin Duo is the arena. I completely disagree. I think I don't want to get into it. The fight is horrible. It's really atrocious, and FromSoft does not have a good track record of duo bosses. They really don't. I would say they've made probably about 3 respectable duo bosses in total. One of which is, I would say, God tier. The rest of them, just throw them in the trash bag, dude, honestly. Let's hear them. Obviously, first is Demon Princes. I would say beyond that, Duo Ape and Sekiro, although not a Souls game, but let's say they're respectable. I would say... I would say Dark Lurker. I think in my tier list I put Dark Lurker at a B, and I think that's respectable. I don't know who else though. Who else? I'd have to go look at my tier list to see what other bosses I put at B or above. That's a duo fight, but those are kind of the only ones I can think of right now. Yep, that's all I can think of. Simone Ornstein is trash bag tier. Oh yeah, DS1 Gargoyles I did put, I would say is fairly respectable. Although that being said, I probably still put him as a C tier. But maybe not, maybe I put him as B. I can't remember. Crucible, D tier, I think I put him in. Not a good boss fight. And for me, the duo bosses, I'm not as into how, you know, epic a boss looks and all this stuff for the most part. And Smo and Ornstein, or Ornstein Smo, they look awesome. Their design is really cool in terms of characters, but and visuals and all that stuff. But beyond that, man, it's a horrible fight. It really is. The glitches, the poor balancing on just 2 enemies wailing on you in a boss arena. All that being said, I think it's better balanced than Godskin Duo is. I put Godskin Duo as F tier, but it's still not good, man. That's my fundamental problem with almost every duo boss that FromSoft has made, is that it basically, they put 2 enemies in a boss arena, especially in this game. They put 2 enemies in a boss arena or more, and that's it. and that's it, you know? If you've noticed, I guess with the exception of Dark Lurker, because I think Dark Lurker is the one exception where that's a boss where it's kind of just 2 enemies attacking you, but the way their moveset actually works together, I kind of like it. And I think it's decently balanced. I don't think it doesn't blow me away or anything crazy. I put it as a B tier, which is just above average. But I think it's decent. It works pretty well. And yeah, free to phase 2 is fine too. I agree with that. But yeah, I'm not a big fan of just putting 2 enemies in boss arena and calling it a boss, right? In my opinion, there needs to be some sort of mechanic. These games are not meant to they're not meant for dealing with multiple enemies at a time. You're just not able to do it because you have one roll and you have a set amount of iframes. And if there's 2 attacks happening at the same time to your character, you get frame trapped, right? And so in my opinion, there needs to be a mechanic in the boss fight that allows you to isolate them somehow. And if there's not, then I probably won't think it's as good unless it just works out properly. And again, I think Dark Lurker is the best example of that in my opinion. I don't think they did it on purpose. I always say Dark Lurker, they got lucky with them, because I would say that the moveset works decently well together. It's not amazing, but it's decent. Aikido Man, thanks for the 3-month resub, dude. So yeah, so I think there needs to be a mechanic, and Demon Prince is the perfect example of that with the embered states that they have, and that allows you to isolate them, and the game does the work for you. And yeah, it's a perfectly balanced duo fight. Not to mention it's just so cool. Moveset's really good, and you have the awesome phase 2. That's why it's my #1 ranked boss for me personally in all of Souls games. But yeah, even looking at at a boss like Duo Ape, because probably a lot of people wouldn't even think about that boss as being up there as a good duo boss. But for me, it has that mechanic that I need to be able to isolate them. And the way it works, for people who don't know, I'm sure a lot of people don't actually, is that Duo Ape and Sekiro, the white ape or the big ape, whatever, will do an attack. He controls how the fight goes. He will do an attack. The brown ape will do an attack that corresponds to whatever attack the white ape did. Every single time, 100% consistent. So, for example, let's say the ape does the big slam. This is just an example. I can't really remember what the attacks are, to be honest, but let's say the white ape does the big slam, and then brown ape will do the, dashing attack. For just as an example. And that will happen 100% of the time, every time. And then, another example, ape does the slash attack, and then brown ape will do the big slam. Just an example. That will happen every time. And so the way you control that fight, and the way you get your one-on-ones, is by, you bait out a white ape attack. Once that attack happens, you know the corresponding attack that the brown ape will do every time. And then you can play around that. Right? So I don't think it's not, I don't think I put it as an A tier boss or anything like that. But that has the mechanic that I think is necessary for a duo fight to work in one of these types of games. Fuck you. How did you fucking aggro, bro? And then when you start thinking about it, most FromSoft duo bosses do not have anything like that. Especially in this game, right? You think of the Crystallians, you think of Godskin Duo, and what they did instead is they realized after the game released that it was way too imbalanced with a lot of the duo fights, and so they gave them AI to make it so that they would be basically completely passive when one of the other enemies in the multi-enemy fight is attacking you. And that feels horrible, dude. Like, what's even the point of making a duo boss if that's how it's going to work? Oh my god, I thought he started attacking me right there. What's even the point? There's no point. You might as well just make what the Godskin snail fight is. And I think that's a really fun fight. You might as well just do it that way. Is what my opinion is. And so yeah, like that's the problem I have. And that's why I say they have a bad track record with multi-enemy boss fights, dude. They've made some really good ones, but most of them are just garbage. So yeah, that's my opinion on it, at least. Some people might disagree. Some people might like having to kite bosses around and waiting for one sliver of an opening or something. I just don't. I don't think that's very good design. But it's just my opinion, of course. And of course, you know, everyone talks about ONS being such an iconic boss and all that stuff, which is true. I mean, it's absolutely true. But they have those issues that I was describing. And I don't think their moveset works together okay. Probably better than some of the other duo bosses. But for me, what really makes that boss absolute trash is the glitches in the fight. But even if you remove the glitches, they wouldn't be above a C tier boss for me at all. Like, they would be a below average boss for me. Because they're missing the proper balance, and they're missing the mechanic that allows you to isolate the enemies. And so what you end up having to do is just kite them around. You know, try to poke yourself in and bait out attacks so that you can find an opening to actually attack the boss. Why would you not follow up, you bastard? Oh, what a massive hit that was, dude. Jesus. That insane headshot. That was a gigantic hit. I think Ruin Sentinels are okay. I think they're okay. I like the idea of having the arena separated into like the two tiers, and then you can, you know, fight the one on its own. At the end of the day, though, it doesn't do it for me. I like the enemies on their own and stuff, but yeah. And another thing, when I think about how much I like bosses, if a boss is annoying, that is probably the biggest deal breaker for me. And and so what's an example? I mean, I don't know. There's several examples of where I don't even think a boss is maybe that poorly designed or something, but it's just such an annoying boss to me that I hate it. Well, Gideon's a horrible boss no matter how you look at it, honestly. I think I put Gideon as the lowest ranking boss in my tier list in all of Souls games, and including Sekiro. I think he was my lowest ranked. And part of that decision was because they made him as a mandatory boss. That is a decent chunk of why I have him so bad. He's an atrocious boss as it is, but there's absolutely no reason why that needs to be a main boss fight. No reason. And so that puts it even lower. And yeah, like I just hate him, dude. He's horrible. Horrible design. It could have been something so cool, yet it's not. Oh yeah, lower than DS2 Gang Squad for sure. I do think I put Gang Squad as F tier though still, but Genuinely, I think Gang Squad's a more fair fight than Gideon. Well, it depends how you look at it, but Gang Squad, if you're using ranged, it's a very simple fight. It is very simple if you're using ranged. If you're not, it's a pain in the ass and all that stuff, but I think it's... I don't know, it's hard for me to say, but I put Gideon lower. Demon of Hatred, I think I probably put as a B tier or A tier. Probably like a B plus, maybe. Or maybe I didn't even do Sekiro bosses, now that I'm thinking about it. In the last tier list I did. I can't remember. I might have just skipped those bosses. But yeah, I like Demon of Hatred, but... Yeah, no, I think he's good. I might have put him like an A minus or something. If I did put him in there. I do think he's a bit of a weird Sekiro boss, though. Which has been said a million times. But... Yeah, you know what? Abyss Watchers is also, that's a fair point, actually. I think I put Abyss Watchers as a B tier boss. I really don't like the phase 1. But again, at least there's something there that makes it a bit more tolerable, but even still, I think it's pretty poorly designed. The phase 2 carries it really hard. If Abyss Watchers was only the phase 1, I would despise that fight. Put it as like a solo, dude. Be incredibly low ranked for me. But the phase 2 is pretty fun, so it's not so bad. I don't like that happened right there. Definitely much easier to just sleep Fire Giant when you're trying to do a strat like this. Okay, your foot is in the fucking sky. This big fucking rock in front of me. I really... Dude, if his poise reset, I'm gonna be so upset, dude. Oh my god, you are such a fucker, man. That's fucked up. First time we haven't scripted Fire Giant phase 2. Because he just gives us atrocious RNG. Imagine being Fire Giant, dude. Imagine being such a big idiot. I'm not too upset he did Fire Breath, though. If this is the run, that's where Hunter inserts a clip of my fist-only Fire Giant kill. And what the fuck happens on that attack. You just stay in there. Marku, thanks for the 100 bits, by the way, dude. I've kept up on the NHL, yeah. Suns got smoked, of course, which is not a surprise to anybody. Or it shouldn't be, at least. Let's see if we can run it back here. I hit his arm. Okay. Should be scripted here. Yet I'm an idiot. Oh, dude. I don't know why I delayed, man. That was purely my fault. That was really dumb. Now, you can go underneath on that attack, but I just don't trust it, man. I just don't. Yeah, that was my fault right there for sure. I don't know why I just delayed my jump attack there. He would have stunned on the next hit, but I was just trying to like min-max my stamina regen or something stupid, which I don't even have to do. Oh, I can hit him in the head with this. Interesting. Oh, I hit. Blasted.
Maybe,
oh, rare Fire Giant phase 2 with this build.
Best nut ever.
Go get it. Asmon wish
Yeah,
you
purely my fault in the second one. Soulsmate, thanks for the 6-month Prime sub, dude. All right, dude. We're almost back to where we were earlier today. Nearly. Seen how good of a start Vancouver's had this year? I have, but I don't believe in it, dude. I don't believe it. I don't believe in it. No, I think they're a decent team, a decent up-and-coming team and stuff, but, you know, a lot of their underlying numbers haven't actually been that good. And, you know, their shooting percentages has been crazy. It's toned down the last couple of games, which is, you know, the games they've been losing. Because now they've lost, like, I think 4 to the last 6, even against not really great teams. Yeah, I've been watching them. I like Vancouver and stuff, but I don't believe in how good their start has been, honestly. I think they're a worse team than their record right now. At least this year. But hopefully I'm wrong, I guess. Hopefully I'm wrong. All right, dude. So let's go get the things here. We're going to be doing the new strat. Yeah, I don't mind Seattle, but, you know, another expansion team, I want them to do well, but not that well, you know? I don't want them to do that well, because it's not fair if they do too well. I don't like it, dude.
Please, no.
Yeah, it was cool seeing them beat the Avs in the playoffs last year. Like, I was rooting for them. Not that I don't like the Avs, but I always like to see a new team winning the cup. Although, to be honest, would I rather seen the Avs or the Knights win the cup? I don't know. I really don't care that much. But yeah, from a business perspective, you know, Vegas makes a lot of sense how they did the expansion and stuff, but it's annoying being a fan of a team who really has not had any success. Well, any meaningful success, and watching a team come in the league and win the cup, make the cup final first year, like it's just, that's crazy. Well, it's not, yeah, it doesn't feel right as a fan of the NHL, but just think about, if you think about the business side of it, it is the thing that absolutely makes the most sense. You want a team with a new city coming into the league. You can't have a team being as bad as the Sens were when they were introduced in the league, right? You can't have a team winning like 10 games in their first season because nobody's going to watch it, and then you're going to be losing out on money, right? So you have to have a good balance. I think Seattle is in a more reasonable spot. Hopefully that throw is good enough. New strat here. Gonna throw that back there. Good. All right, there we go. So next, this section, which is also new, how we're doing this. I've been saying for a while that I need to reroute how I do this section, because the way I do it is how I've been doing it since my first All Members is no hit run. Toad, thanks for the good luck, dude. Start east. Hit the wall, and then we head north. I'm gonna get the beast torch out just in case. I don't think there's any enemies along this route. We see the guys. Northwest. Much faster way of doing this as well than what I did before. It's basically the arm line. Yeah, it's a good line. I mean, it's basically taking the main pathway through that area. Like the intended pathway, so. We got the beast torch out. Assassin's Gambit. I'm not going to be able to end this run tonight, you guys. Like, we're going to have to... What I mean by that is, like, we're going to have to finish it if we're at this point. There's not really too much left. Probably a good 50 minutes left on this run, so it'd be kind of weird to end right now and then come back when there's not that much time left. even if I'm kind of tired right now. Either we get hit or we get the run. Therefore, 50-50 chance of getting it, surely. Yeah, if we don't get this run right now, like, hopefully we can keep getting more consistent at getting to this point in it. Which I should be. I mean, this is our second time today getting to this area, so... It's a decent sign. Yeah, for sure. This is definitely a run where I haven't gotten it yet, obviously, but I need to improve more. Or I've had to improve in order to get it, which is great. Like, it's a good feeling doing runs like that, and, you know, it can be fun to get runs on the first try, too, when I just do, you know, normal 80% or whatever, but... I'll just use Golden Halberd, I guess, here. Yeah, it's more fun to challenge yourself, I feel like, dude. And even though this is a meme run, it is a meme run, and we're doing some weird route, it's still, like, challenging. For sure. I've been comparing this to a level 1, all Great Runes run, and I would say this run is harder than level 1, for sure. In almost every way. Jesus, thanks, dude. I appreciate that. And sure, I've made a bunch of mistakes, but that's the getting better part, I guess, right? That I have to eliminate. And now, you know, we get hit on an earlier run today, and then I completely reroute the area, and now it's just significantly better, right? That's kind of what it's all about. Well, this isn't the ultimate challenge or anything. This isn't, you know, when I say it's a challenge, it's not like it's the hardest run I'm ever going to do or have ever done or something, but I guess it's a small step up. Yeah, I would get, I don't know. I was thinking about getting the Great Bow on this run, but I don't know if it's worth it. I don't know if I'd use it in enough spots for it to be
maybe
worth getting.
I'll give you the best nut ever.
Baffy, thanks for the brand new Prime stuff, dude. What would the floor's lava run entail? What does that mean? How's it going, Ozzy? Was that just a bubble? Anyone see that? Oh, like a mod that literally changes the entire map to lava? I mean, simply just sacrifice torrent, right? Round them up. Get over there, zombies. Flower zombies. You're such a fucker, dude. Oh my god, man. That is the perfect demonstration of why this boss is not as good as it could be. And same with the ghost version. It's just like, why, could you do that? It's so dumb, man. That's why, remember when I was talking about that mod that I need to make where every time Loretta and Gideon cast Glint Blades, it's just my voice saying, Glint Blades, Glint Blades, Glint Blades. Just every time. We needed that right there, dude. Glint Blades, Glint Blades, Glint Blades. Especially Gideon. That would be great on him, dude. Because he loves to just chain cast it. But yeah, Loretta's one of those fights where it's so awkward with the mid rolls on it. It makes a huge difference, right? Because I can't roll to the kind of the blind spot on the boss where you don't get those follow-ups and you get free punishes. And so that, you know, since we're not rolling far enough, we're baiting out more parts of the combos, which a lot of the combos lead into Glint Blades, right? So that's part of the reason why we get so many. But yeah, fast roll, I didn't realize how huge fast roll is on that fight until doing this run. Craftable item. Well, I've done consumable only and consumable only no hit, but yeah, that's not craftables only. But close enough. Close enough where I don't really feel the need to do a craftable only. Yeah, that guy normally aggro's there. I think he does have a crossbow or something, so you got to be quick. But he's never really caused me any issues, though. I normally wouldn't do this, but I noticed that guy really close to here. I think that was the right play. That guy probably would have aggroed. Or maybe he doesn't, and I just have never actually looked at him, but he looked really close there, man, to the spot where I got to get off. It turned out fine. Let's go on Sam. No, throwing knives don't make as much noise as kukris do. Consider the fact that my beard is bushier than Bushy's. I guess I haven't considered that. What's up, Cameron? How's it going, dude? Plus 25. And then we also need to go get the Erd Tree +1 talisman. Erd Tree whatever. Erd Tree something. Kukri is from the Weeping Peninsula Merchant, the one that's closer to the castle. the Knights Cavalry guy, one next to the Knights Cavalry. I don't know how I had such a hard time describing that. Time for some theft. Yeah, get wrecked, dude. Get your shit stolen. Mess that up a little bit. Jesus, dude. Come on, input read it. Not the most stellar phase 1 I've ever seen. That was not a good fight, dude. That was really not good.
True Lord.
We're gonna sleep Goskin duo, I think. Probably. That was a very rough fight right there.
My brother.
But yeah, luckily when she did that phase 1 waterfowl where I basically my positioning was terrible and I got too far away. Luckily, I saw it in time, and I made the correct decision to run away because I was just too far to try to like do circling. But yeah, that was not well played, dude. What's our strength at right now? 94. Definitely not my best Millennia fight. Yeah, I just had some bad spacing in phase 1 and like I don't know. Phase 2 was a bit better, I guess. I'm a little concerned because it has been a while since we've actually gone through the late game on this run. So hopefully I don't misremember anything. We do the bird skip. Guess we'll worry about that once we get there. The Gideon strat, we use a Frenzy Flamestone. It's the only way we have enough damage to script him. But it is a very precise strat, actually. Like, the timing's very important. And you only got one shot to do it, so... Apparently, bird skip is dependent on stable frames. I have no idea. I've never had any issues with it, so... Like, what happens if you don't have stable frames? Like, I don't... I honestly, I don't believe that, but I don't know for sure. Doesn't sound like that would be the case, but... What I've found for bird skip to really make a difference is having a specific setup for getting on the ledge. And that way, you know, I always get the hard landing on the ledge or whatever. And so, because what can happen if you don't have a good setup for it, you can kind of land on a spot that makes it very slippery. And if you stop moving, then you slip off. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, my game doesn't lag that much, so I you know, I have a pretty stable frame rate when I'm playing this game. It might just be I've never noticed it, but everything there seemed pretty consistent in the times I've done it. But yeah, it's certainly possible. I just haven't noticed anything like that, and I kind of doubt it, but... Now, I only have 4 sleep pots right now, but that should be fine. Cosmetic physic flask. Man, that's so much damage, dude. How's it going, Graham? Yeah, no skip that time. It just doing the sleep strat is definitely the safer play than doing the skip. And then also, you know, and obviously initially we were not sleeping that fight, but it's such an absolute garbage fight that I don't really feel bad sleeping him on this run, dude. We sleep him on every other run, but we've decided to go with the sleep. I haven't done a Moog cosplay, but there is a Moog spear I think it's an all remembrances no hit run request. That is probably going to be the next thing I do, actually. Or we might do a quick any percent or two run request, but yeah, that's the next like main run I want to do out of the run requests. It's a really cool run, actually, dude. And that's the run that we figured out the Esger strat for. So we're definitely going to be using that. Yeah, the absolute 5-head strat, dude. Get the Lord of Blood's Exaltation. Just bring him to the center. Ooh. Not my best roll right there. Decent. I don't know if that roll on the first projectile was bad or if it just looked weird because we didn't fast roll or something. It did look a little early. Mid roll on this boss fight isn't really too bad. It basically doesn't make a difference. All right, so we are going to pick up a Frenzy Flame Stone. Yeah, the roll is definitely a little early, dude. It's a little bit early. Frenzy Flamestone. And I did remember the Exalted Flesh. So, if I'm remembering correctly, the timing was... It was, we do a jumping R2 using the Okay, I need to think about this. Can't remember exactly what the strat was, actually. No, I think it was jumping R2 with the Gargoyle Halberd into... So when he says us is when I do the first jumping R2. He turns around, he starts casting the debuff. I wait a little bit, and then I do the next attack, and then he gets Madness procced, and then we do the next jump L1. I believe. I believe that's correct. I'm gonna wait for nighttime just to like make sure I don't get aggro here. This is a sort of a new strat for this run. I didn't know that you could pick up... Like, I found a little jump that we can do to the Madness Stone. Okay, where should I cast? I'm gonna cast here. That should be enough duration. But these guys have insane fucking aggro range, so... Like, these archers will blast you from across the map. It's not like you can outrun their arrows either. This is the routing I was taking, I believe. Generally, when I use the Madness Stone on these runs, I go from generally I go from the avatar because a lot of the builds that I've done no hit runs with, you would just kill that avatar for some elemental physic tier. And so that would be the faster way to go. But in this case, we don't go there, so let's level up. So yeah, I believe that's the right strat. We only have one shot at this. If I mess it up, then we're fucked. So I think it's... Yeah, I think it's jump R2. He turns around, jump L1, madness proc, into another jump L1, which kills. I believe. Lake of Rot if I fail? No, I'll probably just fight him and then probably die.
I knew you'd come to stand before the Elden Ring, to become Elden Lord. What a sad state of affairs. I commend your spirit, but alas, none shall take the throne. Queen Marika has high hopes for us, that we continue to struggle unto eternity. I know.
Goodbye, idiot.
In my bones,
Strat works beautifully.
cannot become a lord.
Yeah, it's such a nice strat, dude, because there's a lot of builds, such as this one, that they just don't have enough damage to script Gideon.
Cannot kill.
And so you need, you know, a little bit of an extra boost in damage, but then you also, doing this madness strat, you get a full extra hit in, right? Because you get stunned by the madness proc. And so it deals a chunk of damage while also giving you another free hit to take. So. Okay, Horlu. Oh, we usually scripted him, I believe, in phase 2. Yeah, we do that jump L1 into another jump L1, and generally it stuns him. But if it doesn't, then we just gotta wing it a bit. I don't know if I ever, like, really practiced this fight with this build in phase 2. Yeah, the Asmongold Gideon strat, dude. Surely he used that. No, we're staying like pretty close to accurate to his build. I'm trying to, you know, there's some cases where we need to do things to make fights consistent and not RNG based. So yeah, I mean, I definitely alter some stuff. Missed a hit there. It blasted.
Tarnished. Thy strength.
All right, now there is one more stop on this run before the final boss. One more stop. And it is Asmongold swapped to the Tree Sentinel helmet for Elden Beast. So we are going to go get that. Unfortunately, he got it, but, you know, it's not a bad choice. Considering, you know, it's decent against holy damage, all this good stuff, but... We're trying to stay pretty accurate to his build. He went and got it, so we're going to go get it as well. It's kind of, you know, it's it's not ideal to do at the end of a no-hit run, but I'm trying to be accurate. Yeah, for all these runs that we're eventually going to do, I think, like I've been saying the whole time, I'm gonna on certain fights, I'm gonna adjust the build to make the fight more consistent, right? I don't want there to be RNG on stuff, just unnecessary RNG. So if there's changes that I need to make, slight adjustments that I need to make in order to get the run to be consistent, then I'm just gonna do it, right? And Gideon is an example of that. He's an atrocious fight when you can't script him. It's not like it's impossible, but we're staying like mostly accurate to his build, like 99.5% accurate. For the boss fights it is. That's the main thing. How's it going, Flippy? I need some more water, you guys, but this run's almost done, so... Yeah, we also are not doing the exact same level ups that he did, because he got to a much higher level than we are here. Well, at least I think he did. We're a pretty high level here, though. To be fair. Yeah, since he was doing a normal playthrough, right, he got a bunch of extra runes from killing side bosses and killing enemies, all that stuff. So, he did reach, you know, he did reach 99 strength like we did. But he also had a bunch of other stats as well, like vigor and all that stuff. Yeah, I figured it would just be, like, kind of unreasonable to follow the exact soul level as well, or rune level. There it is. The shackle works by... Oh, you know what? Oh. Shit, dude. There's actually another thing I kind of wanted here that I forgot about. I wanted the... Maybe I can sell some stuff. I wanted the stamina regen, like the turtlenecks here. Yeah, the way the shackle works is... The shackles, for whatever reason, interact with the light pillars. And like the trap pillars that are in all those catacombs and stuff. And so the intended way of breaking those chariots is by, you know, going through the dungeon, moving that light pillar so that it spawns another chariot, which then collides with the other ones. Okay, we only need 800. Okay, we should be able to hit it, I think. We should only need one. There we go. And so, yeah, so that's how it works, basically. We're interacting with it with the shackle, because for whatever reason they interact with it, and... Yeah, that's how it works. It is surprising that that didn't get patched, but I'm grateful for it, because it would be very annoying if it was not patched. Even just in other dungeons, right? It's so useful to have that. But no, I would assume it's probably not intentional. I can't forget the Tree Sentinel helm and gear. Gonna rebuff here. Ah, we get this RNG. Okay, gotta keep in mind the wall is pretty close here. Bro, what a fucker, dude. What a shitter, boss. There we go, man. That was genuinely a harder Elden Beast fight than most of the Master Run fights we got, because there's just such a terrible combination of Elden Stars with the flying attack and the mid-roll and all this nonsense combining together, dude.
Oh my god!
What a disaster.
Dude,
But there we got it. There it is, dude.
Shit.
We did it.
That is so shit. That is such a garbage.
Under 4 hours as well.
Oh my god.
340.
Maybe I'll give you the best nut ever.
Observe the bald head. Take it in. Final moments of the bald head.
I'll give you the best nut ever.
There we go, dude. Yeah, tough Elden Beast. The rest of the run was pretty clean, except for that Millennia, too. The Millennia was pretty bad.
Dude, that's so shit.
What else, dude?
So
I mean, I'm sure there was other stuff that was bad.
Is such a garbage.
But at least we did it, dude.
Oh my god.
At least we did it. Yeah, the reroute paid off, man. Well, it wasn't really a reroute, but figuring out that other strat. I'm a little tired, you guys. Usually, I don't stream for 10.5 hours. But I could not be stopped today, dude. Yeah, I know he did the Maddest ending. Who cares, dude? Who cares? I don't want to go kill Sewer Moog.
Maybe
Too late anyways.
I'll give you the best nut ever.
Yeah, really fun run to do though, man. With, like, honestly, such a sick build. I definitely could have used with some more practice on some of these other fights, though, to be 100% confident on all the punishes. But, it worked out, I guess. Yeah, what a tough Elden Beast fight, man. That fight can be scripted. Like, most of the time, that fight's scripted. The only way it's not is if he does exactly what he did there and swim at that weird angle. That's the only way it's not. Every other RNG it is, because if he, you know, if he swims away on the normal path, then we get a jump R2, we stun him, and then we riposte him, and then he does rings and we just kill him before Elden Stars. In other cases where he doesn't swim and goes into other attacks, we just get 2 jump L1s and he stuns, and then we kill him outright. It's only on that particular RNG where it becomes a real boss, and he just gave me such, like, such garbage attacks. But yeah, it was well played, dude. Surely my character looks like Asmongold, right? Surely. My default male character with just a bald head. But there we go, man. I am tired. Yeah, so I guess what we'll do next is we'll do probably some more run requests, right? We got a bunch of run requests to do, and I've been putting them off. So we'll go back to like the Mogwin, Sacred Spear, all remembrances no hit, and a bunch of any percent runs too. And then the master run, I think, is the plan after that. We might do another one of these, you know, quote unquote celebrity no hit runs. We can maybe have some sort of vote on who it should be. I don't really want to be spoiled on other people's builds, because I think part of the fun is watching their build and seeing what they use for the first time without knowing beforehand. But yeah, dude, there it is. Yeah, we started off easy kind of with this one. This was a really strong build. I honestly, I would be shocked if anybody else had a build as good as this one on their first playthrough. Because, yeah, I mean, this build's broken as hell, dude, so yeah, man. And you know what's great, too? We ended up getting the run using the Great Jar's Arsenal, so that's nice. So we actually did end up getting the run with getting that. Now, I was very close to removing the RNG on the opening section of the run and just getting the Arsenal Charm +1, but I didn't want to because that's not what Asmon used. So there it is, man. There it is. Does my character have red eyes? I guess that's brown. Kinda. Anyways, yeah, GG, guys. I gotta go to sleep, man. I'm a little tired. I've also been streaming a lot lately. You know, we had a 14 or whatever hour stream the other day. And then usually I don't stream on weekends, but I stream both days. But yeah, we did. The Asmon build is done. Finally, man. Finally. No, we're not back on the degen hours, dude. Before we end here, Shogun, thanks for the 300 bits. Nasmoza, thanks for the 5 gifted subs. I appreciate that. Make sure you thank Nasmoza if you got a sub right there. Draconic One, thanks for the brand new Prime sub. A-Ball, thanks for the... I didn't say that right, I'm sorry. Thanks for the brand new Prime sub. And Macking, thanks for the 5 gifted sub as well. Make sure you thank Macking if you got a sub right there. And Nami, thanks for the brand new sub as well. There it is, dude. Yeah, Moog Sacred Spear is going to be awesome. Especially, it's going to be nice. It's been fun doing this build, but it's also going to be nice to go back to being able to optimize our damage, you know? If we did test this build on Morgott, doing an optimal no-hit setup, or, you know, a pretty normal no-hit setup using Howl, using Red Feather, you know, a better Physic Flask and all that stuff. And the damage with this build is insane. It is insane, dude. So, yeah, Elon run is going to be hilarious, dude. But anyways, thanks for hanging out today, you guys. I'm pretty happy we got the run tonight. It's nice that it was good that I stayed up, I guess. But yeah, thanks for hanging out today, guys. I'm not sure if I have the energy to raid somebody. One of the mods can raid somebody if they want to. Twitch probably logged me out, and I can't not be bothered to log back in right now, dude. I didn't do the 2-step verification. But yeah, so I'll be back on tomorrow. I think it's the plan, and I don't know what we'll do. Maybe tomorrow could be like we could do some sort of casual run. Now that we just spent, you know, a week or so on a serious no-hit run. We could do some sort of other run. I don't know if I'm up for a stat-only run tomorrow or something like that, but... Or we could just route an any percent and probably get a quick any percent or something like that. Any percent no-hit. But... What the hell's a Biden run? Anyways, have a good night, you guys. I'll see you all tomorrow.